recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
Oh, wow. No way! He forgot to play g5. Oh, gosh.
Once that white knight comes in, it's going to be game over.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Ding, he's on fire right now. He's back in the zone, and there we go. Ding wins.
Wow, wow, wow. Ding has leveled the score.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
It is a bitterly cold, snowy day in Astana, but inside the playing hall here at the St. Regis Hotel, it is warm and comfortable, and all is set for the 5th match game of the 2023 FIDE World Chess Championship between Ding Liren, world number 3, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, his opponent, the world number 2. It is a pleasure to bring you Chess.com's broadcast of the World Championship. I am your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today is, of course, world number 6, Grandmaster Anish Giri. Anish, good morning to you. This is a huge game.
Good morning. Another day for us here and another exciting round coming up as the players have warmed up, traded some blows, and are back to even.
They are indeed. Traded blows is a good way to describe it. As we look at the scoreboard, the current score is 2-2, but it wasn't always like that. Nepo struck first, but Ding struck most recently. The first game ended in a topsy-turvy draw. Then a very confident victory by Jan Nepomniachtchi. That was followed by a confident draw by Ding. Recovered all of the momentum in Game 4 with a stunning exchange sacrifice. Rook takes d4 and a clean conversion. Anish, both victories, both Nepo and by Jan and by Ding, involved an exchange sacrifice. What do you make of that?
I didn't think of it actually, but indeed it's a very common motif, sacrificing an exchange. That's the smallest material sacrifice you can make almost after sacrificing a pawn, and it's very common, and especially at the high level nowadays, it's become a thematic thing. Earlier it was much more surprising when Petrosian, introduced this motif on a large scale. People were in awe, and then Topalov brought it to a whole different level, also a big exchange sacrifice guy. And nowadays, it's just a matter of culture to sacrifice and exchange, often to convert things. And as we had seen in both games, sacrifice of the exchange was a decisive blow indeed, and it hadn't occurred to me until you mentioned it. A good point, actually.
Well, Ding played so confidently in the last game. It was a very different Ding than the one that we saw in Game 2, nervously getting up all the time, going to the rest area, and playing the kind of chess that we're just not used to seeing him playing. He is back on track, and now the ball is very much in Nepo's court. Well, FIDE Master Mike Klein has been doing yeoman's work over in Astana, bringing us behind-the-scenes coverage of the player's mindset. Now more than ever, we need Mike's wisdom to know what the players are thinking and how they are feeling going into Game 5. Mike Klein, the floor is yours.
Thanks, guys. So far in the World Championship, we've seen everything come down to 2 words: comfort and momentum. And right now, Ding Liren has both on his side. He's more comfortable at the board. He's more comfortable at the press conferences, even according to his own words. And he's clearly even more comfortable with his surprise second Richard Rapport. We definitely have a tale of shifting momentum. Jan Nepomniachtchi was better in round 1. He made his breakthrough in round 2. But in the next couple of games, it's been all China, because Ding was better in round 3, at least nominally. But now we have a back-and-forth affair. Will Jan Nepomniachtchi quiet the nerves and play solidly, or will he get back to what he did in his one win, play aggressively, use one of his remaining whites, and try to retake the lead in the match? We will see. For Chess.com, this is Mike Klein in Astana. Now back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Excellent insights as usual. Well, here are some more insights for you. Ding and Nepo's matchup card, which we have discussed really since the start of the match, how evenly matched they are. Only 7 FIDE points between them, and 1 win for Nepo, 1 win for Ding. Their classical head-to-head is still very much even, a 1-point lead for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But let me ask you the question posed by Mike in his report, Anish. Is the momentum on Ding's side? How will Nepo recover given his misfortune in his World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen? We all know what happened after that marathon Game 6. Is the memory of that game and of his response to that game going to haunt him?
To an extent, definitely. As I told you at the start, I think as soon as Jan would lose a game, he could get all these flashbacks. But the situation is different. There, he was facing Magnus Carlsen, first of all, a mountain of a challenge. Well, not to say that Ding isn't, but Magnus, of course, is a special player dominating the chess world for a decade or more already at this point. And there, Jan was trailing after that loss. And that's a whole different situation. When the status quo is not on your side, it means you have to get some action going. You have to win the game. You have to take risks. Now Jan is in a much better situation. Even though he's feeling awful that he lost that previous game, when he gets the time to calm down, look at the scoreboard, he will still see that everything is okay. In fact, even if he starts coasting now, plays solid, if the match continues with, for example, a bunch of draws, it's all fine for him. The situation is still under control. And I don't think he will panic just yet. But of course, if he loses one more game today or perhaps the next one, that would certainly be a very, very bad news. At the same time, he has the white pieces. I think he's done some prep. And maybe if he strikes right back today, momentum will shoot back into his corner and Mike Klein will give us a very different report next time. So I'm not, it's all relative. The momentum is with one player until the other one wins.
It is indeed. And, the Nostradamuses of the chat, they were singing one tune after Nepo's win in Game 2. The match is over. Ding is not going to more of the same after Tata. Now, those very same Nostradamuses are singing a completely different tune. The match is over. Nepo's going to lose. Let's not overstate the case. The match is tied. It is absolutely impossible to predict what's going to happen in the match or in this game. But I think one thing is for certain. Nepo's opening choice is going to be very telling because we're going to really get a sense of the kind of position that Jan will strive for. Something tells me, Anish, that we are going to see one e4 by Jan. Something tells me that when you lose a disappointing game, you want to go back to your roots. You want to go back to the kind of position in which you feel comfortable, precisely because you want to avoid the specter of 2 defeats in a row. Is that a fair prediction?
I agree with all the points you mentioned. At the same time, the problem is very often you would wish to play one e4, but you need these ideas. As Ding said in the previous press conference, I guess you remember at some point when he was asked, you played d4, c4, you're going to play e4. And Ding smiled. He said, it's not about the first move. It's about what ideas you have. I think Jan would rather have ideas in one e4, obviously. But if the team hasn't come up with something too interesting, and if they have better ideas, perhaps, for example, against the Carlsbad that Ding has played in the previous game, then he'll have a choice. Do you rather play one e4, get a more familiar position, but no particular great surprise, no great idea? Or do you go for the Carlsbad where you have some interesting new idea in this rich position, but you're less familiar with the pawn structure? So this is the kind of choices a player has to make. Of course, if he had a choice, he would go for one e4, but not sure what the team cooked up for him. We will see. I think the Carlsbad that Ding has played also offers very rich play. Many pieces remain on the board. Structure is very close. Perhaps some new concept somewhere, some new maneuver Jan could uncork. And his team had some time. It's been 2 days with the rest day in between as well. So definitely possible for them to dig into that. Also, we don't know what Jan has prepared before the match. Perhaps he already had something ready, for example, in the Italian opening that he was waiting to use, and maybe now it's a good moment to use that. So we don't know that as well, so makes it quite difficult to predict. But, if I have to play the devil's advocate and you predict one e4, I'm happily taking one d4 as a prediction. I think my odds are pretty fine here.
Indeed, and I think a case could be made for either choice. Obviously, you made a good point about not using up all of the aces up your sleeve and saving perhaps your best preparation in the most needed moment, right? The moment when you really can't afford a loss and you can't afford an uncomfortable position out of the opening. So I'm personally very, very excited about what we see in the first 10 moves. And for those joining the World Championship recently who want to know what is at stake, well, why is it called the World Championship again? Well, that's because the World Champion title is at stake. And that title is the most coveted title in all of chess. But there's also a €2 million prize pool, with the champion earning 1.2 million of them and the loser earning 800K. Of course, the champion also earns the right to defend their title in the next World Championship match. Will that match be against Magnus Carlsen, who will have to basically start from scratch and win the Candidates Tournament, or will it be against the same opponent? Well, only time will tell. Nobody could have predicted that Magnus Carlsen would not be sitting in one of these incredibly comfortable World Championship chairs. In fact, he's sitting in a different chair niche. He's sitting in a poker chair, I think, in Vegas. So Magnus Carlsen kind of living it up while these players are duking it out over the chessboard.
Oh yes, and you have to realize these two, they're so hungry for that title. It would mean so much for both of them. And Carlsen not playing is a opportunity, a small window of opportunity, because of course it's easier to overcome someone who you're so evenly matched against than beating the Magnus Carlsen, who's dominating chess for so long. And so they both, came very, very well prepared, ready. And you could see the pressure on both the players. Ding was very open about it. Jan didn't talk much about the pressure, but you could see from the mistake he made in the previous game, pressure also gets to him as well. And this is indeed a unique opportunity. There are many tournaments you can win. There is a lot of money you can make, in all sorts of ways. But winning the World Championship, this is every chess player's dream. And yeah, it's definitely a special event for these two players. And you can tell from just the vibrations from the playing hall that you can see the tension, the way in which the players, their body language, the way in which they play, and the moves they make. You can tell this, the tension is really, really high there.
It is indeed. I mean, to go back to the blunder that decided the previous game, Jan failing to play g5, instead getting his knight to d4 too quickly, allowing that exchange sacrifice on d4, after which the game was completely over. Unfortunately, not all blunders are created equal. Some blunders you make, they change the evaluation, but you can continue to fight. As much as Jan wanted to fight and tried to continue to fight, the game was completely decided. Not only was the technique straightforward, but it was, Ding was playing pretty quickly after that. The result of the game was decided after knight d. And Jan plays quickly, right? That's been his character attribute really since the start of his chess career. And in a tournament as important as this, you don't necessarily want to arbitrarily change your playing style, as we see the handshake there between the players. But I think it's fair to say, Anish, that Jan, he played too impulsively in the last game, and perhaps even in the game that he drew with the white pieces where he played d4. So maybe slowing it down just a little bit in the early middle game. Do you think that's the kind of coaching that he might receive from his team, or do you think they're just letting him solve problems on his own?
I think this is not the moment to change Jan's personality. You mentioned he was perhaps too quick in the game he lost, perhaps too quick in the game he drew, but he was also very quick in the game he won. And remember, we spoke about it there, that the rook takes g5 came very fast. The next moves, knight takes d4, f6, everything came very fast as well. And I told you already back then that, when it works, it's wonderful. But just like that, it can also not work. And then people criticize him. This always happens. Your strengths are extensions of your weaknesses. You cannot play fast when the moves are good and play slow when you need to think. It doesn't work like that. You are either one kind of player or another kind of player. And yes, you have to accept Jan for who he is. He's a brilliant player, plays very fast. But sometimes the consequences are... that he plays also too impulsively in position where he should take a little bit more time. You can't have it all. That is a tale of life. I think you can't have it all. But the player that Jan already is a brilliant player. He's won the Candidates Tournament twice, and he's definitely capable to win this match as well. I don't think the coaches and his team is going to tell him, how to play chess. They should come with suggestions in the opening. They should tell him what are the opening ideas they've cooked up, and then let Jan take it from there.
Agree completely. They basically want to take a back seat. They want to provide moral support. You don't want to overanalyze the game. You want to give the player the space that he needs in order to recover the way that he wants on his own terms. And Jan's conversion in game 2 was honestly one of the most brilliant stretches of chess that I had the honor of watching. The speed with which he was executing all of the top moves and sacrificing the exchange. That is the Jan which is going to have to show up in this game. Of course, the distinguished guest making the ceremonial first move this time. We'll see who it is. I think this individual just shook both players' hands, and the game is about to begin. It is 2:59 p.m. local time over in Astana as the players look at the cameras for one more photo shoot. And I believe that the e-pawn has been moved 2 squares forward. It will be retracted, and then Jan Nepomniachtchi will himself execute the first move. And here we go. The moment of truth, the first important moment. What will we see from the laboratory of Jan Nepomniachtchi and his team on the first move? This will decide a lot, Anish. It won't decide the result of the game, but it will decide the course of the game, at least in the beginning.
Oh, yes, already the first move sets the course of the game, as you mentioned. From my angle here, I think I saw a d4, but I think that is not relevant to what the guest has executed, because I think he's done it without consulting Jan, and Jan has taken the move back. There was a symbolic first move. Now it's on Jan to decide whether it's e4 or d4. I don't expect another move, but anything is possible. Nowadays, players are also versatile. Can be anything. Let's see.
And it is e4.
Wow. Okay. I lost this one. Fair and square. You had the right to pick the move first, but I think I would have picked d4 anyway. So yeah, no, a good guess there. Ding will follow it up with e5 certainly. And then the big question I have is whether Jan is going to repeat the Spanish, or perhaps he cooked something up in another variation, Italian, or maybe some wicked Scotch or something like that. We'll see. Ding is taking his time, but I think it's more of a formality. He is just taking a moment to get into the game. But e5, of course, happens.
e5 happens. Knight f3 is immediately on the board. Ding following up with knight c6. No Petrov for us today. And this is the second moment of truth. Bishop is off to b5. So we have another Rui Lopez. And we remind you that in the first game of this match, Jan played the deferred exchange. He dropped his bishop back to a4, as he just did here, and then took on c6 in 2 moves. Will we see a more mainstream choice by Jan? I think is the next big question, Anish.
Yeah, I guess in the modern chess at this high level, you don't repeat this kind of ideas twice. The opponent had time to prepare an antidote. So Jan will play something else. He plays d3 first. Very, very mainstream stuff. The big question is after b5, bishop b3, and then d6 or castle. The main question is what sideline has Jan cooked up there. There are lots of different options. There's the a3, the a4, c3, some bishop d2 systems, lots of different things. And Jan has played mostly a3 system, but I guess for this match he might have prepared anything else. We are about to find out. I'm quite excited, looking forward, because this is one of the most relevant theoretical tabias in the modern chess.
Indeed, and you said that Jan played a3 here. He plays c3. There was a time when the move d3 was considered a sideline. Of course, rook to e1 is in formal terms the main line, but I don't think d3 can be referred to as a sideline anymore. It's been so popular and so common at the top level that we should probably refer to it as a second main line. But here we see c3 by Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's an interesting choice. So we have the main line position with the difference that rather than a rook being on e1, there is a pawn on d3. How common is this?
Yes, and indeed. So the maximalistic approach that white could take is to go rook e1 with the pawn still on d2. That would be here. And then go for the c3, d4 setup directly as we pull up the analysis board here. But as the theory has established, after rook e1, b5, bishop b3, short castle, Ding plays this opening called the Marshall, and before white gets a chance to go for d4, black strikes in the center with d5, and then the play involves pawn sacrifice. And as the analysis have shown that this is not so simple for white. The bishop comes out, the queen comes out. Black has lots of counterplay. In many of the variations, black regains the pawn or has excellent compensation. Very often, the bishop gets traded for the knight, and then black gets the bishop pair advantage and simply plays pawn down for a long time, but without any trouble, just manages to hold up the game, because the bishop pair in an open position could be often worth almost as much as a pawn. So all this big theory here basically is the reason why the players realize that, okay, playing c3 is not so simple, so maybe let's go for lines where you go d3, like d3 here, or h3 first, or a4 first, and then let's say d3 after bishop b7. And then at some point the questions become, okay, but if we play d3 here, why don't we play d3 instead of rook e1, and don't pretend like we want to go d4 in one go? So this is all common knowledge by now at the top, and that's why d3 is a big system. It turned out you don't need necessarily to go for c3, d4 to fight for the advantage. You can also maneuver first and go for d4 later, or not even go for d4. There are also plans where, for example, bishop retracts and you go for b4 and a4, keeping the pawn structure as is and in the center. But what Jan has played, the system with c3 and h3, it's an interesting system, and you will tell us a lot about it, because after knight to a5, bishop c2 followed by c5, the standard way to fight for the center even more. What white often does is going for d4, and that is one of your favorite openings, I believe, the Chigor in Spanish, with the tempo up for black. So you will certainly take this, but the players who play the Marshall, they're not so comfortable in these close positions after, let's say, queen c7 and d5, that they choose to often to avoid it. And so Ding played bishop b7 instead, and Jan followed it up with a4. I think this is my game against Alireza Firouzja, who played this rare combination of moves against me in an important game, which was not online, but it was on the screen in it was in real life, but on the screen in one of those Champions Tour events. I think it was in the US, in Miami, and very confusing system. I think after knight a5, which is the standard way to play, Alireza retracted the bishop to a2.
Ooh.
So yeah, very funky stuff. Ding should still be prepared, but he has to try to remember, because it's very confusing. You can play a4 already here. You can also play, maybe you can play a4 also here. It's all very confusing. You can just always have these different d3, c3, a4 moves in different order, and you have to with black, try to remember what was exactly your prep, what setup you go for.
Yeah, just like in the Italian and in the Carlsbad, Nepo has chosen a couple of systems where it's just immensely hard to remember the right setup to play with black. And we've talked a lot about the fact that these players are not immune to human influences, like forgetting your line or forgetting what's in your file. And we've seen both players essentially mix up their prep. Most recently, Jan mixing up his prep in the last game very confidently, putting his knight on f4 in the English. And then it turned out that would have been the correct move if Ding had chosen a different system. So we're still well within theory. It's just that Ding has to remember which move he prepared against this particular combination of moves. So a2, a4 is a very typical move in the Ruy Lopez. This is an idea that is applied essentially across all of these lines, whether your pawn is on d3 or d4. You often see white playing the move a4 and really highlighting, emphasizing the weakness of the b5 pawn. I think a lot of people would be tempted to play b5, b4 with black. But if you do that too quickly, you weaken the whole complex of squares. On the queen side, white's knight can go from d2 to c4. Typically in the Ruy Lopez, white's knight goes from d2 to f1. That's partially why you play rook e1, and we might see white play it anyway. And then the knight maneuvers to g3, and in the ideal scenario, often jumps to f5, engineering counterplay and an attack on the king side. So I would say that white's setup preserves maximum developmental flexibility. White's knight could even come out to a3. White's rook could sit on f1. It could move to e1. And Anish, I think that's what makes black's position tough to play. You just don't know exactly where Nepo is going to develop his pieces just yet.
Yes, indeed, white is trying to retain maximum flexibility. But I do think that Ding has looked at this extensively, because if you imagine you're preparing, you look at the database, and there is a very recent game between Alireza, who is extremely high rated, and myself, with in all modesty, still pretty high rating there as well. So the game would be pushed very high in the database, also very recent, last year. And there was a 1-0 in that game, because I eventually lost it. It was an Armageddon game, and Alireza was very quick. I lost that game eventually. And so if there is a 1-0 played by Alireza in a rare line in your repertoire, you take that game very seriously. So I think Ding has looked at it, and also his facial expression, the way he sits there. I know Ding, he knows what he's supposed to do. He's just sitting. As I told you, he likes to take this 10-minute thought. It's a thing of Ding to think 10 minutes after his opponent selects an opening. Then for 10 minutes, he tries to recollect everything he knows about it. and then he starts blitzing. So Ding is sitting there waiting his usual 10 minutes, and then he will execute a quick move. Indeed, it before makes sense. Knight a5. Another important idea that I want to talk about in general, that is this bishop on b7 in this pawn structure. And the bishop on b7 is staring down this pawn. Yeah, Ding took even less than 10 minutes. Played knight a5. The point that I want to make still remains valid. The bishop on b7 is either misplaced and will potentially head back to c8, e6, or it will activate itself with black striking in the center with d5. Bishop a2 was the idea of Alireza, actually, and I also played c5.
Wow.
And
it's the
bishop
only
g5.
game in the database, Anish. It's the only game that comes up.
Yes.
I just searched this position. It's Firouzja against Giri from August 2022. So now we know who the inspiration was for Jan Nepomniachtchi. You always seem to be involved. But bishop g5, which was just played, is a novelty. Alireza had played knight b1 to a3, which is the idea we were just discussing.
Yes, and I think the reason why I'm always in the base is because we play so many games now, so many online games, so many tournaments. I think I played 700 games in a year. And so, like, whatever opening you play, my game will be there. So that's somehow, I don't know why that's indeed the case. But bishop g5, yeah, so it's a matter of move order. So what Alireza did in the game, he played knight a3 first. Now, what will usually happen, White wants to probably trade the bishop for the knight and get this knight to e3 closer to the d5 square. You can do that in different ways. You can start with bishop g5, which is what Jan did, or what Alireza tried. He tried to go knight a3 first, queen d7, and then bishop g5. He gave me the opportunity to snatch this pawn, by the way, which I used. And this is actually a decent way to play, but then somehow I misplayed it later on. So instead of knight a3, Jan starts with bishop g5. The knight can still go via a3, but it can also very well go via d2, rook e1, knight f1. And it's not clear which route is better. There are ups and downs to both these approaches. Also, the big question in this system, by the way, is whether you take AB at some point or not. It's always a question. So black often plays this move queen d7, sort of hinting at takes a4 ideas. And then white, is often wondering whether to take or not. Also, white often is facing a dilemma whether to take on f6 or perhaps wait a little bit. So yeah, bishop g5, I think technically a novelty, but I believe not shouldn't be a big surprise because the computer suggests both these moves. They are very similar, and I think should still be in book. But of course, by now already it could be a little bit vague in his head what the move order was.
Very interesting description. So bishop g5 is played in similar fashion to Alireza's move, no pun intended, but a different move order which retains flexibility as to the development of the b1 knight. And it seems to me that b5, b4 would make even less sense now because white's knight could essentially fly through a different airport. White could say, okay, a3 is closed. I could just go knight bd2, f1, e3, and black relinquishes the pressure on the a4 pawn. So the bishop is out to g5, very positional idea, right? So this isn't tactical. He's going for the d5 square. And if he establishes control of that square, we know this from openings like the Najdorf, where black often has a weakness on d5. The last thing you want is for white to attain complete control of the d5 square, trade the light squared bishops, and then put a knight on d5. That would be essentially a nightmare scenario. But the other thing that I noticed when you said white doesn't want to take on f6 too early, if white does that, then you allow black the option to eradicate the weakness of that square entirely by playing the move d6, d5. Whereas now, that move wouldn't be as easy to execute because the e5 pawn potentially is hanging. So the way I would describe this position is largely strategic with a lot of these positional decisions to make for both sides. Is that accurate? Is the flavor of this position largely strategic?
Oh yes, certainly agree with you. I don't see any big forcing variations. As you mentioned, the only pawn break that comes to mind is this d5 move, but it's more often than not premature. Indeed, as you mentioned, what white will want is to get the knight on e3 and trade the light squared bishops. I think white usually will gain control over the d5 square, but it's not the end of the world. And the problem white often will face in these positions, and I think maybe we should not talk too much about them as we will approach them eventually, and we'll have to talk about something later on as well in the show. So not to tell it all at once. But if we do get there with the knight on e3 and the bishop on a2, at some point a big problem that white will be facing is that there are two pieces that are fighting for the same square. That's a common problem in chess. Both pieces will stand beautifully on d5 square. You cannot have them both there. So this is one thing that will become relevant. Another thing that might become relevant is the bishop from f6 will perhaps find some play on this diagonal or drop back to g7. Knight from a5 often reroutes itself to e7, fighting for that square as well in some cases. So lots of options there to uncork. In some cases, also black is trying to go for c4, trying to disrupt this diagonal. And if played in a good circumstances, it could be very strong. But it shouldn't be done prematurely because pawn on c4 will be very weak. And finally, I wanted to make a point that it could also be sometimes interesting to avoid the straight and move the knight in some cases. Like, I'm not sure if it's good here. It looks a bit artificial. Probably I'll just go back with the bishop. But it is an idea to stay away from this bishop takes f6 trade. So lots of options here for both sides. Lots of things to think about. Again, Ding's posture is not his thinking posture. This, he is not very. The hand is not very deep in his head. It's not there. He's just here at the beginning of his head, which means that he's just trying to remember. He's just thinking. He's not really delving deep into the position because he has looked at it already earlier. But of course, with all this bishop g5, knight a3, and ab, it's quite vague. Also in my memory, it's a little bit vague because there are a lot of transpositions and they're all similar, but you're trying to figure out the differences. What is the difference? What he hasn't taken, he hasn't played knight a3. How does it go? How do I exploit it?
Right, and just like regular players, GMs need memory markers. They're not just going to remember loads of moves without fully understanding why they're played. And in which position do you play b takes a4? In which position do you play knight f6 to d7? And in openings like the Ruy Lopez and the Italian, it's harder to establish memory markers because you have 10 or 15 positions that all look the same, and yet the moves that you play in them are different. So again and again, just because you just spent a year preparing for the World Championship match doesn't mean that suddenly you're going to remember all of the details of every file, as we've seen thus far. I had a concrete question for you, Anish, and we can continue discussing this conceptually, but you mentioned c5, c4. I'm struggling to puzzle out what happens if black tries c4 in this position, trying to aim at the e4 pawn before white gets a chance to develop the knight.
Well, you put me on the spot there. These are the kind of questions I like to answer with lots of time on the clock. So one thing that I'm seeing, if I look at it very quickly, so if I play knight a3, let's say, putting pressure on both these pawns, my idea is that if you take on d3, perhaps I can take on f6, diffuse the pressure on the e4 pawn and take with the queen. And now I have a decent control of this square. I could also try to include AB, maybe. But then I was a little bit concerned. You have this bishop a6 option, but it's probably strange. So maybe this is the best way. I just take knight a3, and if cd I take queen d3. This pawn is weak. This square is still controlled. Looks good for white.
Yeah, b5 is hanging. d5, white can now put a bishop on d5. And you mentioned the problem of two pieces contesting the same square. When white controls d5 with the queen and the bishop, that problem is largely eliminated because bishop d5 looks so nice. It forces the trade of bishops, and then white will have the outpost all to the queen. The knight on a3 has a different job. For the time being, it's attacking the b5 pawn. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So the concrete attempt to solve black's problems raises more questions than it answers, which means that black's move is probably going to be on the slower side. Of course, knight to d7 is the only other way to do something concrete and to offer a trade of bishops. You mentioned that that's likely premature. So you're pointing out queen to d7. Perhaps black should also consider throwing in h6, although trading the bishop for the knight is something that white might want to do anyway. So that could potentially be a loss of a tempo. But it's not like there's one candidate move here or one clear correct move.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a position where you cannot you cannot afford a misstep. I think h6, as you mentioned, I'll be very careful about doing that. It could be extremely, it could make white extremely happy, because imagine if white wants to take on f6 anyway, and you lose the whole tempo. Also with h6, you potentially slightly soften up your structure, because in case of an eventual trade, maybe you want to put the pawn on g6 and then drop the bishop back to g7. And now with the pawn on h6, well, this, okay, it's very hard to say if it's useful or harmful, but it's early to tell. And I'm very skeptical about a move like h6. I would think twice before making it, as you had mentioned. Also, I want to take a brief a brief moment to go back and to talk about this move bishop b7, which was not a given at all, of course, because the bishop is well, very often well placed on c8, and here black had lots of options. Ding played bishop b7 very quickly because it's his prep. But if you study this variation with both colors, you have to be aware of all other options. Black can also wait with some waiting move like h6 or rook e8. Black can also go for knight a5. I think you, Danya, I've seen you play lots of Spanishes. I've seen you play move like bishop e6 in positions like that. I've seen you play knight to a5 a lot. So I think, yeah, it's not at all a given that bishop b7, is such a natural move. It's, if anything, is actually a very double-edged move, because the bishop, as I mentioned, often is not ideally placed here. So yeah, there was a moment that we kind of skipped because it was played quickly, but Jan has definitely looked at alternatives here as well, and so did Ding. So there was an important big moment that players just hopped over. And now we are here, and Ding is still trying to remember. Takes already quite some time. Maybe actually it's his thinking pose, his new thinking pose, who knows, because yeah, he takes a lot of time. I think it's the queen d7 that is very tempting move, but after queen d7 with knight still on b1, I am wondering if knight d2 is not possible, because if you go b takes a4, with the knight on a3, I was really in control of this pawn, but with knight on d2, white has bishop b1 followed by bishop c2.
Wow.
It's a way to regain. Also, there is also this idea of
and bishop
taking
d5.
and bishop d5. Yeah, this is also an idea I've seen, where you regain this pawn, maybe even better here. So yeah, ba very risky with the knight on d2. Knight on a3 was blocking the rook from the a4 pawn. So in my game against Alireza, I had this position and I took on a4. Yeah, this was actually quite juicy for me. But I made a big mistake later somewhere, more like immediately on the next move. He went for some knight h4 business, and I did something terrible there. But yeah, this is no longer relevant, as Jan started with bishop g5. Queen d7, knight d2. Yeah, it's a question how black should proceed, and then also why exactly if he played queen d7. So Ding is trying to think. I mean, if you look at the position from from a human perspective, and you try to fight with the d5 square, this move knight d7 makes a lot of sense. Now, if we trade, positionally I'm kind of happy with this trade. I would think I'm happy because I traded a pair of bishops. My pawns are on the dark squares. I guess bishop e3 feels more principled. Now if you go back with the knight, white got this move for free, because you went here and back to here, and you went here and back. So winning a tempo like that is kind of nice for white, I guess. Although the bishop on e3, it's not clear how well it's placed. So these kind of thoughts are going through Ding's head. He is already having his hands wrapping his head. I guess he doesn't recollect, and now he's just trying to think and to make sense of this position.
He has indeed, and he's now spent 13 minutes and counting. So that's more than his traditional 10 minutes, I'm remembering my file think. And almost the entire time, Nepo got up from the board immediately after playing bishop to g5, the novelty, and he's been pacing next to the board, right? He hasn't gone to his rest area where we're used to seeing the players. He's been pacing back and forth near the board. We've seen his silhouette appear a couple of times. So kind of interesting behavior there. I wonder if Nepo is excited to reach this position, because if he took a very, very deep look at this with his team, and there we see Jan walking around there with his hands crossed, and he's about to come back to the board because h6 has indeed been played. That's a big middle move. We'll get to it in a moment, but I wonder if Nepo's excited to reach this kind of position, and I wonder if his team looked at h6, Anish.
Oh yeah,
yes,
for
he
sure.
Has. There's the
He's
answer.
already played. Yeah, he's already played, and indeed h6 is one of the suggestions of the computer. Queen d7 was the other. C4, d5, by the way, are also quite possible. The computer doesn't hate them, as the computer doesn't hate knight d7. But h6 is the yeah, it's a fine move here. I was skeptical about it because I told you often white wants to take anyway. But in this case, I didn't see how to force the trade. Queen d7, the white would just play knight d2. So yeah, Jan takes quickly, AB quickly as well. As I mentioned earlier, it's always a question, you know, whether you take or not. I don't immediately understand why you have to take. Perhaps b4 becomes an option when the a file is now closed and you have to deal with the consequences of these positions. So he took and played knight d2, and now yeah, the knight will probably head to e3 via f1. Yeah, these positions I am quite familiar with. There are different ways of playing here. The price of a move is not very high once again, a positional game. And what I think was Jan's choice for this game, I think he's drawn some lessons from the previous white games, and he decided not to chase, not to chase some big ideas and some weird openings. Instead, he decided to focus on himself and play what he's most comfortable with. This is really his home territory. 1e4 is what he played, and small positional Spanish, slow Spanish. I should say, by the way, that Jan is not one of those people who played Spanish all their life. I should tell you that. I don't know if you know that, but do you know what is the opening that Jan played his entire childhood?
Was he a Scotch player?
A sort. Okay, at some point he migrated to Scotch, but it's much worse than that.
Much worse.
I can tell you, I know.
No, King's Gambit.
Well, no,
King's Gambit.
No, it's not that bad. Not that bad. Okay, he plays some King's Gambit. He has a chessable course on King's Gambit, but it's not that bad. I can tell you a story. When I was so it was the match Topalov against Kramnik played at the time. So we speak 2006. I was 12 years old. I was at a training camp, and then Jan, who was 16 years old, he came to that camp and he gave a lecture on the opening that he always played. And that opening was e4, e5, and d4.
Oh, d4. He played this against me in our chess.com blitz matches all the time. And then he would take with a queen.
Yes. This is a central opening or something it's called. He plays this all his childhood, this ridiculous system, which is why he's extremely good in positions with more space, in this kind of positions. The Marcoussis binds, the Philidors. He's extremely good and comfortable in these positions. And here the line goes something like that, some old line.
Yep.
I think he used to play some queen g3, some rook e4. I don't know, they play some nonsense f4, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what they play. It's some old stuff that Jan was showing us. The knight sometimes goes to h3, all kinds of nonsenses basically here. So this is what Jan has played his entire childhood. So it's not like Jan is like super big Spanish guy. Yeah, it was much later. Already when he has matured, he switched to the mainstream Spanish, and of course now he's experienced there by now. It's not entirely his comfort zone in his home territory.
Wow.
His home territory is this kind of nonsense. But the Spanish now we have a very standard Spanish, and Jan should be feeling very comfortable. He looked at these positions in depth. I have also looked at them. I can say that even though Black has a weak d5 square, they're not so bad for Black. Magnus Carlsen has played these type of positions a lot. He gets them from a different move order. He was getting them from the Sicilians. You can see it appear in a different order, something like that. Yeah, a lot of games by Magnus in these pawn structures, where you have this whole on d5, and Magnus has shown in many of his games, starting from 2019, from this match against Fabi in 2018, and in the next years that he played these pawn structures, he plays it here. He can also play it through from this order, and this d5 square, it doesn't win you the game. That square alone. Black has plenty of play. Even very often, if nothing happens, that d5 square you just cannot win because of just one weakness. So not the end of the world for Black, but of course Ding is taking his time. I think the knight at some point should retract back to c6. Its job on a5 is done. It allowed c5 to be pushed forward. It's time to bring the knight back. But also sometimes you want to bring the bishop back to g7, and it's important, to decide in which order you want to do that.
And, the Sveshnikov Sicilian, which I see some people mentioning in the chat, another opening where you weaken the d5 square, you violate all common positional wisdom. Someone like Capablanca would have probably looked at the opening and cringed, although maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. But this idea with g6 and then dropping the bishop back in f7, f5 can be incredibly dangerous. And, the Sveshnikov is an opening that has withstood the test of time. So the rule is often, like you say, one weakness, even if it's a glaring weakness like the d5 square, one outpost, it rarely decides the game. Of course, one could argue that the b5 pawn is another weakness that could eventually make its presence felt. If the knight retreats from a5, white could have queen d1 to b3 at some point to tickle the pawn. And of course, you don't want to play b4 prematurely and weaken the c4 square. You don't want to make too many weaknesses on the light squares in the queen side because you might not be able to handle all of them. So knight bd2, Nepo going for a position that makes him more comfortable. He's up now 26 minutes on the clock. So while we've been talking, Ding has been taking another pretty deep think. It's now up to 6 minutes as he decides whether to coordinate his rooks with queen d7, whether to work on his king side with g6. And to my uninitiated eye, Anish, d6, d5 is a move that has to be calculated. I'm assuming that there's something wrong with it concretely, or maybe it's just that white trades everything on d5 and plays knight e4. But I would bet a silver dollar that Ding is at least partially considering the move d5, assuming that he's out of his preparation, which I think, given his thinking patterns, he is.
Yeah, certainly. If you haven't, if you have never seen the position, d5 is the first thing that comes to mind. You want to solve the problems immediately. Although we already mentioned that these problems are not so severe, and I think one of the main reasons why this d5 square is not such a big problem is because we have two pieces that we'll want to get there. So after knight f1, knight e3, we have to choose either the bishop or the knight. I think if you do get to trade the bishops and establish knight on d5, you will be definitely much better. You can sit on that position for a while. But what often will happen is knight comes to e3, you go bishop d5, the bishop will hide from the trade. Ding went knight 6. Yeah, d5, the only thing I can say is that I feel it's a little bit uncoordinated at this moment. The knight on a5 is a little bit weird. There are all sorts of, like here, as you mentioned, all sorts of soft pawns here. The knight is a little bit weird. Bishop also not very pretty. I don't see what's wrong with this immediately, but I can imagine that there are some tactical flaws with that. Also, it doesn't solve your problems entirely. You still have a weak d5 square, even if you trade this pawn, for example, and you still have a bad bishop. Let's say here you still have the bad bishop staring at this pawn. These pawns become soft. With d5, you've weakened the e5 and c5 pawns as well, right? So it has some downsides as well. Ding meanwhile played knight c6. Jan played bishop d5 very quickly. So bishop d5 before rerouting the knight. Maybe the rook will not go to e1. Maybe it will right away go to a1 at some point. Maybe this is the idea sometimes. And well, Ding taking his time, but I don't think Ding is entirely out of prep. But he didn't really expect this for this game, so he is trying to carefully, slowly play. He did the same in the last black game, if you remember, in the Carlsbad. He also didn't rush it, and he reached a position that he already knew. He already played against me actually almost an hour later. And it was fine. He had enough time. Eventually, Jan caught up with him on the clock. So Ding not rushing it, just trying to spend his time. That was also Carlsen's approach in the match, if you remember. Carlsen was never chasing Jan's clock. He was just spreading his 2 hours evenly across 40 moves, just playing his own game, ignoring Jan, who has his own pace. And this is a smart approach, because when you're playing someone like Jan, who is so fast, keeping up with him is, first of all, difficult. Secondly, it's unnecessary. Sometimes his quick pace backfires. So you just have to spread out your own time. You have your own game to play. Just make sure you don't end up in crazy time trouble. What is Jan's situation? If Jan still has 2 hours on his clock or not, it's none of your problems. So Ding is just taking his time, and I think he's pacing it out decently right now. And here he has a choice to make once again.
Yeah, and I mean, the time control is pretty vast. You have 2 hours for the first 40 moves, and there's a classic FIDE time control that's 90 minutes with a 30-second increment, and that's it. You don't get any additional time. So it's almost as if he's thought for 30-plus minutes, and he still has an amount of time that you sometimes start with in a classical game. Of course, after move 40, you get an hour added to your clock as we pull up the time control there, and then another 15 minutes after move 60. But the flip side is that there is no 30-second increment until move 60. Once move 60 is carried out, a 30-second increment is added. So you don't want to bring yourself down to your last seconds because you absolutely could get flagged with no increment. But I think you're absolutely right. Right now, the most important thing for Ding is to make sure that he solves his opening problems, not to keep up with Jan on the clock. And the move bishop d5, I think, has revealed and put in stark contrast the problem of the pawn on b5, because queen d1 at b3, I think, is more than a one move threat. I think it's a serious problem for black to deal with, because if it's met with queen b6, then for the first time this game, tactics start to appear with a knight coming to c4. That's possible with the queen on b6 being x-rayed and undefended. So if black is forced to play the move b4, white's knight sinks its teeth into c4, and then both white's bishop and white's knight have found ideal posts. So would it be too much to say that queen b3 is a threat in this position, at the very least positionally?
I don't think it's too much. I think it's a perfect point, and I think it's a big threat. That said, it's black to move, so I'm sure you can deal with it in multiple ways. The first, the easiest is to just take on a1, then queen will be deflected from that square, and then after you trade, you can move the queen to d7 or b6, and then take the a file back with rook a8. That seems the most tempting here. You could also start with queen d7. After queen b3, maybe I have knight a5. And then where do you move the queen? Then if you move it to a2, I think I have knight c6 back. Also knight c4 is there. Oh, okay, you don't want to have the queen here x-rayed by the rook. So knight a5, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay, yeah. You claim that you improved your queen a notch. Yeah, you can claim that. And then you can bring this rook somewhere and bring the knight here and the queen back and fight for the a file eventually. You can certainly try to do that. I think, yeah, both are possible. I think it's up to Ding to decide whether he wants to bring the queen out. I think also to b6 probably possible, no? b3, knight a5. Wait, is there
Knights.
rook a5?
Oh, you're considering the exchange stack. Rook takes a5.
Yeah,
Ding has made a move.
Yeah, Ding has solved this problem of queen b3 in the most direct fashion. He just traded on a1, and after takes, he just plays queen d7. Yeah, now you don't have the queen b3 move, and rook a8 is coming. I think so far Ding has played in the most natural way. I think this is also what the computer was suggesting as its first choice. So Ding kind of prepared, and now Jan will continue blitzing, I suspect.
Yes, he will.
Yeah,
and Rookie One is already on the board. Jan playing the World Blitz Championship here in the the regular World Championship. Now, all of Jan's moves have been pretty natural too. Both players have, picked off the low-hanging fruit. In this case, we've talked about this maneuver from the start. Rookie One, Knight F1, Knight E3. And of course, the Knight ultimately would like to sit on the D5 square. But from E3, the Knight could also access F5 or G4. So it's not like D5 is the only post for the Knight. And the most natural move by far, I think, for Ding would be Rook F8 to A8, sending the queen off of the A file. That's why, ideally, you want to occupy open files with the rook, not with the queen, because the queen is very easy to chase away. And the next choice for Jan would be where to put the queen in the event of Rook A8. And maybe you don't want to play Rook A8 because maybe you decide the queen isn't all that good on A1. What do you think? Do we think, are you expecting Rook A8 from Ding?
Yeah, difficult to say. I do think when there's one open file and there's one rook, although we talked about it in one of our earlier broadcasts, in some cases you don't need to occupy that open file. But I think here it's too tempting not to be played. Rook 8 is kind of an automatic move, I think, for me. And I want to mention that the fact that Jan plays so quickly, it's not necessarily a great news for his fans, because that means that Ding is following the very main line of his prep, and that is a good sign for Ding, meaning that Ding just makes all the best moves, and Jan remembers that because you usually, when you prepare, you remember best the main line, right? So Ding is just following the main line, but the main lines usually end with equality in the end. So Ding's just following the main line, the main path. No surprises there to Jan. But, so far, Ding managed to stabilize the position. The only question is, of course, how will he deal with the long-term threat of the knight appearing to e3? And I have something to say about it, but I want to see how the game progresses. First of all, I want to see if what Ding will choose, and also I don't want to give too much away about this position too early on.
Of course, we have to space it out, but rook a8 is very likely. And my intuitive guess would be queen a1 to c1, not because I played too much bullet and I'm thinking of some later sacrifice on
Definitely,
h6, but that might
definitely
be an
because of
idea. I
that.
mean, listen, if the
No,
knight
no, definitely because of
does
that.
appear on it is because of that, of course, especially the bishop on d5, creating ideas of the moment h6 was played. I was thinking of ways to get a queen to g6 or a knight to g6. That is one of the most classic bullet ideas out there, and it's very easy to miss. So I think it's safe to say, Anish, and maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but with the bishop sitting on d5, with a pair of rooks traded, I don't think f7, f5, that plan, which is so common in the Sveshnikov, which we talked about earlier, I think that's become unlikely. I think black will focus his attention on directly solving the problem of the d5 square. Knight c6, back to e7. To me, to my kind of primitive positional glance, seems like a very tempting move to just forcibly evict the bishop from d5 and to control that square with the knight so that white's knight doesn't as easily land there.
Yeah, I just want to first point out that queen c1, that is like your instinct. It would never occur to me to put the queen on c1 because I am completely in the positional mindset here. I'm not even dreaming about any attack. So what I was thinking after rook a8 is to go to d1 because there I have potential to control the light square. So I have an entirely different kind of mindset here. Not to say that there is a difference between the moves, but yeah, just a very different way of thinking. Yeah, you see some queen appearing here. I don't even think about it here. Like I'm, my complete complete blindness for any tactical potential is telling here. But with the move you mentioned, 97. Now it's a very serious move. It's, of course, you establish better control over the d5 square, but you allow a trade of bishops. And don't forget, although the position is somewhat closed, black still has a bishop pair. So giving up that asset is a pity. And now white has a potential to, at some point, get a knight on d5. Of course, you will probably never let me do this, but if that ever happens, you will regret having traded these bishops because, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that knight and the bishop are fighting for this one square is no longer an option. And now also, if you go for d5 at some point, I have seen games where white just remains with the knight against this bishop. Black even got d5, but white would get some light squares. I remember there's one thematic game here between Erwin Lamy and he played against a Chinese player. I think it was Zhu Jiner. I think it was Zhu Jiner and Wei Kanzei. And it was a very instructive game. They've got this structure. And at some point, Erwin played the move h4. And then Zhu Jiner had to play h5. And she didn't. And so Erwin managed to get even more light squares under his control. And he won a beautiful positional game as all these light squares are becoming weak. So these kind of ideas become reality. What you could also try doing is removing the bishop at some point and then going for 97, evicting the bishop this way, and only after the bishop leaves do you then potentially come back to control the d5 square, having avoided the trade of bishops. So this is also an idea that black has in these kind of positions, but it's all about execution here. So do you go for the a file first or do you not go for the a file? That's a big question. And then indeed, do you trade these bishops or do you not trade them? That's another big question that blacks are going to answer.
And all of these questions are largely conceptual. It may seem like a relief that the price of a move, as you've put it before, is not very high, right? If you play rook a, you don't play rook a, that's likely not going to decide the game in the next 5 moves. But there's the opposite side of the coin, which is that these types of positions are much harder to calculate. So it's like you don't have all that much to grab onto. You don't know if rook a8 is going to help you or hurt you because you don't know exactly how the game is going to continue. In some sharp Najdorf, the position might be a lot more complex. The price of a move might be higher, but the lines can be easier to calculate because there's more tactics, there's more stuff to grab onto. And as I say that, rook a8 has been played. In the moment of truth, Nepo has indeed refrained from queen c1 and instead shifted the queen back to its initial square on d1. I will say in my defense, Anish, that perhaps the queen could make its way to h5 later on, so I wouldn't abandon entirely the idea of a kingside attack. But I would say it's remote.
Of course. Of course, yeah. But I do think the queen on d1 is a little more natural because of this potential to get out via this diagonal. Yes, now the black has grabbed the a file. Again, the same question remains. Do you trade the bishops or do you not? Now bishop c8 is no longer enough. You need to also move the rook, so you could consider going like rook a7 or rook a6 followed by bishop c8 and then followed by knight a7. This kind of plan, a little slow, but certainly possible. We'll see what Ding's gonna do. I think he plays very confident, and so far actually he's playing all the top choices of the engine, starting all the way from move 9. All his moves are the first line of the computer, so I think he is actually, well, either he feels his positions very well, but more likely he slowly recollects his prep. And Jan's, this one weakness, it's a very, very small something to hold on to. And well, if the bishops get traded, maybe I see some potential here. If the bishops do not get traded, it will be even less. So I'm not sure Jan got as much from the opening as he had hoped for, but it's still very, very early to tell because now is actually the critical position for Ding. So far, all his moves were very natural. It is actually here that he has to take a decision or show what he knows because, yeah, this is the moment of truth. Do you trade bishops? Do you not trade bishops? And if not, then how? So I would say that so far it was all kind of a preface, and now it's time to start the game.
And if you are trading bishops, apart from knight e7, there is something to be said for knight c6 to d8, trying to get the knight around to e6. Of course, without the supervision of black's knight, the d5 square becomes even more of a problem, and knight f1, e3, d5 could really make black pay. And then the second question, if you aren't moving your knight from c6, then what are you doing? How are you improving your position? Of course, g6 and bishop g7, I think, has to be considered. For one thing, it moves the bishop away from f6, which means that if white's knight ever does land on d5 or on g4, it won't do so with tempo. This might sound like a very remote consideration, but that's how you have to play in these types of positions, right? They're very conceptually heavy. There's no threat, and there likely will be no threat for the next couple of moves. So you're gearing yourself up for what's likely going to happen 4 or 5 moves from now. So g6 is a candidate move. Are there any other obvious candidate moves that you think Ding is considering? You mentioned moving the rook from a8 and then playing bishop c8 and trying to move the knight from c6 without giving away the bishop pair. That seems pretty tempting to me as well.
Yeah, so I would categorize the moves into 3 categories. So there is the ones trading these bishops, knight e7 or indeed knight d8 to e6. There is black trying to evict the bishop but not allowing a trade, which is then moving the rook and the bishop in some order to some squares, a7 or a6, bishop to c8, first bishop c8 or rook to a6, I don't know. And rook to a6 first feels a bit more natural, but I don't know, it depends also on how you respond to queen b3. And there is the third category of moves, and that is g6, because g6, you are basically trying to first improve the bishop a little bit, get out of the way, and now you still face the same question. Do you still trade bishops or do you still not trade bishops? So this is just postponing the decision in a way. So yeah, one of these 3 options will be chosen by Ding. Very possibly he has already looked at this earlier, as I mentioned, because so far, even though he takes his time, he plays all the best moves according to the computer. And well, very possibly he already made up his mind, and now he's trying to recollect which of these 3 different approaches he thought was the cleanest. Because you would be surprised, well, you not, but I mean the viewer would be surprised as to how deeply players are prepared in general in chess nowadays. And it is impossible to memorize everything, which explains also why they always think so early.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm almost 100% sure that Ding has this position in his file, and it continues on and on. But of course, you have so many long variations in your prep that you cannot memorize everything. And sometimes you even, you looked at something for a day, but then like half a year later, you completely forgot what it was. But it is there, and often it is there at the back of your mind. So you think that, oh, rook a6, bishop c8, knight e7. Yeah, what an interesting idea, you think. But it's not that it came from your creative brain. It was there somewhere in one of your files, and it's somewhere at the back of your mind. So you will kind of think, and you come up with ideas that you've already seen. So I do think that Ding has looked at this, and I'm not surprised that he did. But of course, he doesn't know which of the, 500 different opening lines Jan will play, whether it will be the Nimzo, the Carlsbad, the one of the 20 different anti-marshals, or one of the 20 different Italian lines. So there's so many lines for Ding. He doesn't know what to expect. But at some point he had looked at this, and slowly he's taking his time. But so far he's making all the top choices of the computer, and now, well, we'll see what approach he chooses, whether it's a bishop trade or not, and very likely he's just trying to recollect. In any case, it is very slow, very little. Even if you get the worst scenario, you still have a solid position, because I mean, even here, if the knight appears on d5, well, first of all, it will never really appear on d5.
Yeah.
Because this knight is just not making its way there. So this is not a horrible position by no means. And so how do you even you can try to maneuver. Maybe
Queen
you
b3.
maybe you somehow get the rook on like here, and then on the a file. Maybe you trade the pair of rooks. Maybe you don't. Maybe you maneuver this knight somewhere. I really don't know where. Maybe you go h4, and after h5, let's make a waiting move. You maybe have some knight g5 ideas. Okay, this, by the way, is maybe something. Attacking here, if you move the knight, I move the knight here. I got something. Then you kick me back, but I already established my knight, So these kind of little positional victories are possible. Still a long way to go, even if the knight is here. Even if the knight gets traded, it's a long way to go, because this knight is then very unlikely to make its way here. But Ding starts with bishop to d8. He solves the bishop in a different way. I've seen this idea as well before. Instead of g6, bishop g7, he retracts the bishop to d8. That's also very possible.
So this is like the third category of move. He's not trading the light squared bishop.
Yes.
He's not moving the rook. He is instead solving, as you said, the problem of the dark squared bishop. The benefit of this move is that it opens the path for the f pawn, not suggesting he's going to go king h8 and f5, but he's taking that vulnerable piece off of f6. So now knight g4, knight e3 to g4 potentially wouldn't come with tempo. And as you're indicating, the bishop could swing its way over to b6 and aim at the f2 pawn. Again, all of these are remote possibilities. He's not playing c5, c4 anytime soon, but he's gearing himself up for potential scenarios. So do you think that bishop is going to make its way to b6? If it was black to move in this position, what would be your subsequent step toward improving your position?
So how I would see the bishop ending up there, I mean, I don't think it will land there immediately. But what I could see happen is, let's say I play knight f1, which is probably what Jan will play. Knight should eventually get rerouted. Then let's say I will try to do this ambitious plan of keeping the bishops away from a trade. And now I'm trying to engineer it somehow. Well, let me do it in some weird order. Let's say I go here, yeah? Knight comes here, and after d4 at some point, maybe not here because the pawn's hanging, but somewhere here the bishop could suddenly play a role on the diagonal, as you can see, in some of these positions. So let's say like here, bishop is quite active, even though this pawn is hanging, but it could work in this kind of position. And Jan played already knight f1, right? And did Ding already reply?
Yes, knight f1 has been played once again instantly. Jan continuing to blitz out his moves, and knight c6 to e7. So category 1, category 3 move followed by category 1 move, offering the trade of bishops, which is very likely going to be accepted by Jan, although I wouldn't rule out bishop d5 back to b3. I mean, you could say, listen, my bishop is aiming at f7. That pawn is particularly vulnerable because it's not protected by a rook. But the likeliest is bishop takes b7, followed by knight e3. And Jan's play is really easy. I think that's another appeal of this position. Jan is saving some energy by playing quickly. Of course, this is also in his prep, but even if it wasn't, I don't think he would be spending, 30 minutes on each move, because there's essentially only one button that you can press, right? Which is to improve the placement of your knight.
And there's the whole point of going for this opening and going for this very small idea, very little plus, this slight weakness of the d5 square, because the play is very easy. Jan and his team know that not little can go wrong. When it's easy to play, it's hard to make a mistake. And of course, Jan trades the bishops. I think it's an achievement for White. I think it would be outrageous to not trade them. I think White's really happy to trade them, and I think Black could have gone out of their way, removing the rook and the bishop from the diagonal, as you remember here, as I proposed, to remove the rook and the bishop from diagonal to then chase the bishop away. And if Black allows White to trade, I think White's very happy to trade. I think it's the first step to improvement for White. I think the bishop on b6 makes sense if White goes for d4. if white doesn't go for d4, it's hard for me to see this bishop doing very much. Well, maybe after a potential c4 somewhere, bishop could have a future on a5, but yeah, long way to go. It was also bishop on g7 was also definitely an option. Hard to say what is this bishop on d8. Yeah, it's also subtle, and but I have to say the trade of bishops I think is an improvement for Jan's position, and I am kind of optimistic for him. And now also the clock is in his favor. Yeah, I think a little something there to work with. Also,
Yeah.
you know, on the king side, so I think g6 bishop g7 was safer. Now the reason I say it is that, okay, let's say already I have an idea of knight h4. So let's say you make a waiting move. I can play knight h4, and I want to trade this knight, which would be huge. That would be huge if I get to trade the knight and establish knight on d5. But if you now go g6, preventing knight d5, then the bishop looks really awkward, yeah, with the pawn already on g6. So I'm not so sure whether Ding's bishop d8 97 plan is so accurate. To me, it looks a little unnatural, but let's see how the game will proceed.
Yeah, it's important to see how Ding is going to follow this up, but things looking pretty comfortable for Jan as bishop to b6 is indeed played. Ding completes his maneuver. He's now down 45 minutes on the clock, so he still has plenty of time, over an hour, but you know, Nepo getting everything that he wanted out of this opening, almost all of his time still left, virtually no risk. There's never absolutely zero risk, but he gets to play and squeeze this tiny advantage out potentially for the next 40 moves. So buckle your seatbelts, folks. We are in for a really interesting middle game as Jan tries to justify his opening choice and reach the ideal scenario of good knight versus bad bishop. But we will take this opportunity as Jan returns to his board, and he will presumably ponder his next move to take our first break of the day, folks. This is going to be a long, interesting, and very important game. The match is tied 2-2. The momentum currently on Ding's side, and Nepo trying to reclaim that momentum with a vintage positional win. You're watching the FIDE World Championship 2023. This is Game 5, and we will be back with more Nepo positional squeezing on the other side of this short break.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Championship. World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They're a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists, because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head on over to go.chess.com/IQC or use !IQC in the chat. That's XQC with an I rather than an X. Folks, we hope you're enjoying our coverage of the World Championship between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, Grandmaster Anish Giri, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you coverage of this very important Game 5, whose importance, well, it cannot be overstated. The score is 2-2. The momentum is on Ding's side, and Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to really cool down the flames of Ding's momentum with his opening choice. Anish, as we examine this position and as Jan advances his pawn to h4, which is an idea that you had mentioned in reference to g6, grabbing space on the king side, trying to fully establish his dominance over the light squares. If you showed Jan this position at the start of the game and you said, this is what you'll have after 23 moves, I think he'd be more than happy. He'd say, sign me up.
Yeah, I love it. And I'm pissed that Jan has played the move h4 so quickly, because I was so proud of this idea that I wanted to show, because I think h4 is a beautiful move and it's extremely strong here. But Jan, maybe he's still prepared, or probably he just understands his positions really well, because h4, it's a fantastic idea and I really love it. As I had mentioned earlier, Black wants to go h5, but here it's met by knight g5, which is just very dangerous with the black bishop so far away from the king. So I think with h4 followed by h5 and knight heading to f5, I think it's a disaster for black already.
This could get incredibly unpleasant. This is the first time when, if you say, what are white's next 3 moves? If you give white 3 moves, the game is over. Like, if the knight appears on f5 and the queen on g4, the mate threats on the king side are totally insurmountable, because that's the downside of black transferring his bishop over to b6, his queen on b7, his rook on a8, all of the pieces clustered on the queen side like that. As primitive as this point sounds, his king is essentially exposed. And I think Jan is saying, listen, I'm not only about the d5 square. I'm not just a one-track mind. I'm also going after your king and going after the f5 square.
Yeah, I think things have gone wrong for Ding already. I think the combination of trading bishops as well as bishop d8, bishop b6 plan, I think it's just been very wrong. Now, the only thing I can suggest for him at this point is, I like this idea of c4. It's a very nice positional idea, opening this bishop. I think you can't do that immediately because of takes and queen takes on d6. But maybe preparing it with queen c6. What do you think?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about the immediate c4. You're right, the knight on e7 hangs at the end of the line. But let's take a look at queen c6, because if he does, in fact, play c4 and he does it without losing material, trading the b6 bishop for the e3 knight, is it a fair assertion to say that that cools down white's initiative here?
Oh, that would be a dream come true. And let's perhaps take a look at the analysis board as we delve deeper into this stuff with queen c6. I think queen c6, to me, seems very tempting. Also, keeping an eye on the b5 pawn here. And now, well, if you are going to allow me to trade the bishop for a knight, let's say if we get this, I think this is just an absolute dream for black. I think black is doing very fine here. I don't see any problems any longer, as the one knight getting traded means there is no longer an issue with the d5 square. Surprised the bar is still with white here. I really like black, but okay, maybe knight h4 still keeps some initiative. But I think here, instead of h5, c4 is probably too drastic. What do you think? c4, is that?
Well, then your old move, bishop a5, could come in handy. Although bishop a5 is a one-move threat. Just rook e2 and the a file is closed. And then bc could actually be met by dc, because queen takes e4 obviously fails to knight d5 and white wins material.
Yes, this was my point. The only thing is, of course, it's rook e2 is slightly in the way of the queen, potentially heading to g4. And actually, that's a big pity, because I really want my queen on g4 after h5, knight h4. But it's maybe good enough. Maybe it's good enough anyway. Besides c4, maybe there is an even cleverer move. Let's take a look at this position. I have this knight d2 move sometimes. I don't need knight h. Okay, knight h5, knight f5, knight 4, knight 5 is of course like my dream, but sometimes you have to be realistic. Dreams don't always come true. Knight d2 maybe. Oh, but then
Can't I still play
yeah,
c4?
Sorry, I just yes. You can indeed, and I forgot about that, and now you can defend this pawn if needed. This also looks okay for black. Knight d2 actually doesn't help. Okay, maybe c4 indeed. B3 even still allows c4. So maybe queen c6 should be met with c4. At least that's. And I also want to point out that this intermezzo with let's just show an example. This intermezzo with cb, it never works because of bishop f2 intermezzo. So it's not not an important motif here. But yeah, queen c6, c4 looks like at least c4 is some sort of a commitment from white side. It opens the diagonal for black, changes the pawn structure somewhat. After bc-dc, or the b pawn is a little backward, the b file is open. Maybe this gives black something to hope for. Besides queen c6, are there other moves you have in mind here, perhaps for black?
Well, thinking of the pawn breaks that black could prepare, I think the idea of d5 is condemned. I just don't see any universe where d5 actually works. Even if e5 was defended, as you've been pointing out, d5 actually opens, it closes some doors, it opens others, and I don't think that's the break black should aim for. b4 obviously makes things even worse. It weakens the c4 square. f7, f5, could black try to prepare that with rook f8? Is that crazy? He does play queen c6 in the meantime.
Yeah, this was quite wild indeed. As f5 is extremely committal, allows queen b3 check.
Yeah.
Also, it's tactically, it's just not feasible. But indeed, he's
Not
played
feasible.
queen c6. Queen c6 is the most natural move. It's so tempting to try to make sense of this bishop here. And well, a logical play by Ding. And I'm really curious if Jan will actually go for this very drastic measure. Normally, you try to, I think, in this kind of Spanishes, you try to not take the measures as drastic as that, but maybe in this particular case, it's good. Who knows? Yeah, this c4. I can meet c4 with d4. So, for example, here, I can do this, and I still retain some advantages in my position because the bishop is still, although it's nicer now looking at our pawn targeting it, it still is somewhat locked in here. At knight h4, knight f5 still is on the menu, and d5 square still is available to my knight. So this is also possible to consider. And actually, the bar doesn't hate it either. So maybe that is a way to play.
Yeah, and it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that the bar was giving point 2 there, and it was giving point 2 after black plays c4 and trades on e3. That's why you can't, with small advantages, you have to be really careful because not all small advantages are the same. I think the advantage white has after c4 d4 is just so much more actionable than the one that white has after pawn takes c4 and after black takes on e3, because this just seems like a much easier position to play for black. Now maybe knight h4 and queen g4 and rook g3 comes really fast, but I'm skeptical. I mean, even first of all, black can drop the queen back to d7, and black's pawn structure isn't visually appealing, but how are you really going to attack the d6 pawn? So this is, I think, the quote-unquote worst case scenario for Jan, which actually tells you how good his position is, that even if black achieves everything that he wants, white's position is still a little bit preferable. So c3, c4 is one option. I was also thinking about queen to e2, trying to stop c4 directly, but maybe that doesn't stop c4. Pawn takes c4, bishop takes e3, and I was thinking pawn takes b5, because now the desperado sack isn't quite as effective, and white retains the extra pawn. What do you think about that?
I love it. Yeah, I love it. I didn't really realize that you have this resource actually, and that makes me love the move queen e2, because I like not committing to things. Well, I am married and have a bunch of children, but
like World Championship commentary.
Yeah, but when it comes to pawn pushes, I like to not commit to too many. So I don't want. Okay, I'm okay with c4, but I also see lots of disadvantages with it. So I'd rather not. And I also rather not allow you to go c4 and meet it with d4. I mean, we can, but rather not. So in that sense, I really like the move queen e2, because I think we keep all our threats alive. While black can insist on preparing c4 somehow, but rook c8 is that's a huge bummer, because now I can grab the a file, which is huge. Wouldn't do that. And otherwise, Hard to say. There's always this move rook a2 there somehow, trying to put some pressure, but it could also be just a waste of a move, frankly. So you don't know if you want to play rook a2 in many of these positions. Yeah, very pleasant choice for Jan here. I think he will be salivating at the prospects of choosing here. He played very fast so far, so I expect him to still be in the mood to play fast. Though, having said that, he looks very focused, and I think he might as well take some time, as this is a very, very crucial moment. He has lots of options, and he doesn't want to sell his position. His advantage also too short. My favorite so far is Queen e2, but we'll let Jan take his moment there.
And it's probably the case that Jan is not only deciding on a move to keep his advantage. He probably knows that he's better after c4 and better after queen e2. He wants to figure out what type of advantage he wants to have, what exact type of position he's aiming for. But yeah, the reason I like queen e2 is because it keeps the structure, and it just keeps his foot to the pedal. h5, knight h4, knight f5 is still a threat that Black has to deal with, and it's just very hard for Black to figure out a robust way to secure his king side. So I think the start of this game is going excellently for Jan. Obviously, the previous game went excellently for Ding Liren, who scored his first and thus far only victory of the World Championship match, leveling the score at 2-2 as Jan ponders his next move. And presumably Jan will take a pretty significant think. Let's take this opportunity to listen in to Ding sharing his thoughts in the press conference 2 days ago after the previous game. Here's Ding.
Yeah, this game, I guess I made myself to fully focus on the game, and the result was what as I expected, and yeah, it's I can say it's the most important win so far, since World Championship is totally different. For example, let's say candidates.
Obviously, Ding Liren, and we take a look at his incredibly impressive chess resume there. He is currently world number 3. He was world number 2 until he was replaced after Tata Steel by someone named Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Anisha, I want to echo your point as we feast our eyes on his achievements, which is that it's very important not to over psychologize, particularly in these tournaments and in these matches, which are decided 99% on the board. They're decided by specific moves, but obviously emotions and psychological mindset, it plays a role too.
Oh yes, for sure. But just to say what I always say, and you already mentioned, of course, the momentum is with Ding, and he looks very good. He's a very shy and a modest guy, but what you've seen now, that was a very confident Ding on the press conference, as confident as he can appear. I mean, he is, of course, always downplaying, his greatness, and he's being very modest and very quiet, but he is feeling great. At the same time, well, how great can you feel when you have when you have a weakness on d5 and there's nothing works for you really, and you have the set position. So I think it's very important to look at the position on the board, and I think the opening has worked out like majestically for Jan. I think he couldn't have hoped for this in his wildest dreams. Like, Ding has chosen the most uncomfortable setup with bishop d8 knight e7. I think this is really, at least optically, this is the clumsiest setup from all that I could see from all the options that we were looking at. This is really the one that gives Jan the most opportunities. And the situation on the board really lays ground for Jan to take control of the match again. But this is an important moment. This is really where this move and the next 3 moves, I think, they will really determine whether Jan will be able to extract the most out of this position.
And I think finally, it's safe to say that Jan, as we see the feature chat there, is out of his prep, is out of his file. You mentioned that this position may still appear in his file. These files go incredibly deep at oftentimes to move 30, move 40. So you never know when you're actually out of the file. I would also add that not only do humans have a tendency to forget, but at least in my case, we have a tendency to convince ourselves that we remember. I read an interesting study recently that so-called flashbulb memories, when you think you remember where you were when something important happened. For example, 9/11, right? You think you remember that day. That's actually a lie. You don't actually remember where you were 15 years ago, but you convince yourself you remember. I've had so many games where I'm absolutely positive that this is in my file and that I had just looked at it. I come home and I had invented something completely new. And in fact, I had confused the file 10 moves ago. So I think it's very, very important for that reason to take your time and to admit to yourself when you're out of prep, because it's a lot better to think on your own and produce a move on your own than to try to remember the file and end up playing a move that's even worse than one that you would have played had you thought independently. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's a good point. And in general, memory is a fascinating topic, and not only related to chess, but as you mentioned, there's this phenomenon where you remember. There's also this phenomenon where you tell yourself a story and you form that memory. So you remember the story that you tell yourself, and that's no longer the truth. So you have also all sorts of cases of people confessing to all sorts of crimes, and because they were under pressure, and they suddenly think that they've done something.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this position is not a crime, though, and but that said, I don't expect Jan to be in book because, as I mentioned earlier, Black had so many options. In particular, starting from here, I mentioned Bishop C8, Knight E7. I think a very reasonable setup. Rook A8, Queen D1, now Knight E7 right away. Knight D8 that you mentioned. Also G6, Bishop G7, and then Knight E7. Also Bishop C8 and Rook A7 here. So many different interesting setups. We can see here on the analysis board. And the one that Ding has gone for, which is Bishop D8, and then Knight E7 in this version. Here also Bishop C8, Rook A6, Knight E7 was a plan. So all these different options that Ding could play, I think he chose just one of them, and very likely this was one that Jan didn't prepare deeply. Maybe he still knew the move H4, but maybe his prep ended here. He could have come up with the move H4 on his own. It's a very tempting move. I also thought about it myself, but yeah, well, by now he's certainly out of book, and this is his moment to deliver. His team is waiting with with the bated breath. They've done their job. They've given him that wonderful position, and not only is the position nice and pleasant, it also fits his style. It's played in the arisen from the 1e4 Spanish variation that he's so familiar with, that he's played in the recent years a lot. So they've done their job, and now they're there in front of their screens, waiting for Jan to build up on that and actually build an advantage and get something tangible. And yeah, it's now is the moment of truth in a way. Has Jan recovered actually from his loss? Is it the usual Jan? Because so far, following prep and bringing knight from f1 to e3, anybody can do that. People that studying our chessable courses, they also can follow on the arrows. You don't have to be Jan kind of player. But now it's really the moment to show the world that Jan is a great player. It's his moment to shine, and whether he will find and make something of this position, that is the big question.
Yeah, so right now our big candidate moves are c4. That might be White's most committal move because it actually changes the pawn structure. And then there's, of course, you could ignore the possibility of c4, and that is the least appealing, at least to us. You could play h5, and you keep a tiny edge, but it seems like Black's position is much easier to play. And I think the move that we're probably leaning toward is queen to e2. I saw some people in the chat also suggesting queen to b3, which is more, I think, appealing to some people visually because the queen controls more squares on b3. On the other hand, after queen b3, the move c4 comes with tempo, and it might still actually be possible. Definitely would have to be calculated.
Yeah, and that same variation after queen b3, c4, dc4, bishop e3, cb, bishop f2, king f2. I'd rather have my queen closer to my king here, I feel, because there, queen c5 check is...
and we could make the moves on the board, I think, because it is a likely line.
Let's take a look. So queen b3. I'm not sure, of course. The pawn sacrifices are very difficult to estimate, yeah? But I don't like unsafe kings. And here, I don't know, b6 or c5. Let's say b6. Where do you go to g3, maybe? Maybe you go to or f1, but wherever you go, of course, maybe White is probably I was, because I was kind of hoping for some f5, but b5 I cannot play because it's pinned. d5 is also maybe not it, although maybe I can go d5. But yeah, well, I would rather have the queen on e2 in this position, but maybe that one is also good. So in this position, I feel like my queen is closer to the king. Although, yeah, it's a question. It's a question if being too close is also good, because here you do get f5 ideas, but intuitively it feels more natural, this one. And also after queen b3, I have a question. Okay, maybe I don't need to go c4. Maybe I can prepare it, because now c4, it will come with a huge tempo on the queen. So you'll have to respond. While if here, let's say you make some move, I make some move, you make some move. Now I have some time to react. While if we do it here, the queen is threatened. So black gains a tempo essentially on this kind of stuff. So not sure. Queen b3 to me feels a little bit counterintuitive, because I feel that I don't want to be targeted by c4. I want to have that extra half a tempo in reserve. But it's a big question, especially what I wonder about is this position. I think it's far from given that this is clear for white. Don't you feel?
Oh, yeah. No, far from clear, because f5 is coming, as you said, and there's mating constructions with black's knight appearing on g3. And it's one of those things, when you have a decision like this, and you know that you're better to begin with, we talked about this in a previous game. I always feel like whatever decision I make, doesn't matter which one, I'm always going to regret not making the other decision. So I could totally see myself going for this position, saying, man, I didn't have to have a situation with an unsafe king where my opponent has counterplay. I could have played c4 on move 1 and be chilling with a slightly better position. But then you play c4 on move 1, you lose your advantage, and you say, man, I could have had an extra pawn, and I was afraid of phantom threats against my king. So, these decisions are always so hard to make and to not regret. And in the meantime, h5 has been played, Anish. Whoa.
Yeah, and when you said, Daniel, that we like it the least, I wanted to respond there that, okay, we don't hate that either.
Because d4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, likely. I think d4 is the follow-up. Yeah, at least with h5,
mm-hmm.
you playing in the most principled way. Like, you don't want to waste time. Queen e2, you say what you want, it's a waste of time. Let's be frank there. It's a waste of time, and I'm really not sure Jan is salivating at the prospect of this position. He thinks he's better, like you said. He is indeed better, and now he's better, but he has to deal with the weak king. Why? What for? After h5, c4, d4. Well, there's no question of weak king. Knight h4 still coming. The fact that the bishop is looking now at our pawn, it's a very abstract thing, and I'm not sure black can exploit it actually. So I don't dislike h5 at all. I wouldn't say that I dislike it. We have to see how this plays out, but so far definitely an interesting choice there by Jan, and we'll see if also we have to see if d4 is it. Maybe he actually wants to go dc, and maybe he sees why the computer also likes it for white. I mean, maybe it's this position, for example. Yeah, Ding plays c4. Maybe he wants knight to d2, and wow.
And Ding ran back to the board, like literally ran, and he's already played c4. So we're about to find out whether Nepo wants d takes c4 with an ultra simple position. We'll only have one pair of knights on the board, or whether he wants to keep some spice alive with d4. It would be more in Nepo's style, I think, to play d4. And Anishi also might be tempted by the prospect of applying pressure on the e5 pawn. So he might feel like not only does he retain the idea of knight h4, knight f5, but he's also forcing black to respond to the threat of d takes e5, and d4 is already on the board. Ding now has to figure out a way to keep e5 protected. He can do it directly with, queen back to c7. I like the look of rook a8 to d8 to x-ray the queen and to take the sting out of d takes e5. And one thing I'll tell you that worries me about Nepo's choice, especially if black plays rook to d8, is the prospect of black playing d5 in response to white moving the knight away from f3. That pawn on d4 is ultra defended, but once the knight moves away from f3, white also has to reckon with the prospect of e takes d4 and the possibility of black setting the center on fire by creating the pawn cube with d5.
Yeah, and that's a good point. You certainly have to address the threat of knight h4 as you have to address the threat of d takes e5. I liked the little facial expression Nepo made after d4, sort of implying like, I don't know what you planning, Ding, but I think you're in trouble here. And of course, d4, honestly, it was an absolutely only move in human terms. Allowing bishop takes e3 trade is outrageous. The fact that the computer suggested it, it goes to show that humans, we all think in a very different way. We have our pattern recognition, and we're very inflexible. The engines see so many more factors that are for us very hard to comprehend. Of course, d4 is the move. and Jan played it instantly and confidently. And now it's on Ding. I think, yeah, rook d8. Well, one thing I have to say is that with pawn having made it to h5 already, which usually is not the case. Well, here, if I ever get my knight to f5, oh boy, you will suffer. So I'm very worried about black. But indeed, for now, maybe rook d8, intending knight h4 d5, as you had suggested. Well, it's... But is it even... Can I not still go knight f5 there?
Yeah, you probably can.
Very-
I mean, that's total
do this.
pandemonium. The position suddenly gets very tactical there. There's a fork thread on e7. That has to be calculated very carefully, but it seems like black is risking a lot more.
Yeah, what I want to say, exactly. You have to calculate, but the price of of the calculation, the price of your mistake for black is very high. If it works out for white, it would be really bad news for black. So I don't know. Rook d8 also somehow counterintuitive, stepping away from the open file into a closed one. Maybe this is this kind of desperate move you need. Are there any other options? So okay, taking on e4 is bad because of knight takes c4. I think that's pretty clear cut.
Yep.
Taking on d4, I think taking on d4 is actually an option, so it's the most natural one as well, perhaps, don't you think?
I was worried about knight takes d4 and then knight f5, and if you trade bishop for
Bishop
knight
takes.
and then I take with the queen, and that position, maybe I'm misevaluating it, looked really, really unpleasant.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. My instinct was that it's somewhat of a relief for black. Of course, I understand that you are still better. I agree with that, certainly. But at least there, I got rid of your knight. So my other knight controls this key f5 square. So I felt that at least in... we can maybe pull up the analysis board to look at this position in more depth, as it's quite a relevant one. After ED, I actually expected CD. But maybe you're right. Let's see, knight d4, bishop d4, queen d4. Yeah, the bar is... well, it's somewhere in between. Of course, yes, I understand you're better because you applied pressure here. Your knight is very good. At least, well, knight f5 is not a big threat anymore, as my knight defends it. I don't know, how bad is this endgame after queen c5? How bad is it?
Well, white could
It's
also
bad.
play, yeah, takes and rook d1. I guess h5 is hanging there, so probably white should play this
Yeah.
primitively.
Very bad. Also, the fact that you got this pawn h5, even in the endgame, it's a very nice clamping down this black pawn structure. And well, yeah, I don't wanna suffer in this endgame. I have to say it's worse than I had anticipated it to be at first. What are my other moves? Can I try to activate my rook, or I'm worried about e5 tactics?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now we're speaking my language. e5, d5, though. Black keeps
d5
center
maybe,
closed.
Yeah, and I am attacking this pawn for what it's worth, and maybe workable. Maybe workable. Just to be sure, can we dismiss the option of CD? Is that so terrible? Because I was actually thinking maybe CD.
I don't think
is
it's
an option.
terrible at all. I think, instinctively giving black the pawn majority felt a little bit iffy. Maybe d65 here can be considered.
I was
Yeah,
hoping for some 95. Yeah.
I think it's unpleasant everywhere, and white's got the luxury of the choice. It's like that old Russian anecdote where a man gifts his friends two ties for his birthday, and the next day he comes out and he's wearing one of them, and the punchline is, what, you didn't like the other tie? The point being, whichever one you would wear, you don't like the other one. So white is spoiled for choice, but it felt like knight takes d4 keeps all of the advantages and eliminates a lot of the counterplay.
You are right in that knight d4 is also a much more practical choice in this situation. Jan wants to play without risk the entire from the start of this game. He plays a very comfortable opening, the one that he's familiar with. He wants to stay in his comfort zone after a difficult previous game, which is also the understandable and probably the correct way to go. And here, a CD, you create an imbalance. For all you know, things can backfire. One day the c-pawn can queen or whatever. And after knight d4, well, the only imbalance is in these two pawns, pretty much. And there, okay, the d6 pawn is weaker than our centralized pawn on e4. And here, black has to suffer, well, without much hope of taking over the initiative. So I think knight d4, as you mentioned, that is the better practical choice. And yeah, ED, an admission of a failure of the opening somewhat, since the position that arises, it is quite clearly worse for black. Maybe not much, but it is worse. And of course, with the black pieces, at first you want to pretend you are not worse at all, that you equalized. But sometimes, well, you have to accept a minor defeat. And if we have to choose between rook d8 or ed. I don't know. It's a difficult choice. Yeah, I don't know what else. What other moves are there? I think de is actually is simply a threat. Actually, the pawn is just hanging. And well, what else? Your knight has no moves. Let's be clear about that. This bishop shouldn't move either. The queen, you don't want to bring it back. It's on c7 at least covers the d5 square somewhat. It's not in the hits the e4 pawn somewhat.
No.
Yeah, no. The f6, yeah.
No way.
Weakens everything even further. So by process of elimination, you either go ed4 or you make a move with the rook. Maybe you make rook a2, but here probably is just queen b1. So I guess rook d8 or ed are simply the two only moves. This move b4 is not really a move, is it? Yeah, just take the pawn.
E4, even pawn takes e5. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. And just to be clear, is that actually a threat? Because queen e4 in the end.
Queen e4 in the end, and then I guess our old idea is knight takes c4.
Yeah, then bishop f2 though. King f2 and...
Oh.
Okay, you're still better. But no, I have queen h. You're probably still better, no matter what. Yeah, but it's not the end of the calculation there. But okay, it's let's say that you want to address this threat of d.
Yeah, I mean, no matter where you turn, white is better. And the depressing thing is that, you know, the worst case scenario for white is equality. The worst case scenario for black, I mean, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a couple inaccurate moves and black is facing maybe not a lost position, but an advantage that continues to grow. So this decision, e takes d4 versus rook d8, is an incredibly important one. Ding is now under an hour, so he's definitely at least feeling somewhat the pressure of the clock. He's got 15 moves to make before the time control. And the last thing I'll say is obviously decision fatigue, which is a thing, right? When you have to make decision after decision and the decisions only escalate in importance, you start to get tired of your position. And the decisions are certainly not becoming any less important, with now several concrete threats on the horizon, d takes e5 being one, and knight h4, knight f5, and queen g4 being the other.
Yeah. No, good point. What is your instinct? So, what if you had to take a decision now? Which move would you make?
Rook d8, without question. E takes d4, knight takes d4. Maybe I'm not giving it a chance, but that position just looks sad to me.
Interesting. Yeah. Now let's take a look at rook d8 in a little more detail as Ding is pondering. By the way, he is dropping further down on the clock, and 54 minutes. It is, of course, a lot of time, but you have to realize that it's move 24, and the next few moves are very, very difficult. And potentially he's going to face an unpleasant position, similar to the one he faced in the first round. Their time might be crucial, so I'm not optimistic for Ding, but let's take a look at rook d8 on the analysis board, perhaps, as we can delve deeper into what are the thoughts Ding is having after this. So is it knight h4 that we are looking at? Yeah, we are looking at knight h4, right?
We were looking at knight h4.
And you also have maybe e takes d4 first.
You mean in this position?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, followed by d5 maybe. But we're looking at d5, right? That was the line, and then we said knight f5 is possible.
Wow, what a position!
Yeah, takes queen f6. I thought was the most natural, and I didn't see actually a problem here for black, even though it's very shaky. I didn't see a problem.
So now, yeah, because g7 is protected, so queen g4 doesn't have a clear point. E takes d5, not possible, drops the knight, and d takes e5. That seems like the most reasonable. You take back on e5?
Yeah, opens the diagonal for the bishop, by the way, which is a big plus, but I think queen takes e5, yes. It looks pretty fine for black, actually, now the bishop is activated. So maybe rook d8, knight h4, d5 is not so terrible. Is there another move than knight h4?
Well, I would point out that d4, d5 is maybe not out of the question, but very close, because this is exactly what black wants. The prospect of taking on e3 and then maybe even playing f7, f5. So white's going to keep that pawn on d4. Knight h4 seems like the only logical continuation to me. But if d5 works out for black concretely, maybe that's exactly what Ding is calculating right now.
At the same time, black doesn't have a clear next move, actually. So maybe you can do something slow, maybe queen to c2, perhaps renewing the threat of d takes e5 is an option. But now e4 is much more tempting because you no longer can recapture with the queen. So this position becomes very attractive for black.
Even so d5 here.
Yeah, absolutely. So even d5, yeah. No, it just was not the idea. So yeah, rook d8 becomes a big favorite in my mind. After knight h4, d5. Here I had some options. I could also start with ed, and maybe something, maybe
queen
something else.
f3 or something, trying to pin the
Yeah.
queen. There's tricky moves here, but I don't know,
now
the
is
eval
a-
bar
that's-
seems to. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's different. It's because it's different. Now after knight f5, if you go queen f6,
Mm-hmm.
no, but it's just a different position. And you just take queen f3, and I mean somehow it's not the same. It's just not the same. Oh,
Well,
sorry,
here
e4. I
here's
blundered.
e4,
Yeah,
but
let's not
instead
blunder.
maybe. Yeah, queen g4 looks tempting.
Knight e3, maybe just knight 3, knight g4. Simply just pick up. Let's just collect.
Oh,
Just collect.
beautiful
Yeah.
idea. Knight g4 forks the queen and the pawn on e5.
Yes. So okay. So knight h4 is a thing. ed4, of course, is a question here as well. And I was hoping some knight f5 business. Very tempting. Oh, this looks tempting now. Queen g4 coming.
Extremely. And you look at the eval bar, it says zeros. Well, imagine having this position with the twin threats of knight e7 and queen g4. You know, good luck figuring this out. Maybe takes in like queen e8 or something, but
it looks kind of lost to me, to be honest. Like I mean, I'm
same
equal, okay, but I would think with black that I could just be lost here, or close to, like a huge
Totally.
trouble. Maybe something. Okay, no, king h8, queen g4, rook g8, knight e7 was a thing.
Ugh, with a fork.
So maybe what you mentioned is queen e8 move, but okay, I mean, well, queen e8, no, but this so dubious. Queen g4. Oh, not, yeah, wow.
E5,
Knight h6,
and
you
then
don't care.
king f8. Wow.
Okay, wow, very impressive, very brave.
Typical, right? Where the engine just gives zeros, and Ding has no idea if this is lost or equal or what. So we always have to remember this, right? He doesn't have that starting reference point. We know that this is almost equal to begin with. So likely, if the eval bar doesn't change, we're going down the right path. Ding has no idea if he's going down the right path or if he's blundering. So it's totally understandable that he's investing time. He's got 50 minutes on the clock, and he's about to make a very important decision. So you folks do not want to go anywhere, because this is a decisive game. The score is 2-2. The stakes could not be higher, and this decision on move 25 for Ding Liren could not be more important, as he attempts to, at the very least, draw the game and maintain his momentum. We're going to take this opportunity to go on another break. When we come back, hopefully we will have some clarity on Ding's choice. You're watching the 2023 FIDE World Championship. We'll be back with more action from Ding Nepo in just a couple of minutes.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us.
All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody.
Hey. I'll be Wyatt.
Wyatt.
Yeah, I don't do magic yet.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit.
Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
He said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran.
What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing, I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
Be the best person you can be. Get closer to God. Not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game. Thanks for playing.
Good game.
Thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class.
Enjoy Harry Styles.
When Damon first approached me with the idea of teaching children to play chess, I thought, you want to do what? Oh, okay, whatever you want to do. I'm behind you, I support you, but how are you going to do that? And the more we talked about it, the more he laid out the plan. We tried some things, and 15 years later, we have a fabulous program.
We are back at the FIDE World Championship where Jan Nepomniachtchi is pondering this very important moment. A couple of moves have been played since we went to break. Ding has made the very important decision to take on d4. Nepo has indeed recaptured with the knight. Anish. Now, we have not debated for a while the evaluation of the position. Clearly, Nepo has been in the driver's seat really ever since the opening. This was a Rui Lopez where Ding, he made the questionable decision of trading light squared bishops, and ever since then, his position has been unpleasant. The big question is how unpleasant. And with his last move, queen c6 up to c5, I think the answer is quickly becoming very unpleasant, Anish.
Yes, he took the decision, sort of an in-between one. He did take on d4, but only once. This occurred to me. Actually, I wanted to discuss it at some point, and I expected him to bring the queen to d7, keeping the bishop more active with the sight on this diagonal. Now the queen kind of blocks the bishop, but I guess what he wants is to keep an eye on this pawn, to keep an eye on the fifth rank. Certainly a sensible attempt, although very dubious one. I mean, if you imagine that I will get the opportunity to go knight f5, not only do I get a monstrous knight, which is like positionally an achievement because I can reroute it back to d5, but also there might be some direct threats against the king. Now, what Ding is hoping for is that after knight f5 takes, knight takes, there is queen takes f2. For now, that is true. But since the bishop is blocked, and Jan can, well, he can make a move with the queen first, maybe queen to f3. I think f3 is the most tempting square, protecting the f2 pawn, introducing the idea of knight f5. I don't know. I think it looks really nice for white. And I want to just make, before we continue looking at chess, just a small note, just a small side note, because I've been watching a lot of World Championship matches in the past few years, and I have to say that so far this match is really quite remarkable because in every game so far we have a full-fledged game, and both players, especially the white players playing with the white pieces, they managed to get quite something going from the opening, and that is what I find remarkable because the narrative has always been that, the theory gets more and more dried out, and the Carlsen, was telling, I'm so good, I'm so strong, but the theory I cannot play. But, I'm really the better than all of them. You can see it, because I'm so good in the chess. But yes, in matches it's so hard because they're so well prepared. Now you see that's well prepared, but every day there is a game.
Mm-hmm. And we've talked about this in previous rounds, the fact that there's a different narrative that states, well, openings aren't as interesting anymore because a lot of doors have been shut. You can't play the King's Gambit. And true, some doors have been closed. But guess what? You have a game like this in the Rui Lopez where engines, I think, helped Jan find a very interesting idea. And the Rui Lopez as a whole has been completely reignited, right? The flame has been enlivened in the Rui Lopez and the Italian, not only because of computers, but also because of the creativity and the innovation of top GMs, but also because computers have shown completely new ways to play old openings. The Rui Lopez used to be played in exactly one way, right? C3, D4, you would get the knight to G3. Now you have all sorts of different ideas. Sometimes the dark squared bishop comes out to D2. So, there's different sides, as you're saying, to this narrative. But let's try to figure out how objectively bad this position is for black. We are aware that the engine assigns a relatively modest edge to white, and one part of that is that knight f5 isn't possible immediately. Queen f3, Anish, I think without any question is the most natural move, not just because it reinforces the possibility of knight f5, but also creates the rather tempting possibility of e5 with a discovered attack against that rook in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it has everything going for it. And the question in this position is basically, if you are looking at it, I guess, at least that's my impression. If I was looking at this position, the only question I would have is why not queen f3? And that's what I would be thinking about. And probably there would be no reason not to play it. I am thinking maybe Ding, well, rook a2 would be quite bold, but actually possible because rook on a2, well, it's contributing here on the second rank, applying pressure on the f2 potentially. So I'm thinking of a variation. Mm-hmm. Queen f3, maybe it's time for us to pull up the analysis board because we've been staring at the position for quite a while. And so if I play queen f3, rook a2, if I'm going to go for knight f5 move,
yep. After
takes, rook b2, suddenly rook is really contributing. So this is not so stupid at all. And
what about
that said, rook a2 feels very dubious. In worst case, I can protect the pawn with the rook, but maybe there is a tactic here or something direct we can go for.
You know me too well. I'm thinking of knight f5 takes. I was thinking of taking on f5 with a pawn in order to potentially be able to play f6 and shatter black's king position. So, like, let's say knight. I'm not sure which knight off the top of my head. Let's say knight e5. Knight takes f5. And the eval bar believes that white is winning in that position. So I wonder if there's maybe knight to
Knight d5. I think knight d5.
To open the f5 score for the queen, we should show, I think, the line knight takes, pawn takes. What happens if black takes on b2? Now, with the f5 square unoccupied, it's made into queen f5, inducing g6, and queen takes f7 is made. And black is just way too slow, right? Even after black takes b2, it's not like black creates any threats against white's king. So white just comes a lot faster here.
Yes, I mean, the idea you mentioned with EF was very strong, but with ED is just a better execution of that, and this is even more, yeah. So, no, Rook A2 is indeed as outrageous as it feels. I am briefly wondering if he's able to swing the queen across here or here, and then try to trade the bishop for one of the knights. This is also why I moved earlier. Like, my instinct would be to try and get rid of a knight and suffer, but or at least keep an eye on the knight. So queen d7 would keep an eye on the knight. Queen c5 is very risky move. After queen f3, I don't know, queen e5 or queen g5, do they work? Not sure at all. Feels very, very dubious for black.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options here. Knight f5 is still possible. Knight g4 and e5. That
knight g4 also.
Superficial, but could be very strong. You hit the rook on a8, you hit the pawn on d6, and man, white's knights have so much potential here, so much attacking potential. And Jan probably holding himself back, right? Really
for sure.
Extracting the lesson of the previous game, and this time he has plenty of time on his clock, really digging deep, making sure that there's no hidden opportunity here, such as queen g4, which I think also has to be very seriously considered, because then knight f5 will come with a mate threat. And in some cases, you could even sack the pawn on f2 with check. So that it's not like Jan is just, sitting here and investing time thinking about what he wants to eat tonight. I think he's confirming, making sure that there's no more juicy opportunity than queen f3. And speaking of Jan taking his time and Jan's approach to classical chess, I sat down with Jan a couple of months ago. So as he's taking his time to confirm that queen f3 is indeed the best move, let's listen into his thoughts on classical versus blitz from the interview that I did a couple of months ago. Here's Jan.
I mean, of course, it's more entertaining to look, I don't know, some 3+0 and flagging each other. But I mean, okay, I think I used to be quite good at this as well, yeah, but back then. And maybe I can also, get back to some of my esports skills, but
your priorities have shifted.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, in terms of enjoyment for me, yeah. So I really find a good classical game, which you not necessarily win, but you have like a big clash. So you like spend, a few hours thinking about something really, really interesting. You try to also get into your opponent's head. So how is he thinking? What is he planning? And when it just happens, everything happens, and in 3 minutes you have the result. Okay, that's quite favorable for our time overall, but I think it, leaves most of the beauty behind the scenes.
Jan is obviously an incredible blitz player and incredible rapid player. He's played Ding in rapid so many times, and sometimes when you watch Jan play classical, it is like watching him play rapid. But I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome we have someone like Jan who's played quickly throughout his chess career, and it's really, really hard to do. I mean, that's why you don't find a lot of grandmasters who regularly play quickly in these long time controls and largely get away with it. I mean, Jan's sitting here at the World Championship.
Oh yes, and he has slowed down, of course, a lot in the recent years. As you can see now, when he smells an opportunity and it's not obvious to him, he is taking his time. You made a very good point that he could also consider queen g4. I really like that idea of sacrificing the f2 pawn. So he indeed does have a choice, and he also understands that in a position like that, if he makes the right choice, this could be a huge winning opportunity. He understands that the position really looks very, very good. But between a position that looks good and a victory on the scoreboard, there is this large gap. And sometimes to overcome that gap, even Jan has to take a moment. And we see now, the modern Jan, the one that is trying to balance this quick, talented, but very sometimes very superficial play with this thinking Jan, who is going deep and tries to get into his opponent's head, as he mentioned.
I definitely want to get back to concretely discussing the position, but one more general point I want to make is that a phrase which comes to mind in reference to this position, a phrase that's used often by commentators and annotators and is often mysterious, is critical position, right? You hear, well, this is a critical position, and you hear the phrase or the common wisdom in critical positions, you have to take your time. What exactly is a critical position? Well, there isn't one exact definition. Obviously, it kind of means an important position, but what does important mean in this context? My favorite definition involves a position where making the right choice is likely to define the result of the game, whether it's a win or if you're defending a draw. And this is definitely a position where the right choice is going to have a bearing on the result of the game. And speaking of that, it's like Jan heard us. Queen to g4 is indeed his choice. Would you look at that?
And this is a product of going too deep. Or just deep. We'll see. The bar didn't like the move. I mean, I really appreciate that you found this move. It's a very creative idea, but it is really, that is the one move that you find when you go beyond, you go slightly beyond. Because of course, in a blitz game, Jan would have played Queen f3 without a thought.
Without question. Like, even in a bullet game.
Obvious. Well, in a bullet game, even more so. In a hyper bullet game, he would probably play Queen e2 because he would mouse flip Queen f3. So of course, Queen f3 is the move that you make. But the classical game, you have the opportunity to delve deeper, and that caused him to find this idea of knight f5 that you mentioned. Because now, if let's say we once again show this rook a2,
yeah.
Knight f5, maybe we can pull up the analysis board quickly because this line is a little bit long.
And this is what attracted Nepo to this line, because people might be thinking, oh, Queen g4 is a mistake. What was he possibly thinking? This is the position he was aiming for. Queen takes e1 is not a check anymore, and there's just no good way to defend g7.
Oh, yes, indeed. And this is, of course, such a beautiful idea. And in general, of course, Queen on g4 is more threatening, because after Knight f5, you have a threat of checkmate, while after Queen f3, you don't have a threat of checkmate after Knight f5. So Queen g4, it's sort of a more aggressive move, and if it has a tactical justification, then it also seems to be better. So I can totally understand Jan thinking this is a better move. I would guess the defense would have something to do with would just be Queen e5, which is also very natural. Now, the other advantage of Queen f3, in fact, is that besides preparing Knight f5, it also prepares e5, and after Queen e5, maybe this Knight g4 idea was quite strong, because now e5 is there, opening up the view on the rook, but also the knight on g4, has yes, and indeed, Ding used the opportunity and goes for Queen e5.
And that's another downside of Queen g4, which is that Queen e5 is ultra natural. It protects the g7 pawn, takes the sting out of Knight f5, and this is what I'm most curious about. What on earth is Jan's intention after Queen e5? Because he must have seen this move. This must have been the main move he considered. And there must be some concept, some creative idea that Jan has in mind. I was thinking Queen g4 to d7 could be a thought to target the pawn and the knight, but it doesn't even really threaten anything. And I think concretely after Queen to d7, Black could play Bishop takes d4 cd, and then Queen takes e4. And because the rook on e1 is undefended, the knight on e3 has nowhere to drop back to and open up a discovery against the queen. So does he still want knight f5 Anish maybe? And is he tempted by knight takes h6 threats? That doesn't seem dangerous either, because Black could just move his king. What gives?
Sometimes you miss a move. He could have just missed Queen e5 altogether. But maybe he has a certain idea in mind. Maybe it's... Well, Knight f3, I thought, but the Knight on d4 is doing such a good job. Even Queen e6 actually becomes viable. Maybe then Knight f5, but well, it's no longer so clear. I don't think Knight f3 is tempting. F4 doesn't work, I assume. Yeah, Queen takes e4. Simply there.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, I think so.
Knight c2, Queen takes c2. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah. Knight c2, Queen takes c2 is also what I thought. So I think even Queen b7, by the way, in the worst case. So I think this is just not working. I don't see it. Sometimes it can be simpler than, it can be as simple as he just missed Queen e5. That could also be. I don't know. The fact that he's taking his time. Well, wait.
Is he? Knight, I think he was moving his knight. Let's see. Knight back to f3 is on the board. Good call. Queen e6.
I mean, knight on f3, Knight on f3 in itself is badly placed, right? I mean, from f3, it should go to f5. So knight basically takes a step back from a better position. So queen e6 becomes now very tempting, getting a tempo on the white queen. I don't know. I mean, endgames black should be happy with space here and the bishop. And if knight f5, I thought about just taking queen f6, and then this knight is basically basically dominated by the bishop. Although the computer likes this, maybe queen e4 is there, yeah? Going for some weak squares.
Yeah, and maybe knight f5 can be met with the immediate queen f6. It's scary, but I just think white is out of ideas. Like queen f6 here maybe keeps the structure the way it is. And
yeah, you are right. It's better not to give the queen the square on e4, because this knight on f3 is no longer as threatening as it was on d4, where it could hop onto f5. And what about queen f6 directly then, by the way? Another question I have.
I think also very solid. I mean, e5, d takes e5 is a dead end. No, I mean, it's so clear that white has not come close to squeezing the most out of this position. Queen d7 now, I think, is a little bit more appealing than it was on the previous move. But it just seems like going in the wrong direction.
Okay, one. I have all kinds of ideas. Yeah, I mean, it of course, no, maybe white is still for choice, but I was kind of hoping for so much more. I was thinking we're going to crush, but we're not crushing here. I think very likely Jan maybe saw some issue with queen f3. Just to briefly go back to this point, just to demonstrate what he might have considered, because in that position, by the way, after e5, d5, I didn't see a finishing blow here. So maybe he was not convinced with this position, for example.
Well, knight f6 check has to be calculated, but it just I would play devil's advocate and say just intuitively this just seems so much more juicy than, let's say, the position after knight f5, queen f6, which could arise in the game. I wanted to sneak in a point, though, because I know Ding is going to make a move and it's going to be too late. Is it possible that Nepo did indeed miss queen e5, maybe because he was so fixated on the battery that black built on f2 that he forgot to consider queen moves? Could it be the case that Nepo missed queen e5, realized that he missed it as Ding was thinking, and decided to take the strategy of playing quickly to nonetheless convince Ding that things are going according to plan? Or am I, doing too much speculating?
No, you're probably exactly right. You are probably exactly right, and that is likely what happened. He probably saw this diagonal here, thought the Ding's point is to eye the f2 pawn. So he first thought about queen f3, and he some move. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was a move like rook e8 or whatever. He didn't think about queen e5. Probably he thought it's not so simple. He was calculating knight f5, takes. Queen comes to e5 there. Let's maybe demonstrate it, yeah, because it didn't happen in the game, but it could be relevant to his thinking process. And maybe he thought, well, in this position, I'd rather have my queen already on g4. So he went queen g4, and indeed, he just missed this move queen e5 altogether, very likely. And then he, realized, okay, time to go for plan B, knight f3. It reminds me somewhat of the first game. There too, opening was played very well. He's built up a big advantage. And then when the time came to make something of it, he started taking the time and slowly started making wrong decisions. I think a similar kind of pattern happening here as well. He's definitely given up a large portion of his advantage, but we will see still plenty of life in the position. Maybe there will come a second wave of the attack after knight f5. Maybe he will be able to still get an advantage, because I still prefer white's knight over black's bishop. But of course, this is not what could have been.
Yeah, I think white is still not risking. That much is clear. Black's pawn structure is still inferior. Even if, the eval bar now gives essentially all zeros, and knight f5 falls instantly. So Nepo, whether he saw this or not, that doesn't change his speed of play. And it's kind of ironic, Anish, that the one move in this game on which he actually took more than, let's say, 3 minutes turned out to be maybe not a serious mistake, although I would call it a mistake. I think it is a serious mistake, because queen f3 would have led even objectively to a clear advantage. And now the position, if Ding can play queen f6, which is not necessarily a given, that can be a hard move to play, because it can be hard psychologically not to just take this knight off the board. But if he plays queen f6, we can safely assert that Nepo's advantage from an objective point of view has been erased.
Yeah, and it is not new at all. The idea of overthinking is not new. people, making mistake after long thought is the most common thing in the world. That happens a lot because, first of all, yes, when you start to overthink, you question your thinking process, you start looking too deep into things. And also sometimes just the fact that you are thinking long, it means that you don't understand what to do. And then, well, even though you spend more time, you still don't know what to do and you make a mistake. So nothing new there. It's very common to make an inaccuracy, a mistake or an inaccuracy after a long thought. But before we before we sort of talk about this narrative for too long, let's first let Ding make that decision here, because if he takes on f5, which is also tempting, after ef, queen f6, queen e4, we saw the situation could still get out of control for Ding, as the queen from e4 can aim for all these weaknesses the black has on the queen side. Instead, black has to really find this move queen f6, I believe, and it's here that Ding should actually be fine. Although, yeah, still questions. Maybe takes queen f5. Some
Bishop
questions,
C5,
maybe.
maybe.
Well, yes, but some
E5.
Maybe e5 somewhere. Maybe not immediately. Maybe somewhere. Maybe queen d5 first. Well, the bishop's quite stable here. These pawns are also nicely placed. This is definitely an advantage for black compared to how it was earlier.
Yeah.
But maybe, we still have a nice light square play here with the knight on the king side, this pawn h5. There is some aesthetic value in white's position as well. So maybe still some advantage, some small edges there. But after queen f6, which I think Ding will find, yeah, very little will be left from Jan's advantage. That's for certain.
And with the king a lot safer, right? A pair of knights is gone. Black doesn't have to worry about getting checkmated. Given Ding's time, it's just so much easier, I think, to make the value of each move. The margin of error increases for Ding. So 40 minutes now for 12 moves doesn't sound like all that little now that the position is clarified and a pair of minor pieces is going to come off the board. I think we are going to see queen f6. And it's an instructive moment, right? I think a lot of people would be tempted by knight takes f5 just because you want to take the knight off the board and you want to double white's pawns. But the cons of this move greatly outweigh the pros. The fact that you open up the e-file and white's rook is uniquely positioned to take advantage of it. And the fact that you open up these prospects for white's queen, those two things make knight takes f5 a serious positional inaccuracy. And we are about to see a move by Ding. He was hesitating there. Let's see if he can maintain his composure and play the best defensive move. Queen e6 to f6, simply keeping the status quo and defending against the mate on g7.
Yeah, I think if you make a mistake of knight takes f5, you do that quickly. Because superficially, that was like my first thought. I just thought, I take, and bring the queen here, and knight is dominated. And then I realized, oh, wait a second, queen e4 is there. So you can sort of make this mistake quickly, but once you already think, for as long as Ding thinks, you notice queen e4. And then I think you realize that, okay, whatever the issues after queen f6 are, they are not as big as the ones after knight takes f5 first. So I think Ding will, after some time, play queen f6. Although I have to say, also knight f5, ef, queen f6, queen e4, it doesn't look lost for black either.
No.
And you have some potential for eventual d5, d4. So maybe you'll then think I'll go rook b8, bishop c5. Try to stabilize, then maybe have some b4 ideas. Doesn't look terrible, actually, frankly. And when you trade on f5, you also diffuse potential e5 ideas, because after queen f6, you have some e5 ideas somewhere after takes, and queen to f5 and to d5. So not an obvious choice here, by no means, I have to say. For example, so let's make this on the board just to see what Ding is calculating through here. Knight f5, ef, queen f6, queen e4, so rook b8. I guess queen to where even? Queen, what is exactly the problem?
Well, queen d5 and then maybe knight d2, knight e4 seems like an option.
That's maybe indeed. Yeah,
he
takes.
Taking it.
Not shocked. Not shocked. I mean, I'm not shocked. It doesn't look so bad to me, to be very honest.
I agree, and I think people in the chat should realize, like, we're not talking here about the difference between a winning advantage and an equal position. This is gradations of an advantage. White is better everywhere, but after queen f6, white's advantage we thought was minuscule. Here, maybe Nepo has somewhat more practical chances. One question, though, Nepo's going to take back with the pawn as soon as he comes back to the board. Is queen f6 forced? Like, queen d5 runs into f6, and that's game over. Queen d7 looks really awkward as well. I think Ding might play queen f6 right away.
Yeah. I think queen f6 is essentially forced. Although, as you mentioned, queen d7, I realize it's a possibility too, but it's like it's an alternative. Basically, sometimes you look for an alternative for the sake of looking for an alternative. This is one of those moments. That said, there are some advantages to that move. You keep control of the d5 square. So, for example, queen e4 is not met by d5. So, queen d7 actually is not out of the question at all, and it might be the best move now that I made it.
And rook e8 becomes a possibility.
No,
Bishop
for
b6
sure.
can be swung to f6, actually. Bishop d8, bishop f6 could put an end to White's shenanigans on the king side. So, Ding, again, Anish, you made a great point. The fact that he is thinking tells us he doesn't believe that queen f6 is totally automatic.
No, but you are actually right. I didn't see queen d7 as a possibility. And in fact, if he plays queen d7, it could even be that taking on f5 was the more accurate of the two. The gradation between all this 0.2, 0.4. Oh, okay, no, he went for queen f6, the more natural one, of course, the more natural, yeah. Queen
d7 was the top engine move, actually. It was the only way to keep a position close to equality. Now, I think, once again, the size of Nepo's advantage is comparable to what it would have been if he played queen f3 instead of queen g4. Of course, the nature of his advantage is now a lot more positional, whereas after queen f3 there, he would have been tactically better. But, I mean, this has got to be a relief for Jan. Do you think he realized that black comes close to equalizing after queen f6 immediately?
I think to be honest, from a human perspective, and I'm looking at this position, I don't have the engine moves, let's say. I see the evaluation, but from a human perspective, I feel that queen f3 was the most scary. Like, I think I could be on the verge of losing there. Like, maybe I exaggerated danger, but I would be like, queen f3 would be like a huge issue. After queen g4, I would think that after knight f5, queen f6, I'm slightly worse. After knight takes f5, ef, queen d7, I'm slightly worse. And after knight f5, ef, queen f6, I'm slightly worse. Now, I would have to try to compare which of these slightly worses are more slightly, and which of them are more worse. But I'm not an engine. I don't know what's 0.2, what's 0.7, what's 0.4. Like, it's hard to say. I see that there are advantages and disadvantages to all of these. Like here, the advantages, I keep your pawn in full control and in check. Yeah, you don't have any dynamic possibilities. You don't have e5, you don't have f6. I control your pawn completely. Your knight is kind of controlled as well. My bishop controls the d4 square. Knight d2, knight e4 is a very long route, and also an abstract one that for now with the queen on e4. So I think what Ding did is the most stable way to play. So I think I could even see myself do the same thing. To be very honest, I could see myself making the same mistake. So I wouldn't be too harsh on
Totally.
him. Yeah, I think it's just very difficult. And well, I like with d5 and after bishop c5, you could start knight e2, knight e4. I also really like g3, king g2. I have this obsession with maybe even g4, by the way. Very nice.
G4, right? If you're already, moving your king away from the diagonal, maybe g4 just captures more space and creates the later potential of g5. So I wouldn't abandon, given the fact of the presence of the knight, the idea of a kingside attack later down the line.
Absolutely. And I think the main advantage of the move g4 over the move g3 that I see is that, for example, after queen d5, bishop c5, g4, b4, I can take queen takes c4. And after bc, my f5 pawn is protected. So it guards the f5 pawn as well, which is, I think, a very important thing. I think g5, let's say, is still early. G5 is a long way to go, but protecting the f5 pawn is nice. And after g4, I can also potentially go with my queen to c6. I really like this construction because, this move is weakening a bunch of squares, but all of these squares, they're protected by the knight. So after g4, I control all of these squares on the king side. And after king g2, even more. Basically, after king g2, I will be controlling all the squares around my king.
And
literally.
I actually would go so far as to say that if it were black to move here, b4 would come very close to solving all black's problems tactically, because c takes b4, queen takes b2. And if you play queen takes c4, to your point, the f5 pawn hangs, and that looks incredibly drawish. So g4 is not only an aggressive move, it's also prophylactic, because you're protecting the f5 pawn, taking the sting out of b4. There's probably other ways to defend against b4, but I think it's crucial for Nepo to identify that as a threat, because queen d5 doesn't actually defend against b4. I think that would be a serious mistake, which would fritter away the remnants of White's advantage.
Yes, and exactly that's exactly the point. After Queen d5, Bishop c5 was a mistake. Indeed, b4 is actually the threat, and indeed g4 is right now immediately the best move, I think. At least, okay, we have to check with the computer later, but from what I see, I think g4 is the way to go here, and I think Ding has underestimated that, because after g4, I no longer see a move for him which is attractive, as b4 loses the pawn. And if you let me improve my position further, g4, king g2, I'll stabilize even further. I will find a way to improve it at some point. I will be penetrating with my queen. I can at some point try to enter with my rook. Very, very juicy position for Jan there. And okay, we have to say it anyway. It was nice for White, but this, now I can sort of sense why allowing EF was not the best of the ideas. And I'm looking forward to see Jan play g4, because I think from a human perspective, once you see g4, you cannot resist.
Yeah, I mean, because it accomplishes so many things, and what makes Black's position hard is just there's no endpoint to the suffering. It's not like, okay, I need to make a couple of moves, and then I'll be able to trade off a bunch of pawns, and I can stabilize. And it's not even like White is attacking, and if Black defends accurately, he will be fine. Black's weaknesses are chronic. Black's pawn structure is inferior. Black's minor piece is inferior. And as you point out, White has so many easy ways, so much low-hanging fruit that he can pick off the tree. G4, king G2, queen D5, knight F3 can travel from D2 to E4. White's rook controls the most important open file. Man, I mean, I don't want to overstate the case. I think an engine would draw this 100 times out of 100, obviously. But I think you're right. I think Ding, he was so happy to rid himself of the immediate problems with his king that he might have underestimated the other types of problems in this position. And his king may still face problems if White's knight ever reaches E4.
I think he simply means g4. I think the way Ding plays chess is a very concrete way. Mm-hmm. He is calculating a lot, and I think he was simply calculating this position, and he saw that b4 is coming, so he calculated queen d5 before, he calculated g3 before, and he was content. Yep. I think g4 escaped his radar because it's a very weakening move, usually speaking. But here, somehow, with a knight on f3 and these pawns here, everything is completely under control. And this surprising move g4, it just escaped his attention. I'm sure if he saw it coming, he would never go for this position. Now I realize why all the alternatives were better. Only now that I see g4 do I realize, okay, better had been to go queen d7 up knight f5. Better had been to go queen f6 instead of knight x5. So it's all, the chess is kind of a weird game where often you combine these positional factors such as the good knight, safer king, weak squares, with concrete moves. And this is a good example of how this concrete move g4 suddenly makes the whole thing work. And okay, Black, of course, still has, first of all, there is no clear threat. And that's the big thing that that Black has going for him, is that
Rook e2, best move, actually, according to the engine.
Wow.
Same exact idea. He's protecting the b2 pawn. After
okay.
b4, c takes b4, there's no follow-up. Chat was actually saying that rook e2 is preferred by Stockfish. g4 was also good, but rook e2 is computer best, and Nepo, I think, he smells it. Wow, what a moment. And he delivers in the critical moment.
Wow, yeah, I got a bit excited there by the pretty move g4, but actually rook e2 serves the same purpose and is less committal. Maybe g3 king g2 is actually more flexible, not weakening at all. So wow, yeah, rook e2 is a strong move. Let's see. Okay, bishop c5. Bishop c5 is a move trying to stabilize the position, but it doesn't really create a threat of b4.
Nope.
Oh wait, sorry, it does now. It does now. It creates a threat of b4.
Well, I think now's the time for g4. Now is a perfect time to reinforce the f5 pawn.
Yes,
because
you have to. Yeah. Because before is a threat.
It's a threat now because previously you could play c takes b4. Now, of course, the way to meet b4 is queen takes c4, so you need to reinforce the f5 pawn. I have a feeling Nepo will play g4 pretty quickly because he's understood that what he needs to do right now is take the sting out of b4, and then he can proceed just to improve his position. He has carte blanche.
And do you see why g4 first was less accurate? So I'm trying to understand why rook e2 first was more accurate. I don't quite understand. Is there some concrete reason?
The evaluations were very, very similar, so I think it might be virtually identical.
Yeah, because I guess, basically, as long as you prevent before, it's also important to realize that probably the time is not such an important factor any longer, because black doesn't have any counterplay besides this idea of before. So as soon as you take it out of the way, and I'm glad that G4 still remains relevant. Would be pity we spoke so much about G4, we sang so many praises to the move, and I'm glad it still remains relevant in this position, because
Yeah.
otherwise it would look completely stupid. But now, yes, G4 still has to be found, and it is indeed a beautiful and important move. And I hope Jan will play it quickly, showing the,
It would be Jan's style to
Yeah,
play it
yeah, yeah.
quickly, right? He would be such Jan style. And it reminds me of the second game where he puts pressure on the clock as well as on the board. And we called it G4 already on the board. He played it instantly. He was just not at the board.
Such a
Wow.
juicy position. And I love this position. White is so much in control as, it's a juicy, juicy position. And I'm fearing for Ding. Oh, this is not looking good at all.
And Ding now has to figure out a way to even like not doing anything. Anish is hard. Zugzwang would be way too strong of a word here, but queen back to d8 maybe, but that opens up the path for the f pawn. It closes the rook's control of the 8th rank. Not a move you really want to play unless you have to. Bishop c5 back to b6. Well, then the d6 and b5 pawns are not as well defended. So not only does Ding have to figure out a way to do nothing, he has to come to terms with the fact that he's not going to be able to play b4.
Yes, I think one of the thoughts you might have is to nevertheless go b4. The idea being that you want to simplify even at the cost of the pawn, and after b4, queen c4, b takes c3, b takes c3, maybe you can activate the rook with rook b1 check. A very dubious idea, of course, followed by rook c1. I don't buy it at all. I don't think it will happen. I don't think it's good. I think at the end of the variation, I'll play king g2, and then I will penetrate on the 8th rank with my rook and the queen. So I don't think that is a good idea. I think bringing the bishop back is also harmful because bishop is really well placed, as you mentioned. And I think by elimination, I would consider queen d8. I think queen d8 is not terrible because also f6 is not yet an idea. I am maybe hinting at the move d5, maybe. And I could, well, let's say if you make a rook to move the rook to d2, preventing d5, then I will have the opportunity to go queen e8. So I think queen d8 is a move that you could actually play reasonably quickly. I don't see a big disadvantage of it. What do you think? Do you see any flaw with that?
Not tactically. I think queen d8 might be met with queen d5 to stop d5.
Of course, yes. Queen d8, queen d5 is possible. Then actually I have maybe a rook a8 trying to... But again, a problem with activating the rook, I think it doesn't bring so much. And in fact, you will allow me to activate my own. And when I penetrate the back rank, it will lead to checkmate because your king is stuck here. While if you penetrate, my knight will protect my king for now. So indeed, a very difficult position for black. What black wants is to trade... Well, trading queens would be a dream. That would be fine. Trading rooks would be a big relief as well. But I think the big problem, of course, trading bishop for a knight is completely unrealistic. So let's not even talk about it. But I think if I could jump with my queen to b7, or if I could somehow magically prepare, go like rook e8, king f8, queen d8. So if I would trade one of these pieces, I would be in a much better shape as black. But I think somehow swapping the pieces around and trying to arrange for such a trade is difficult, especially because if you move the queen too far away from f6, then f6 or g5 or both will be on the radar. So yeah, a difficult situation for black. Queen d8 perhaps, but after queen d5, back to square one. Not sure. Very difficult. Very, very difficult position for black.
And I would also point out, as far-fetched as this may seem, I think it's an important tactical observation. The pawns on f5 and h5 create a vice-like grip over the g6 square. Why is that important? Well, there is a scenario where even in the event of a queen trade, black gets checkmated. So for example, maybe we can make these moves on the board. Let's say black plays queen d8 and white plays king g2. Let's say queen d7. If white's knight is on h4, then I believe queen b7, and I'm not saying that white should play knight h4, I just want to illustrate the concept here. There's a trade followed by rook e8 and knight g6. Of course, queen g6 check would also result in a checkmate of this kind because you have to take, and white's pawns should not be written off. Yeah, they're optically damaged because of the doubled f pawns, but they also create massive tactical potential, whether it's f5, f6, or whether it's a knight or a queen appearing on g6 in the event that the king is driven to h7. So I don't think we're exaggerating. Ding is in trouble, and right now, he's not only choosing a move, he's coming to terms with a new task that awaits him, not just in the foreseeable future, but very likely for the rest of the game.
Yes, and Danny, I once again have a good angle on the players, and I can tell you, I told it to you in the previous game, and you know, Ding's ears are also turning red, and I mean, I don't want to make that point again, but it is a very good indicator of missing something big, and that's what happened to Jan after the spectacular rook takes d4 last game. Here, g4 is less of a blow, but it's still a very, very big one. I think given the time situation and how horrible this position looks, Ding is on the verge of the defeat here. And if he escapes this position, that will be a tremendous achievement and tremendous accomplishment for him. I am very, very worried for him here. I think still the path to salvation begins with maybe. Yeah, but the thing is, if you try to improve your position, it might very quickly get worse. So I was looking at queen d8, queen d5, maybe some queen to d7, using the fact that f6 is not yet possible. Maybe I want queen b7, trading the queens, but
95.
Yeah, it's but maybe it's okay. Maybe 95, queen e8 or queen e7 even. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine.
No tactics there, I guess.
Just not. And yeah, black has to be very accurate. If that kind of operation works, by the way, I could escape potentially. So I have some potential there. Queen d8, I think, is the only chance to somehow solve the problems immediately. I don't see simply any other move that makes any sense to me. But well, it's difficult. It's a long shot. Queen d8, and also, yeah, long shot. This queen d7 can be 7 idea. But perhaps the best black has at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. It doesn't work. Like, just to finish, because you made a good point. This idea of queen d8 doesn't work because queen d8, queen d5, queen d7, queen b7 is not a threat because I can still take, and the point you made earlier, check and knight h4. That will just be made.
Oh, wow. Even if it's
down.
black to move, you can't get the rook off of the 8th rank. So that's such a debilitating feeling, right? That even the best case scenario results in checkmate. So you hypothetically can't even get any of the heavy pieces off the board. My guess would be Ding's going to go for b4 at some point. I don't think he's going to have the, patience is the wrong word. Maybe he has to play b4 at some point, try to open up the queen side and deflect white's attention away from the e-file and the king side. The question is when, now or maybe after queen d8, queen d5. But if I had to make a guess, I think Ding's going to go b4 at some point.
Well, I'd be skeptical. I understand what you're trying to do, but you're basically just giving me a pawn, and
yeah,
I think that's not going to help very much. I think giving a pawn. No, I think what I was thinking is the likely one is after queen d5 to go queen d7 nonetheless, but not with the idea queen b7, but with the idea rook e8, because rook e8 I think is safer. I think I can afford to trade queens because I get to keep control of the back rank. So I think queen d8 is the way. I think b4 is too desperate, and I think it doesn't solve your problems. You will still end up with the same problems you have, only not have a pawn.
Just down a pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'll have the compensation. So I really think your best shot is queen d7 followed by rook e8, which makes me wonder if queen d5 is the best move.
But if I may interject with a tactic, we can make the moves on the board. Queen d8 has been played. Queen d5, queen d7. I can play king g2. And what happens if I wait for rook e8 and then play knight e5 and then try to take on f7? No, I guess that doesn't work. Wait, why does that lose?
Because
that loses apparently.
Yeah,
because after queen e7, white does nothing, I guess.
Even queen c7. I'm just wondering, like knight f7 is not. Is it? Oh, is it checkmate? Or is it a checkmate? Or
I guess I can't take on. My idea was knight takes f7, rook takes rook, and then some sort of discovery. But I guess there's nothing good here. Knight h6, king h7, queen g8, king h6, and the king runs out from g5. Beautiful.
Jan played queen d5 instantly. Sorry,
instantly.
Yeah, but after queen d7, okay, queen d7 is the only move that gives black hope. Okay, also queen f8 is of course the similar purpose, but yeah, now these squares are really very vulnerable, and I suspect a move like f6 or g5 becomes extremely juicy.
Yeah. That's the benefit of queen d7, I guess. You're keeping an eye on the f5 pawn.
For sure. Yeah, queen d7 is better because the idea is that if f6 I will collect here. That was the idea.
Yeah, very important for Jan not to fall overly in love with the prospect of winning the game tactically and to remain patient.
Yes, and the question is after king g2, rook e8, what is the best move here? You could even give up the file, or you, of course, even if you trade rooks, you still keep an advantage, I suspect. But this would be somewhat of a relief for black, don't you feel?
Well, at least morally. Of course, does threaten queen takes c5, but rook d2 black can move the queen aside, maybe to e7.
Yeah, it's an achievement for me to have grabbed control of the e file. Even queen c8 also to keep an eye on the g4 pawn. This would definitely be a huge achievement for black to control the e file, the file that matters so much. I think king g2 is maybe slow, so after queen d7, we already have this position on the board at queen d5. So now Ding has to play queen d7, and we reach the critical position. I think here white has to come up with a good move, and maybe it is g5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it is g5.
Yeah, g5 does come to mind. And then if black trades and plays rook e8,
then knight f7. That's what I was.
Now there's knight takes f7. Now knight f7 works.
And knight e5 check.
Nice.
Yeah.
No,
this is this one tactic a day that one tactic a day.
Well, I'm a broken record. That's all I'm thinking. Knight takes f7 in every position.
Yes, exactly.
So
well,
this already looks super problematic.
Rook e8 immediately, but then I'm wondering if there is a direct finish because the computer is shouting at us. But I think, is it knight e5?
But now queen takes f5, I think.
Oh yeah, f5 is hanging. Or is it just positional? Take g6 and win, or
g6? Yeah.
Yeah. Just yeah. No, I yeah. Oh, this is completely winning.
Black is paralyzed because black is paralyzed.
Of course, yeah. I was just thinking maybe the computer wants something more, but actually this is good enough. Black is completely tied down to the square. This g5, g6 is a huge upgrade. Well, you're talking about AlphaZero earlier. Again, AlphaZero loves this kind of pawns. Yeah, it's fantastic. So I think queen e7, g5. That is simply it. I don't know. I don't know why the bar is not all the way up yet. But as far as I'm concerned, my bar is all the way up. I think it's positional GG here.
If Nepo plays g5, Ding might have to go to the bar in the hotel because this is just incredibly nasty. The time situation is getting worse. It may seem like he's almost at move 40, but no, this is move 34. And for the first time, we're actually looking at lines where black loses. So, the cost of a mistake is now at an all-time high. One more mistake and the game is lost immediately. And this is the worst possible moment to reach this kind of situation.
Yeah, and again, I think the bar doesn't represent the difficulties Ding is facing. I'm thinking of a way, maybe is it king to f? I'm afraid any move I'll suggest, the bar will just shoot up. So watch this.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I think you're...
I made it. No, but I spotted this idea of g6, queen b7, which is a very lucky resource. Very lucky resource.
And you're defending against rook e8 with the king.
That was the idea, yeah. I'm barely... And I've trapped your queen for a trade. And also, there is no longer a back rank issue because my king defends itself. Wow, actually, this is actually the defense, yeah? So queen d7, g5, king f8. It is findable. I somehow found it, but... well, it's not easy. Very, very, very desperate as well.
What's crazy is that after king f8, knight e5, again, I'm like, then that's all I'm thinking about. I think black still has queen takes f5. And even though knight g6 is a check, it doesn't work because of fg, black defends the queen. So maybe knight e5, queen takes f5, and then some move. But this doesn't seem like the right path for white. So king f8, I guess white
f6. Queen g4 is there already. It gets messy.
It gets messy. The king can somehow zigzag up to g3. But okay, that has to be calculated, and that's exactly why Nepo has left himself with an hour. But
yeah, gh, queen to d2 is also sort of a thing. But then maybe there's king g7. Maybe there's king g7. Maybe queen f5 also isn't losing.
Wow.
Very complicated lines, very dangerous for black. But at this point, if it works for black, it might be fine. So let's say now we are reaching the point, especially after queen d7, g5, king f8, where a couple of moves will happen, and either white will win or black will make a draw. We are reaching that decisive moment.
We are indeed, and we have one more We have to take a break, so we will give Ding the opportunity to ponder his move, but we will bring you all of the action as it unfolds. We promise you that. But before we go on a quick break, we wanted to remind you that if you dream of playing the FIDE World Championship, chess.com has made your dreams come true. You can now challenge both World Championship contenders in bot form. Ding Liren and Nepomniachtchi bots are available for play right now at chess.com/play/computer. So head over there and let us know if you can beat the bots. Of course, first finish this game. Use !FWC bots in chat. And challenge Nepo and Ding. While Ding Liren is pondering this incredibly important moment, he is in crisis mode. Nepomniachtchi is knocking on the door of what would be an absolutely huge World Championship victory that would send him back over the edge and give him that 1-point lead. We will be back with more FIDE World Championship action on the other side of this short break.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Championship, which is held in Astana. But the former world champion, Magnus Carlsen, weird to refer to him that way, is in Los Angeles, where he is playing a poker event along with other streamers and influencers, such as Alexander Botes and Magnus Carlsen posting on Instagram there saying Astana is calling. So he is watching the match very carefully. Well, we wish Magnus the very best and the best of luck in his poker endeavors. And right now, Ding Liren needs a fair dose of luck in his 5th match game against Nepomniachtchi. Grandmaster Nishikiri, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky bring you commentary of the 5th round of the FIDE World Championship. Okay, since we went to break, King F8 has been Ding Liren's choice. So Anish, you called it. I think he is initiating a larger strategy in which he wants to bring his queen over to B7. And the reason you need to play King F8 is in order to protect that E8 square with the king. What do you make of this move?
Yeah, I actually... Sorry, I just noticed the 95 option. But I was going to say that I actually like King F8 even more than Queen D7 to an extent, because the black queen still controls these 2 squares. And so he remains more flexible. But king on f8 is generally a good idea, as we mentioned already, because of this queen b7 idea, where the king protects this important e8 square. But there is an option of knight e5 here. What do you make of that?
Knight e5, bishop takes f2.
Oh, bishop takes f2. Yeah, bishop takes f2 is just yeah. No, bishop takes f2 is a good option there, because after that we will trade a bunch of pieces. And I was hoping, of course, after d5 to win the full pawn, but this no longer works. So it's actually
your point is well taken. Maybe start with king g2.
King g2 is definitely an option. The question is, though, after queen d7, how do you exploit? How do you avoid queen b7, and how do you exploit that extra tempo you have now to make something happen?
Yeah, that's the big question. Queen b7 is definitely coming next. Now, even in the endgame, I think white would retain some chances of an advantage, but Nepo ideally would want to find a more concrete way to cash in his chips in the middle game. f6 doesn't work because g4 hangs with check. If you play king g3 here, maybe white shouldn't get fixated on keeping the queen on d5 and should meet queen b7 with like queen d5 to d2. But that is a step backward to be sure. So maybe king h3. No, but then the knight on f3 hangs. So king g3, queen b7, and queen d2. What do you make of that idea?
I think then I understand you're going for the second wave business here with f6, but we have to, first of all, it's a very complicated position. But I was wondering about rook e8, but I'm worried if rook e8 that you will take and go f6, yeah, and then collect the h1.
Plan. That's the plan.
Yeah. No, it's sometimes the second wave of the attack is even more unpleasant than the first. You sort of defend and push back the pieces for a bit, but then you realize that it's still a long way to go. That said, okay, I am wondering, like, as white, you of course want something more than that. You want to go forward before you go backwards. So I would still take a look at the starting position and see what my options are here, because it's not obvious how to make something happen. Because if queen d7, I go knight e5, you go queen b7, I go knight c6, you have rook to e8. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I just give you a move. You have rook e8 there.
I would also point out that queen c8. Queen c8 is possible to render knight e5 impossible because it protects the bishop on c5. King f1 is Nepo's choice.
So deep. Let's think. But I like this. I like this move because I don't know what the point is, but if you made it, then I think it must be smart. I'm just trying to figure out why. If you made the move f1, okay, tell me.
No, I don't. I thought maybe he wants to make queen c8 with the immediate f6, but I don't see a response there to queen takes g4. Maybe there are tactics.
Rook e7. That's the response. He wants f6. He wants f6. Oh, yeah. That's what he wants.
We should show that on the analysis board. So king g1 to f1. Why? So that black takes the g4 pawn. It's not a check anymore. That gives white a tempo. And if you play f6 here, which is a typical idea, queen takes g4. Great find. Rook e7, queen h3 check is an empty check. King e2, and the black has to give up a queen to stop checkmate. Wow.
You know, I when I saw king f1, I knew this is an absolutely great move. I don't know why, but I knew that, okay, if the guy made it, there must be some brilliant justification. And this is actually quite brilliant stuff. This is really brilliant stuff, king f1.
Now,
is GF queen d2, or what is GF? What is the plan here?
That's the big question, right? Also, after queen c8, f6 GF, what's the follow-up here?
Well, I mean, I can take my time, yeah? I can even if we envision an endgame here, I can knight h4, knight f5, like somewhere. The question is, what is the order? So I suspect maybe queen to d2.
Okay. King g7.
And if king g7, maybe simply queen f4, and next I go knight h4.
And once the knight lands on f5, the game is over. So black basically has one tempo to do something about it.
Yeah, wow. And he played it so fast also, king f1. If I would ever play king f1, that would be a very, very, very long thing, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Jan is a special player, of course. Oh, so much pressure. Ding has 18 minutes. For how many moves? Okay, only 5, but these are the 5 moves. In these 5 moves, he can lose the game. These are the crucial 5 moves.
And the 5 most difficult moves that he's made, because again, the price of a mistake is now at an all-time high. One mistake and you let the knight get into f5 and you lose the game. So the tactics are starting at the most inconvenient possible moment for Ding. He's most tired, and he has the least amount of time to make time control.
I think when your opponent plays king f1, very often you lose this game. You lose this game. This is this kind of move. Yeah, this is this kind of move that wins games. It's the move that you 100% missed. In a situation where you already look like you are in the bad shape, king f1 is that one blow that they can knock you down. But full faith in Ding here. He has some time on the clock, and he is a tremendous calculator. Yep. Maybe he will find the defense here. These lines, like, for example, queen d7, f6, gf, queen d2. I was not sure about queen takes g4, queen takes h6,
queen
and
g7.
then or maybe even king g8.
Oh,
intending some counter checks of my own. So I was not, or queen g7. Yeah, I don't know. I was not sure. Queen g7. Maybe I go back. I was not sure, but let's just say that it's not lost. Yeah, it's white gets something going. Some kind of play commences, some kind of checks appear, but it's not winning. And maybe if Ding just calls this what could be a bluff, it could work out. But for sure, the pressure is on. And Jan, you know, he doesn't always make the best moves, but he puts pressure. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, 16 minutes sounds like a long time, but when you're sitting there and you're Ding and you're calculating, 5-6 minutes can go on exactly one line. And then you look up, you've got 8 minutes. And obviously, Jan hasn't calculated all of the ramifications of king f1. You could take an hour and barely scratch the surface. So he's using his intuition. His intuition is incredible, and it's well established that it's incredible. But Jan is risking. I mean, obviously, by relying on his intuition in a position like this, it might be possible that one of the lines he thinks is incredibly promising contains a hidden defense. Maybe black can force the trade of queens in a certain position and make a draw. But that's Jan Nepomniachtchi for you, and that's what he does.
Yes, but even what you said, like it ended with black making a draw. Like, how big a risk is that? So all in all, a decent practical call by Jan to make this king f1 move and make it fast. And well, I see the bar dipped a little, so he had a larger advantage than this. I don't know what was the computer's approach. Computer's approach was surely better, but whatever it is, the bar is still liking white here. And I think, yes, Ding has lots of questions to answer. And if everything goes well for Ding, when everything goes well for Ding, he will maybe make a draw. But yeah, the situation is looking good for Jan. I think a sort of a similar situation to the game one, except much better this time for Jan. Much better. I think Ding is under even more pressure than that time. Jan also has a lot of time. He has 58 minutes. If Ding makes a mistake, he has a lot of time to pound on it. And if Ding keeps responding well, Jan has time to recuperate and find another question. Now,
that's a fantastic message by Slayer, by the way, that Ding is playing Minesweeper. One mistake, and the game is basically over. Not queen c8. He actually moved his rook to c8. Okay.
I think it's a desperate move. I think he thought queen c8 and queen d7 lose to this f6 idea or something like that. I guess
But
it was by the waves. Maybe g5 also. Maybe Jan wanted to go g5. But rook c8 is basically saying, I think the point is like this. He thinks queen d7 or queen c8 are losing because of f6 or g5. Because I think g5 is also, by the way, an interesting idea. Now that I think about it again. Oh my god. Can I show you one variation on the board? It's absolutely insane.
Let's
I
pull
don't
up an
think
analysis board.
I don't know if it's relevant, but it's just so beautiful. So after queen c8, g5, queen b7. Can I play gh?
Oh, and h7.
Oh, I cannot because queen d1, queen e2.
Yeah, I take
Queen
the rook,
e2.
and then the king e7
No,
stops the pawn.
Yeah, I saw queen d1, but I missed queen e2. Oh wow, that would have been pretty. But anyway, something along these lines. So Ding was terrified of all this kind of queen d7, f6 business, and he played rook c8 because he saw that he has no time on the clock. He has to make a move. Queen d7, queen c8 he doesn't like, so he keeps control of these squares. Just makes a waiting move, saying, okay, I'm going to make a move and beat me now.
Literally, I think he's going to go rook c8, rook b8, rook c8, and he's keeping his queen on d8 to prevent f6 and to prevent g5. So Nepo, I think now is going to make some sort of slow move. If he can find a way to prepare f6 or prepare g5, he will make Ding regret the move rook c8, because not only does rook c8 not do anything per se, it also removes the possibility of the queen trade along the a8-h1 diagonal. Now queen d7, I guess it might prepare queen c6, but we already know that queen d7 runs into knight e5. So I think Nepo has a tempo. How does he use this tempo to prepare one of the pawn breaks like f6 or g5? Do you see anything off the top of your head that efficiently prepares particularly f6 pawn break? I think is the one that he's aiming for.
Well, I think it's quite easy to understand this position. Well, not understand, but quite easy to come up with a move here. If you look at the position, so you have very limited options with white. Your queen is well placed. Your knight, well, you can try rerouting it, but I guess you don't want to allow queen h4.
Yeah.
So I guess by elimination, you gotta move the rook, and you could try to move it up here, or you could try to move it around. The problem with moving the rook around is that even after you do that, it's still not clear where you landed. Because all these crucial squares are taken. So I think Ding's defense is actually sensible. I think he's just standing and waiting for Jan to show us. And I don't see what Jan can show us because
rook e4, rook f4 prepares f6. That's very awkward, but
very awkward.
By process of elimination, I mean.
Yeah, maybe. But even after that, maybe I have some. Okay, it's possible, of course. Yeah, it's possible.
The problem is now queen f6 runs into queen b7. That's another downside of rook c8. It opens up the b7 square for white's queen.
Yeah, yes. And Jan might well play rook e4. I like rook e4, yeah. And if I make another waiting move.
Yep, rook b8, for example, rook f4. Maybe now queen f6.
Yeah, that was my thought, but maybe you can enter with the queen somewhere like here. The bar keeps swinging back and forth because, okay, we are humans, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, this position's insanely hard to handle. I mean, there's also g5 in response to queen f6 and then rook g4. This might be going a step too far, though.
No, the bar loves it. Okay, I didn't see this idea. It's a very, very strong idea now immediately.
And
it's
this
also
is Jan's
very nice
style. This is Jan's style.
Yeah. Yeah, rook e4, actually. Rook e4 is also a move. It's a move. It's not non-committal move. It's a sort of a risk-free move. You can make rook e4 instantly without any. He'll make it probably instantly.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Jan is, and it is the top move, and I think he sees the idea of f6. And what you said about it being non-committal is so important because he knows that worst comes to worst. Oh, I calculate rook f4, it doesn't work. Big deal, right? The rook is on e2, it's on e4. It doesn't matter. That's what makes Ding's position so depressing. White's moves are all completely risk-free.
Yeah, incredible. No, he's losing it. I mean, he's losing it. Because this idea of standing and waiting, it doesn't work. We tried it, so it doesn't work. Because of rook f4 and this g5, no, I think he's done here. He's done here. A miracle, only a miracle will save. I'm even wondering, by the way, if I cannot play g5 here.
Oh my god.
All sorts of sick tactics, like, I don't know, like some knight h4, h6. I mean, all kinds of ideas come to mind here. No, this is really, really, really bad. You cannot stand and wait here, apparently, with black. Really bad stuff's coming your way. no, this is over.
Too many breakthroughs. And I think Ding had that one opportunity on the previous move, and he had to use it to get his queen to b7, come by hook or by crook. You know, whether the endgame was defensible or not, now that he's forfeited that opportunity, Jan is going to play f6 or g5, and he's just going to smash through on the king side.
Yeah, not good. Not good for Ding. This, a remarkable match, really remarkable. I believe Ding will come back, by the way, after this game as well. I think it's going to be an incredible match, and there's so many plot twists, and it's early to speak of Jan's victory here on one hand, but on the other, I mean, I see so many ways for Black to lose, so many natural ways to lose. I don't see any way to defend. I see the clock situation. I think the chances are really bad for Ding, and if you can bet somewhere on Jan's victory, put all the money there right now, because it's an opportunity of a lifetime. Because it's just looking really bad for Ding.
There are just so many enemies at Ding's door right now, both on the board and on the clock. And what a stark departure this would be from, the way that Jan handled his loss against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, this match is unlike that Carlsen match in any way. So I think it's very safe to say, and again, not shoveling dirt on Ding just yet, this game is far from over, but it's very safe to say that this is a new Jan, which has shown up in this match. And, the rumors of Jan's death after the previous game, those have also been exaggerated. He is not the same Jan who collapsed after his, 130 move loss against Magnus. This is a Jan who just doesn't let individual results affect him, and he's already shown that in this game. But now he needs to finish it off. He needs a couple more accurate moves, and he's got the time to make them.
Yeah, he's got the time, and usually in a position like that, this is where, whether he plays quickly or slowly, this is where Jan usually manages. He is great at finishing things off. We have seen it in this match. I have to say, though, Ding, if we look back at his play in this game, I think it's been not very good. I think the opening has gone wrong for him. He shouldn't have traded the bishops in that particular version. And after that, he had an option, after knight f3, queen e6, knight f5. He had a few options. He chose what turned out to be the worst one. Then once Jan played this g4 and king f1, he didn't realize that he has to do something drastic. Now, he is in a very bad situation. So for Ding standards, this is not a very good game. Well, it's how it happens in human chess. Some games you play well, some games you don't play well. I mean, it's nothing outrageous. It's a normal game of chess, and he tried his best. But yeah, this is not his best game. And Jan, on the other hand, apart from this one moment where he could have gone queen f3, well, after and before that, he played an exemplary game and just playing a tremendous chess so far. And yes, I don't see how this game can turn around any longer, but we'll see. Maybe Ding can pull himself together and find something inhuman here that can still be a defense. Because I personally don't see it. Like, as far as I'm concerned, position looks dead lost. It doesn't look dead lost to me at first, but now that I notice the threat of g5, it sort of looks, it looks really bad to me. I don't know. Maybe some queen c7, queen c6 is the only try, but then f6 looks devastating. No, looks just all really bad.
Yeah, whichever way you turn, there's going to be something. Nepo has also played with incredible speed this game. And I don't think that he premeditated it, right? I think that the position was simple. He chose a line that, with clearly defined plans, he executed those plans, and he's used his intuition to make important decisions. Thus far, it's been rewarded. Let's see, though, how long Nepo spends on potentially this final stage of the game. A move has been made. It is rook b8. Ding abiding by his strategy of just making waiting moves and giving Nepo exactly what he wants. Rook f4. Rook f4.
Or g5? Or g5, yeah.
Or your move, g5, yeah.
I think g5 was the killer, wasn't it?
Yeah, because rook f4 maybe allows this queen b6 or queen b7 maneuver. Because once the queen hits b7, it also defends the f7 pawn, taking some of the sting out of f6.
Also looks lost, though, after rook f4, queen b6, f6. Queen b7, queen f5 looks pretty lost to me.
Yeah. Agreed. But g5 is very much Nepo style, and especially to play it instantly. Your line with h6 and knight h4 was incredible.
No, that was, at some point, you helped me out there with rook f4, queen f6, g5. At the moment you showed me this g5, I realized I can do it immediately. And I think it's if one of these two moves is wrong, this is an opportunity for Ding because Jan could pick the wrong one. Because, like from what I see, both look winning, and Jan can by accident pick the wrong one. I don't know. Is it Rook f4, Queen e7, f6, Queen e6? That is a defense, perhaps.
6, Queen e6, and then maybe. Man, so many juicy options there for white.
Yeah, no, of course, the options are plenty, but maybe you're not completely winning there, let's say. Because of g5, so after g5, I mean, you have to take, otherwise f6 is crushing, and after g5, g rook g4. Yeah, okay, f6 is, of course, a blunder, but allowing knight takes g5 also doesn't look good. You know what is key in this position is the bishop on c5. It's a completely dead piece in a sense, if you look at it. It's totally dead. It's targeting the f2 pawn is all it does, and it is very well, like it's sitting very well on c5. It's guarded by the d6 pawn, but it is a completely dead piece. If you don't somehow attack the f2 square with another heavy piece, which is like a rook, let's say after b4, bc, rook b2. If you don't do that, the bishop is just not contributing at all. So after g5, g rook g4, it's white's rook, knight, queen, and all these pawns attacking the king. Queen can sort of protect somewhat. The rook can try, but the bishop is just on the other side of the board. It's like, this is, well, like this pawn on d6 cuts it away, the pawn on c3 cuts it away, so the bishop can never come back anymore. It's sort of stuck on the left side of the board, not contributing at all. So yeah, I'm not surprised that white has enough attacking potential here to win. Maybe after g5, g rook g4, maybe I can play queen f6, knight g5, and king to g8.
And even there, h6 looks good.
Oh, h6, okay, yeah. I mean, I think this is your kind of, I think in a bullet game, you would be able to finish this one off here. It is just, for a player with good attacking instincts, this is enough. Jan is looking to the side. I think Jan has a difficult choice here because rook f4 and g5 both look very good. And I think he has to find the most accurate way because he knows that this could be the last important decision in this game. This could be really all you need to find.
Yeah, and I mean, g5 is less visually appealing as we see the visual contrast there. Nepo leaning back and now moving forward with Ding with his hands over his head. I mean, he has to take every single second here to calculate variations. He's under 10 minutes and still has 4 incredibly difficult moves to make until time control. g5 and rook g4 doesn't produce the same visual effect as rook f4 and f6, but you just have to appreciate that when the knight lands on g5, the combined attack of the queen and the knight on f7 is what absolutely kills black, coupled with the rook on g4, which supports the knight. And you're right, Anish. I think your point about the bishop on c5 is so important because you can't judge a piece by how many squares it controls, right? You can't just look at a piece and say, well, it's sitting on an open diagonal, it's good. You have to always ask, what role is a piece playing? What is it actually doing to contribute to the position? You could have a knight in the center of the board that's terrible because it's not contributing. Speaking of contributing, Nepo is contributing to Ding's downfall. g5 is on the board. Ignore that sign. That engine is superficial. g5, we believe, is the best move. And I think it's going to result in quick victory, possibly even before move 40.
Oh, yes, and g5 indeed was the best move. It's also the most direct one. So when you mentioned that rook f4, f6 has a bigger appeal, I think that's sort of a stylistic thing, whichever you prefer, which pawn you prefer to push. But g5, I think, is the more direct move. And whenever you are about to finish off the game, you want to knock down your opponent, so you want to punch, and the punch is basically a move like g5 or f6. So rook f4 was a preparation for a punch, while g5 was the punch. And I think if you're choosing between the two, punch is the way to go.
By the way,
is a mistake, I think.
I have to interrupt you, Anish, because a lot of people in the chat are seeing that sign which says g5 is a mistake. That is wrong. I checked with an engine of high depth. The engine takes about 30 seconds. But what you have to understand is that when it first sees a move, it evaluates it superficially. At first, it believes that g5 relinquishes some of white's advantage. When you let the engine sit, g5 is actually the best move at a high depth. So even according to the engine, which doesn't pull any punches, g5 is still the best move. You should ignore that question mark, which popped up on the screen, and it's going to lead to Nepo's quick victory. Please continue.
Yes, and G5 is not like completely winning because of, I think, Queen D7, Queen B7, which looks totally lost somehow as well. But that is somehow only like somewhat winning. Instead, the most natural move, which you think is the only move, which Ding played, 8G, this move is, by the way, losing completely. And now Rook G4. So basically, in a practical sense, G5 is the killing blow. So in a practical sense, even the deep engine, not deep engine, whatever it is, besides the G5, as you mentioned, is the best move also objectively, practically it is the winning one. It is the winning move because after G5, the only move you consider is 8G, and then there is Rook G4, and now you realize that F6 is losing to this Knight H4, H6 business.
Beautiful. We're going to have that on the game. I think Ding is going to play F6. Again, what else do? You don't allow Knight takes G5. I think we are going to have F6, Knight H4.
Well, I think this Queen F6, King G8 might be a little more resilient because there after H6 I had some hope still. I think Ding sees Knight H4. I think Knight H4, H6 is kind of screaming at you. Even I saw it. And okay, if I see it, I'm sure Ding will see it.
Rook G4 is on the board.
And it's the moment of, well, it's no longer the moment of truth. I mean, whatever Ding plays, it's all over. The bar is completely, it's all the way up there. It seems White's attack is as crushing as it looks. And the positions that look winning and also are winning are usually won. So this is all over. And well, what a game, I have to say. Ding made a few mistakes, but it's the nature of chess. First of all, mistakes don't come alone. And secondly, humans make mistakes. This is why chess is a game we still play. This is why it's a beautiful game. So obviously, Ding didn't have a good day. Ding didn't play a good game. You cannot play a good game and lose. That's not chess. So of course, it was not Ding's day, but Jan, he did everything right, and what a fantastic win! I have to say, so far in this match, so many beautiful games. Just incredible.
No, this idea. I mean, Rook G4, F6, we are being treated to, the kind of chess that we hope to see in a World Championship match, but haven't seen in a lot of matches. Not, judging. Every match has its own character, its own flavor, but I'm loving what I see thus far. This is going to send the ball back into Ding's court. And thus far, anybody who tries to predict the course of the match has been proven wrong. Anybody who talks about momentum and how Nepo is going to react, I mean, nothing about this match is similar to Nepo's match against Magnus Carlsen. And Nepo, he didn't play mistake-free, but ultimately, I think his decision to go for an opening he felt more comfortable with, that is the decision. That was the money decision, because 1d4 in that game, it didn't turn out well. He learned his lesson, and now he's going for a position that he just feels comfortable with. Yeah, it's objectively equal. Yeah, Ding should have been able to make a draw with a couple more accurate moves, but he succeeded in making Ding uncomfortable and in reaching a position that he studied better and more deeply with his team than Ding did. And of course, always good to take inspiration from the game of Anish Giri.
Well, I actually was on the black side there, so the one who took inspiration was Ding, and he lost just like I did. But yeah, I mean, it's always hard to say. In hindsight, it worked majestically. I think predominantly what decided the outcome of the opening was Ding's very unfortunate handling of it. I have to say, if you are Ding or his team member, you are disappointed with how it went. You hope for better, of course. This is a critical line. Okay, there are hundreds of critical lines, so that's not easy, but still, his handling was particularly unfortunate. He really landed in a very unpleasant position from the opening, so definitely nothing to be happy about there. But from Jan's, we have a tremendous game so far, and indeed, looking back at the recent World Championship matches so far, this one from purely a creative point of view, from a purely chess games point of view, the beauty of the games, the clarity of ideas and instructiveness of them as well. Like, every game can be shown as a separate lecture, and there's so much to learn from these games. From a creative viewpoint, certainly one of the best World Championship matches we had seen in a long time, and I'm really honored actually to be commentating and having such a good time here, because not only are all these games ongoing, and the theory is far from theory killing these games, but also they're just so good and such high quality by the player that wins. And I think it will be Jan that will win this game. I don't see how it can finish differently.
No, I don't either. And Ding, he's now at 5 minutes. We're not at a stage where, he has some chances or he can get into an endgame. He's literally getting mated. Knight takes G5 is coming. White's moves are playing themselves. Nepo has already seen f6, knight h4, so he's done all of the hard work. Now he just has to make the incredibly obvious moves. I think he would win this in a bullet game. And I just love the complexity of the positions that we're reaching. It's not a coincidence that someone like Ding failed to handle the position that we had today. It was just so strategically complex. There were so many different candidate moves and different options. And I just love the interplay of positional chess and tactics that we're seeing today. The way that this game transformed from a positional battle with moves like h4 and a fight for key squares to the final stage of the game, which is purely tactical, g5 and rook g4. We can see how positional play and positional mastery leads directly into tactical victory with a series of breakthroughs and perhaps even a beautiful knight sacrifice if Ding plays f6.
Yes, and for sure, if Carlsen would be playing, this game, we would be singing, the songs for him. It's truly an incredible display of how, as you mentioned correctly, how strategy and tactics work together. And it's really extremely often the case that you build up a positional advantage, and in the end, you clinch it by tactical means. This is just how it's done. This is sort of the textbook way to win chess games. You build up a positional advantage, you build it up, you sit on good squares, you bring all the pieces to the right squares, but then usually to win the game, you need that tactical breakthrough. And we see it here, g5 followed by rook g4, and after f6, knight h4, this is that clincher. And yeah, this is all you can hope for. And it's just, I don't like repeating myself, but again, just having this position at the World Championship match, playing this kind of game, this must be so satisfying. I, on some occasions, play a game that is similar to one like this one, where everything is so beautiful. It doesn't happen so often, I must say, at high level with me. Like, I'm not able to do that often. But doing it, against a player like Ding and doing it at such a stage, this is so satisfying. And we see that happen to Ding in the previous game. Ding managed to completely outplay Jan, and here Jan completely outplays Ding. This is just two extremely strong players with asymmetric strengths, and this leads to just beautiful chess. It's really honestly amazing what we are seeing. I've seen many of top level games, and there are plenty of wins and losses in top chess and other top tournaments. But we want number 2 and world number 3 beating each other, one beautiful game, one after the other. That's truly remarkable, and it's amazing that they've brought the best of themselves at this moment, at this stage.
We've had 3 decisive games in the last 4 games, and now the ball is back into Ding's court, and again he's down a point, and again he's going to have to take some inspiration from the fact that he's already has a victory under his belt. He knows it's possible. But it's just amazing to see the momentum and the initiative of the match continue to change hands. Now, yeah, Ding is facing a deficit, but he has the white pieces tomorrow. So will he be able to recover?
I think so.
And contribute another incredible game. I mean, this match has been amazing, and I can't believe we're only 4 games in. This is only game 5. This is a best of 14 match. So Nepo will have to continue performing at this level for many, many more days. And Ding is going to try to prevent that from happening. In the meantime, we've been talking. Ding has been thinking. He's now down to 90 seconds without increments. So this might be decided on the clock. But he finally moves. He plays rook to a8. And that is an indicator of how bad his position is. He has moved his rook in the last 5 out of 6 moves. And that simply allows White to do what? To play knight takes g5.
I see the point. I see the point. I see his idea.
Oh, so, rook a1, queen a8.
Yes. His idea is that knight g5, rook a1. If you go to the most natural square g2, there's queen a8, offering a queen trade, which would be a huge relief for black. I'm wondering to what extent that is a relief, because even there I have some ideas. So I have all these f6, knight h7 ideas. But that's probably somewhat of a relief. Let's see. I didn't see this idea at all. So maybe knight g5, rook a1, king e2 is cleaner. That's one question I have. That is probably also the way, by the way, because if you play queen e7 check though, now queen e7 check can bring the king. Yeah, it's okay.
Your idea though.
Yeah,
I feel like in that endgame, your idea, king g2, queen a8, like trade queens, go f6, gf, knight h7. I think White just promotes the h pawn there.
King e7.
If I'm calculating correctly. Rookie
I'm
4,
not
and then you
sure,
go rookie
maybe.
8. We can show that on the analysis board
We can
because I
show
think
that,
Nepo is probably going to take a little bit of time
Oh
here.
my god, yeah, it's incredible. So this it's quite hilarious. This bishop is so useless also in an endgame.
Yep.
So you mean that here I think I
F6.
see what you mean. I think you mean that in this position I can even play rook to e8 and there is no stopping. It's incredible. There's no stopping the h pawn. The bishop is just so dumb here. It cannot go here. It also cannot go here. It also cannot go here, and it cannot go here. It is a study. This is just a study-like position.
And b4
Incredible.
doesn't do anything because white's b2 pawn. That pawn chain is what's holding the bishop back. King d7. We should show white just plays h6. White can pre-move h6. I guess bishop e3, but white can essentially pre-move.
You would play it. You would play bishop e3.
Oh,
I know
absolutely.
you. You would play bishop e3.
Absolutely. Or bishop d4 trying to get a pass pawn. But king d7, h6, king takes c8, h7 is perhaps the most fitting final position of this game because it ultimately shows the incompetence of black's bishop. And who could have predicted that this position would be decided by a passed h-pawn? And yet that's exactly what I think is likely to happen.
And I think one of the reasons why we saw that post by Magnus Carlsen about Astana calling, I think, okay, whatever it is, as we can talk about him, withdrawing from the cycle and all this, and him playing poker and all that. He loves chess, and he must appreciate the games here. And I think one of the reasons he mentioned Astana is because he must have appreciated the games so far. He must have enjoyed watching them, whatever he says. I mean, maybe he doesn't care about losing the title anymore, but from purely chess aesthetic perspective, from purely perspective of the game, these are really nice games to watch. And I think this one as well is just it's a treat. And I think even Carlsen would agree that this is a masterpiece. And especially if it would follow this path that we just showed, this endgame, it's a very strange way to convert. Like, I think you should try to checkmate in a position like that. I'm all for endgames, but I would feel that there should be a knockout blow. But this endgame, it's an absolute study. Like, you make all these 10 forced moves, and in the end, you trade the rooks, and then your h-pawn is 3 steps away from promoting square. This full board full of pieces, but black is unable to somehow stop that. It's a remarkable line, and I wonder if the game will finish this way, and if it will, your reputation of a prophet only will reinforce itself.
No, but this would be so fitting that black has been trying to trade queens all of this time. And finally, when he succeeds, it actually favors white because white creates, a passed h-pawn. Of all the ways that this game could finish, it would be almost impossible to predict that, a passed h-pawn. Think, how could you even create a passed h-pawn? And yet we see the line. And I think Nepo, he's such a good calculator. And for a 2,700 plus player, this is just such an easy line to calculate because it's all forced. There's literally no choice that black has at any juncture. If he doesn't trade rooks, that doesn't help either. I don't think Nepo is going to take too long. I think he's going to take within a couple minutes at a maximum.
And I would like to just note that after knight g5, rook a1, king g2, queen a8, that endgame after takes, rook takes, f6, gf. We can maybe show it briefly on the board because it's kind of a relevant line for this game. One extra reason why Jan will certainly see it is that and
he's already played knight takes g5.
Is that in this position, besides trading rooks, I think the simple h6, h7 also wins, as rook e8 is inevitable after that. So there's no need to be too pretty. You can just go simply h6 and only after d5 play rook e8, which is even easier. And so Jan is definitely heading for this after knight g5, rook a1. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that king g2, queen a8, yes, the line is absolutely forced. And a player like as gifted as Jan, when he smells blood, for him it's child's play.
And I actually really like that Jan doesn't take all that long in these moments. Not, criticizing anybody for taking, especially in a moment as important as this, taking 10 minutes, whatever, to double, triple check the main lines. But I love Jan's confidence in his calculation. And we almost never see him take, 20 minutes to quintuple check a line. Once he calculates it, once he feels confident, he just goes for it. And he's got 42 minutes on the clock. He's not even going to use a 10th of them.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, quintupling is not what he does. He probably does double, triple check it. But how many times can you double check a line? I mean, he sees it. I think he sees it in a flash. and then he spends a few seconds to double check it, a few more seconds to triple check it, and then people say he plays it fast, but he'll be like, "What do you mean fast? I triple, quadruple checked it. At some point, I have to make a move, yeah, and already 30 seconds passed. I mean, let me make my move." But he has seen
Exactly.
it all. Yeah, he's seen it all. He's just making sure, because you don't want to allow an endgame that holds, but of course. And you might want to check if King E2, but King E2 is not so easy actually. King E2 doesn't win on the spot. I don't think King E2 is easy at all. I guess King E2, Queen E7, Knight E4 is maybe winning for white still, but it's
sure
nowhere
it's winning,
near as
but-
forcing. Nowhere near as forcing as King to G2 and this endgame. Yeah, after takes an F6 in that endgame, also Black doesn't have a. Black is lost with a margin. Yeah, so Black is really lost there. There is no hope. Maybe
Yeah, it's not like
D5.
the bishop
Yeah,
stops the pawn and then Black creates a passer on the other side of the board. Black literally cannot stop the H pawn, and not Nepo. I just love that. Oh, he's gone King E2.
Oh, okay, you didn't see that
Whoa.
one.
And
Okay,
I guess
maybe-
Queen E7 Knight E4 just ends the game as well.
Probably, yeah. Okay, it's a matter of taste. We just went deep into one of the wins, and we didn't go into the other one. But it seems he has here he has the luxury of choice here. It looks that King E2, yeah, it seems King E2 Knight E4 is actually completely winning as well.
Yeah, it is. Queen E7,
Mhm.
Knight E4, no checks, and H6,
Mhm.
F6. Even Rook takes G7 is a threat after Queen
Yes.
E7, Knight E4. So Ding, having made the 40th move, which he's about to, might just resign after Knight E4. Because at that point, the game is over.
Well, yeah, I think he'll have to make a move of sorts, but we are not far away from the end here. We are not far away from the end. It might be a little anticlimactic in the sense that after Queen E7, Knight E4, the players will take a moment because they'll reach the time control. But sooner or later, the handshake will come because Black just doesn't have a defense. I guess he will try some move that doesn't lose on the spot, but I don't know. Maybe Queen E8. Queen E8 is
Yeah,
even
Queen
a bit
E8, I
more-
was thinking too.
Maybe
Yeah.
Queen E8, yeah, is a bit better. Trying to.
Yeah, and with 3 seconds on the clock, move 40 has been executed. And Ding gets up, but Nepo's not going to take any time on 94. That move is virtually forced.
Yeah. No, he's completely in control of it, and I think when he had this position,
Queen E8. Mm-hmm.
when he
Sorry,
had
go
that
ahead.
position, he saw King G2, Queen A8 very quickly,
Mm-hmm.
and then he started calculating King E2, and he realized that King E2 is winning, and so he didn't go back to King G2. I think that's just what happened. So he just he saw one, and then they say, you don't need to see 2 wins, you just need to see 1 win. And he just saw 1 win and stuck with it. And now, 94 will probably follow.
Yeah, and the biggest threat that 94 poses is actually Rook takes G7, followed by F6. So that's the threat, which probably necessitates Queen E8, and then you could play F6 and H6. That's the secondary threat, because the pass pawn is just as strong, almost as strong in the middle game as it is in the end game. White preserves all of the mate threats, and the White's king is incredibly safe. That's the most depressing thing for Black, is White's king could even chill on F3. So 94 already on the board, and Ding has an hour, but he's got nothing to spend it on other than to come to terms with how lost his position is.
Oh, yes, certainly yes. And I'm looking at different ways of trying to win this position.
Mhm.
I suspect Queen E8 is the must. I suspect it's a must. I don't.
Only move, I think.
Yeah, then at some point you can try also unpinning the king, maybe, because then you resume the
F3?
thread. King F3 or King D2 with the idea like Rook G8, King G8, Knight F6. This would be an idea.
Oh, nice. I think Queen E8, King F3 might actually be the easiest win, even
Mhm.
before F6.
Yeah,
So you
because after
preserve all of the
F6,
ideas.
yeah, after F6 GF there is Queen E5 idea. So if you start with King F3, then Queen E5 I can take, and Knight takes C5. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I can imagine the King F3 is the cleanest solution. I think the beauty of this match is that when it comes to winning positions, the players, they just show it to us. So far, the
Yes.
conversion has been superb, and I have no doubt that Jan will just finish it off cleanly.
Ding is in the rest area. He's looking at the monitor, seeing that 94 has been played, and the process of coming to terms it takes a while. You know, he's going to exhaust all of the options, but the reason it's so one-sided is, again, because White's king is so safe. It's like, even if you gave Black 2 moves, even if Black could take the pawn on b2 with check, that would change exactly nothing because White's king would hide on f3.
Yeah, Black didn't manage to drum up enough counterplay. It was very desperate already when he did that. His defense has failed after the move rook e4 because the defense of Ding was based on sitting passively in that position, and he missed rook e4 g5 idea from afar. When it came, basically his defense has fallen, and his attempt to activate his pieces came way too late, and of course it didn't lead anywhere, and I was already way too desperate. So yeah, the game that was lost already a few moves ago, and here it's just a matter of Jan finishing the job, and he is known to do this very well. So I don't expect any troubles here. I think Queen e8, Queen e8 will be played, and then Jan has probably a few different ways to do it. I think Queen e8, King f3, Queen a8 maybe is the attempt to make a few moves.
Yeah, and then this whole f6 h6 procedure can happen again.
Yeah, again, the endgame can be reached actually after all. So,
yeah, Jan knows what the outcome of the game is going to be. He's walking around the playing hall, passing the time. And Ding, I don't think Ding is going to take 45 minutes. That's not his style either. Because who wants to sit there? He's going to exhaust his only option. Get on with it and go home because they both want to go home.
Yeah, of course. But at the same time, it's not a position where you resign. Again, you see that you are losing, but you need your opponent to execute it on the board before you resign. I mean, that's what most players do. That's how these two play, as we have seen so far. They don't resign once it's clear to them they're lost. They resign once the due course has been completed. And I think so. There is a move like Queen e8, so you make that move. And then Jan has to find the cleanest finish. Jan will take a bit of time because it's important not to botch this one up. And King f3, Queen a8, for example, is not so obvious. White loses. So I think it will still take some time, as neither Ding should resign nor should Jan, stop making moves. So I think this will all commence. But at the end of the day, yeah, the game is predetermined, as is visible from Ding's posture.
Yeah, this time, we can safely make conclusions based on Ding as he leans back, and that's not out of relaxation. Nepo is also pacing the same route, from one side of the playing hall to the other. He has not visited his rest area. He has hung around the board really since the start of the game. And Ding's face, it really says it all. The game's over.
No, he got outplayed today. What can we say? He made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes, and he got outplayed. And I think the trouble started early. I think on move 19, this bishop d8 followed by 97, these two moves, the sequence, it was just not good. He combined a few ideas together. He rerouted the bishop to b6, which is sometimes possible. He traded the bishops, which is dubious, but sometimes possible. But somehow all combined, it was not done in a coherent manner, and he got an unpleasant position. Jan found it with h4, h5, brought the knight over from h4 to f5. And then Ding had to already be very precise, and his first mistake with knight takes f5, ef, queen f6 was punished roughly, and already then he was really on the verge.
That was a huge turning point. And sometimes when you look at games with an engine, you don't get a good sense of exactly where the turning points were, because the engine's always optimistic on the defending side, right? And oftentimes the engine gives 0.6, but we already believe that the turning point has been reached. And I really, really think that knight takes f5, right? That impulsive decision to capture the knight, had he played queen f6, that was probably the closest that he had come to completely equalizing really since the start of the game. Is that a fair assertion? That if we had to name one moment, right, one critical turning point, it was when he played knight takes f5.
Yeah, maybe. I tend to give more importance to the opening phase. So I would rate the bishop d8 97 moment in the opening as perhaps an even more important one, because that was what I believe put him on the defensive at all. That was the root of his problems. But of course, getting a worse position, it doesn't mean you have to lose. And indeed, yeah, perhaps the biggest mistake was taking and queen f6. I mean, taking queen d7. Remember, that was the move that you suggested. That was actually a computer like that. Actually, that was maybe decent. But taking and queen f6, that was a serious mistake. But yeah, I think from a perspective of somebody who prepares so hard and deep as Ding, I think the sequence of move 19 and 20, bishop d8, 97, that was really the cause of his trouble for the most part. Just didn't get out of the opening with a good position.
And there's been more decisive games, interesting stat, in this match through 5 games than in the first 5 games of the last World Championship since 2013 combined. Because in 2021, all 5 of the first games were drawn. Of course, Nepo loses the 6th game in marathon style. That was the first decisive game. In Carlsen, Caruana, all of the games were drawn. Carlsen, Karyakin only had a couple decisive games, and the first 5 games were drawn as well. The most decisive match until this one had been in 2014 against Vishy Anand, where 2 out of the first 5 games were decisive. And here we're going to have 3 decisive games. How much of a treat it has been to commentate this match, where even the non-decisive games, and this was your point earlier, Anish, even the non-decisive games were full of life. Perhaps the Carlsbad game is the outlier. That was the only one. I wouldn't even call it lifeless. It was full of strategic ideas. That game just never really got off the ground. All of the other games either were decisive or could have been decisive. The first game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we are so spoiled that we are complaining about the Carlsbad game, but that was a rich game in itself as well. And it's a tremendous show so far. The players are not shying away. They, from game 1, they didn't want a cautious start. They didn't want to waste the white pieces. I think you see that they're struggling with the black pieces, surprisingly. And I think it has to do with the fact that there is so much to know right now. Every time they have a position on the board, I know for a fact that they know that they must know this because they work on chess, they work on their opening repertoire. They have a narrow repertoire. They're working on it. They know that. There is so much now to remember. And of course, they don't recall the details, and they just cannot recall the details with the black pieces. And almost no matter what white plays, there is just so much you have to prepare for with black. And I think that the fact that they are under pressure with black, both of them, that pushes them to play more aggressive with white. If you understand what I'm trying to say, like the knowing that you have a black game to go means that you cannot make a quick draw with white, because that will only, you'll just waste an opportunity, and later you will suffer the next day. So both of them are using the white pieces to the max. Both of them are unable to memorize their huge opening repertoire. They're trying to make it as compact and as simple as possible. They're trying to play healthy lines. They just cannot remember everything, and they land in trouble. As the theme of the match so far is that white is just pushing in most of the games. White was getting things going in the opening. That one game that Ding lost with white, he got some advantage after h3 and move 4, but okay, that backfired eventually. In terms of opening, so far white is doing really well every day, and that makes me optimistic for Ding for tomorrow. Ding knows he can bounce back. He already bounced back before, and tomorrow he'll have the white pieces. So no need to get too depressed. I think today is not his day, but maybe tomorrow he'll strike back, or maybe one of the other white games. Lots of opportunities left.
Absolutely, and Ding was indeed able to put pressure out of the opening in that English game he played. Of course, Nepo equalized at some point and then committed that terrible mistake with knight to d4. But it's amazing the pressure that white has been able to put in general in top-level chess in the Italian and the Ruy Lopez. Like, really thinking about the last couple of years, the abundance of ideas that white has trotted out in both of these openings has really put black under pretty significant strain. And the Marshall, it solved a lot of the problems that black was facing in the mainline Ruy Lopez. But as Nepo shows in this game, and as top players have shown in the last couple of years, lines with d3, lines with a3 and knight c3, tons of sidelines really pose serious problems with black that cannot be solved with forcing lines. And it's just a super exciting time to watch top level chess, contrary to the exaggerated rumors about classical chess being dead because of the influence of computers.
Yes, and also in the previous matches, I mean, they were far from horrible. The match between Caruana and Carlsen was fascinating as well. Magnus was playing this sharp Sicilian with the black pieces. We had lots of fights, but somehow these games, they finished in a draw in the classical portion. And because either somebody would misvert or somebody would show tremendous defense. But there were already there were already exciting games there too. But in this event so far, the players, they're converting pretty well, and we have a full display of the beauty of modern chess, the width of ideas with the white pieces. You can play 4h3, you can go down the main path in a Carlsbad, you can go down the main path in Spanish, where you can have so many different ways to avoid the marshal. And it seems that it's not easy for black to be ready for all of this. Of course, next time Ding will be ready for this particular line, but next time Jan will play something else. So it's a difficult life of players playing with the black pieces, even when they're as well prepared as these two.
For sure. Ding has now taken 12 minutes and counting on this move. Nepo has paced from one spot to the other, back again this entire time, ever since making his move. He has an hour and 40 minutes on his clock, so the result of the game is not in question. Queen e8 is the only move that doesn't lose the game on the spot, because it's literally, I mean, f6, there's h6. What do you think is going through Ding's mind right now? Do you think he's actually searching for a defensive move, or is he still in the long process of coming to terms with what has happened? You sometimes see players inspecting their score sheets in these types of situations. Ding hasn't been doing that, but his body language, just his posture, everything seems to indicate that he's about to resign, but he hasn't made a move just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a combination indeed of glancing over the position, trying to calculate the consequences of Queen e8, making sure you are indeed lost, and also just coming to terms, because he was under a lot of pressure the last few moves. He was in a time trouble as well, so he was very tense, and he had to try and find the only defensive resources, if there were any. And now that he's reached the time control, he can relax a bit. But as he is relaxing, he also realized that, okay, it's his last relaxation of the game. It's time to go home soon. And so he's just taking his time there, coming to terms indeed with the result. At the same time, his mind keeps wondering about the position. He keeps thinking and calculating. But what is on the foreground, whether these are the thoughts about him losing this game, or whether these are calculations, at this point I no longer know. These two are mixing. Sometimes you can have a conversation and have a position running on the back of your mind as well, right? You probably know that as well. And this is probably what's happening to him. He's got these two conversations. On one hand, he's calculating Queen e8, which he sees as lost, and he keeps going over these lines over and over, looking for a miracle, but there's not one. And at the same time, he's surely thinking about the miserable spot he's in right now, having come back yesterday, yet having lost once again, and lots of twists and turns in this match. I didn't see him losing this game, but as I told you already at the start, so much decided at this high level, so much is decided in the opening, so much is decided who gets a pleasant position. And Jan, just from the start, he just took initiative and just never let go, and it was all his day today.
And as you make your point, Queen e8 has been played, and I think Jan will spare us, a 15-minute think, and King f3 should follow pretty quickly. Of course, Queen e8 takes the sting, and a rook takes g7, which was the threat. I mean, King f3 is such an easy move. It's such a natural move because it unpins the knight and it reinforces all of the threats, such as f6, h6, knight takes d6. I think Jan's playing that move pretty quickly. Mm-hmm.
I think it might be our opportunity to take a look at the analysis board, because I think Ding is not going to resign now that he's not there at the board. So we can perhaps take a last look and just see if there indeed is no difficulty here to convert, because I think there's still some variations to look over here. So the move you suggest is King f3, and unpinning the knight, setting up f6, gf6, rook g8, tactic, right? Predominantly. Now let's just establish how white wins after Queen a8.
Mm-hmm. So let's say trade in f6. Trade in f6, you have to take. Knight f6. And king e7, knight g8, I think, is an important move.
Knight d5 also nice, because your king has no good there's no good squares, I think.
Right. I was just thinking knight g8 and h6, but
that's probably easier and just crush. Yeah. The knight just blocks the rook, and if I try to go around, there are multiple ways to
king g2.
Yeah, I like that, the most primitive. And bishop is unable to stop. Yeah, and knight of h7, knight of 6, yeah, also. Yeah. Yeah, also this is very direct as well. h7, here knight f6, right? I mean, the worst case, it's actually king g2 here wins on the spot.
Oh, the rook has no squares. Rook
Yeah,
h6,
because I
knight
mean,
g8 is a fork.
this would require some conversion that would be completely unnecessary, would actually ruin a lot. But it's not needed. You have this king in g2 move. So yeah, the end game, king f3, queen a8 in the end game is probably the easiest way to go at.
Yeah. And Nepo, he's going to enjoy himself. He has plenty of time. He knows the result of the game. He's going to savor this moment before the result has been counted and you need to start working on the next game. You know, this is a very pleasurable moment for top players when they know that everything is under control and they know that they have it in the bag. And we are going to take this opportunity to take most probably one final break. Nepo is going to spend a little bit of time, and this game is going to go on for a little bit longer. We will watch as Nepo puts the finishing touches on an absolutely brilliant victory. This will be his second victory of the World Championship match, and therefore of his World Championship career. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage, and don't go anywhere because we'll have the conclusion of this game 5 of the FIDE World Championship for you. But first, we'll take a short break, and we will be back with more Nepo Ding and likely Nepo's second victory of the match in just a couple of minutes.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
All right, I'm not finishing a granola bar here, but I got to commentate the World Championship because Ding Liren has not resigned. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've been enjoying our coverage. GM Daniel Naroditsky, GM Anish Giri, the world number 6. Chopping it up for you. Game 5, Nepo against Ding, is about to conclude. The last moments of the game as King F3 has indeed been played. Anish, Ding is prolonging the torture. He's in the rest area. He's sort of asleep. He's coming to terms with his loss. Whatever it is that he's doing, the result of the game is no longer in question.
Yeah, and I saw from our chat, our chat members, they are saying they're losing all the games to Stockfish with the white pieces here. Now, you should realize that chess is a very different game across different levels. So if you're a beginner, what is winning? What means winning position? And if you are a top level player like Jan and Ding, what means a winning position? These are two entirely different things. And this position, it is clear to both the players that it's completely winning for white at this point. But of course, if we take, if we take a look at what happens in games between players rated 1200 or even above that, well, it's definitely a different story. But yeah, so probably if you play against Stockfish, you'll lose. But Jan essentially has this one in the back. He has already found the win here, calculated all the possibilities to the end, and it is already a matter of formality here.
It is indeed, and we expect Ding to eventually come back to the board and accept the inevitable. And he just did that. He's going to write down the move, and I would guess that he's going to play Queen A8 pretty quickly. First he's going to take a sip of water. We have an interesting stat for you, though, which is all of the players who have hit 2,800 and above. Obviously, that is a huge milestone. It's a milestone that's been hit only a couple of times throughout chess history. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has hit 2,800 live. He's 2799.7, but that was before his loss, so he's dropped a little bit. But page 1 of the 2,800 club has some incredible names on it. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen achieved the highest rating ever in 2014, 2882. Garry Kasparov, as early as 1999, he was the only player over 2,800 by a country mile, his highest at 2851. As we look at this list, Anish, and admire these names, do you think 2,900 is ever on the horizon? And that name on the bottom there, of course. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's 2,900 is a difficult thing, especially because it seems to be that there is no inflation happening at the top. As younger players keep stealing rating from the top players as well, and somehow for a long time already, the number of players that are 2,700 is not, is not changing. Definitely not becoming bigger. And so, without inflation, I'm not sure. Not sure it's easy to get a rating as high as 2,900. You have to dominate chess like Magnus Carlsen did for a long time without having a single misstep. And even Carlsen, he does these missteps from time to time. And yeah, Ding, is also a very, very high rating at his peak. But today you cannot see, the 28-16 player back.
Mm-hmm.
So the point of, of course you can, if you're a great player, you can get a high rating, but to get even higher, you need consistency, and consistency at an incredibly high level. And it's difficult. Even the players at the match now, you see, just 2 days ago, it was Ding who played the brilliant chess. And today it's Jan. And on their best days, they're playing wonderful, and he plays Queen A8 now, going for that lost endgame. But the consistency, maintaining that level. If Jan played every game like he played today, he would be 2,900. If Ding played every game like he played the last one, he would be 2,900. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't happen every day. Maintaining this kind of level, it's really, really hard. You need also the opening to go your way. You need to have the energy, and everything has to be right. And it's just difficult. Okay, Jan is forcing the endgame. He's calculated it already to the end.
I just love that he's playing quickly. I want to repeat that. That confidence, and it's not misplaced confidence. He's calculated it, and Jan doesn't take unnecessary time. Once he believes in something, and once he's figured it out, he goes for it. And he's taking exactly 0 seconds on these moves F6 has played. And at this point, resignation has become a very likely option.
Yeah, I suspect the GF will still happen, but after GF, knight F6, king E7, one more move, perhaps knight G8, as you mentioned, the cleanest one. That could cause the handshake. And Ding also, he is visibly he's visibly disturbed. He doesn't hide the fact that he's dead lost. And indeed, at this point, resignation. At this point, it becomes a realistic possibility. And I think we will see it quickly. Both players have a lot of time, but no need to waste time. Tomorrow is another day, another game. You have to rest, you have to prepare. So I suspect Ding will make a few moves as a formality, but will eventually extend his hand.
Yeah. And of course, on the topic of rating inflation, I just want to add that the number of grandmasters has obviously increased over the years, but you cannot attribute all of that to quote unquote rating and title inflation. People have actually gotten better, and opportunities for most players have increased across the world. So unlike, even 10 years ago, you can become a grandmaster, more American grandmasters, or more norm tournaments around the world. And I think all things held equal, that's a good thing. Obviously, that raises some concerns of the title requirements not being stringent enough. And I think that's a legitimate discussion to have. But on balance, we just have to acknowledge that people have gotten better at chess. And that is a good thing. And there are going to be more title players and more GMs. But I think that the fears of, the GM title, for example, not meaning anything, that all of that has been, exaggerated. And I don't think we're anywhere near that point.
Of course, I mean, it's not easy. Like, these fantastic chess players like Gotham Chess or Sagar Shah. I mean, they're really good at what they do. They've played chess their entire life. They'll tell you a lot about the game. They read a lot. They see the tactics. They tremendous chess players, in fact. And they struggled to become grandmaster. We saw, this whole drama about Levy trying to become a grandmaster. It's been ongoing for a long time. And now he seems to finally have come to terms with the fact that he isn't a grandmaster. And it is just a very difficult, very high level that, okay, by now more and more people achieve, but it is not obvious and it's not a given. And so, yeah, you could make one more title to somehow separate the very top of the world from the other grandmasters. But you also have the rating, and there is the unspoken super GM sort of super GM title that people kind of quote unquote receive once they reach the rating of 2700, because 2700 is rating that only around 40, 50, I think usually 40 people in the world have. And okay, that's elite enough to get a name like an elite grandmaster or a super grandmaster. You could actually try to make this title official for fun, like score 3 super grandmaster norms, meaning 3 tournaments where you score 2800 performance and you reach rating of 27, 20 once or something in your life. But you don't need to make that. And of course, yes, I'm really not sure this inflation is happening, nor I think the grandmaster titles are too easy. I think it's really, really difficult. And the kids that are getting at early ages, they are extremely good. I mean, you can try playing these kids, and good luck beating them. They are very, very, very strong at chess. And okay, Ding is attempted the defense with G6, but
this is empty play. I mean, at this point, you can resign.
Yeah, Rook G6. Yeah.
And I think we're going to see a handshake right now. Or maybe King F7 first will be tried.
Yeah, I think he'll make a move still. He'll still make a move.
Yeah, Nepo kind of looking up at Ding like, all right, let's. I'm hungry. I want to sample Astana's finest restaurants. A little shashlik and, some Georgian wine. No wine during the World Championship, I would imagine.
No, not when you have to play the next day. But shashlik is definitely on the menu. Okay, Ding is trying to activate the rook, but I think there are probably many roads that lead to Rome, but Ding is attempting to take on b2 and then hopes to pressure the f2 pawn. But yeah, I'm sure Jan will figure it out here.
Okay, Ding. What's the simplest one here? Is it rook?
Yeah, you need to
you actually need to think here, which is a little bit annoying. I'm sure Jan is annoyed, but
he's pissed.
I think he enjoys. This is a task that he enjoys.
Yeah, no, his ears turned red. He briefly panicked, but I think knight g5, knight h7 probably does it. Now you see his ears. He briefly panicked. He missed the rook a2, and he is in a complete state of shock now. He thinks, okay, did I ruin it? Because he doesn't have the engine bar. Yeah, he doesn't see the bar is still all the way up. He kind of panicked a bit there. Completely red. He is actually now also from the front. But well, luckily for him, he'll calm down, realize that nothing has been lost. But wow, he is definitely having a moment of.
Well, he just didn't expect. It's the fact that he has to now think, which it's not the fact that he's not winning. I think it's the fact that he now has to hunker down and find another move, whereas he thought the work that he did came to an end. I actually think King G4, King F5 also might do the trick, which is not satisfying, quote unquote, in the moment that it's in the sense that it's not all that forced, but I think it just ends the game. And I guess we will need the analysis board one more time.
Well, we will need the analysis board, and there is so little material left on the board that actually Jan, I think he is legitimately worried. Not only that he has to put some work in, but there is the thought going through his head that maybe he messed it up. Of course, he's confident that player that he is, and with his understanding, he realized he must still be completely winning, but it could be not so trivial any longer. And the main problem White has is that if they go for, let's say, knight g5, rook b2, rook h6, which would be sort of the attempt to checkmate. And then after rook
this
f2,
is a draw.
yeah, of course, because after rook f2, king e4, you have a move like king e8 or king g8, and good luck winning this. As, after f7, I can just sacrifice back the exchange. So I don't think this is a way to go. I felt okay. I saw this idea of king going up the board as well, but I was wondering, so can I try to force it with knight g5, knight h7, or will you have d5 there in the end? So knight g5, rook b2, knight h7. Rook g7, yeah, you have actually. So yeah, if I go rook e7 or something, f7. Is there some b4 counterplay or what?
Unbelievable. There's b4 of some sort. Maybe not here, maybe not immediately, but this is not. This feels iffy. This feels iffy. What is there? Why is the engine giving almost equality? Oh, could it be like king c6 and then d5 at the end?
Yeah, but I have rook of, yeah, maybe, but I have rook e6 check, for example. Well, maybe. Okay, let's try to. But sorry, before it's just cb. Yeah, so before is not it. Maybe it's a waiting move, and after f8 takes takes before.
So you're saying something like rook f1?
I'm not sure. Yeah, no, really not. He doesn't like it.
But still, +3 is not a convincing assessment here, because b4 will come and white will still have to work. I actually think that the easiest is, in fact, to play king f4, give up the pawn, go king f5, and basically black has no moves here. Because if black plays, let's say, b4, then just rook h6, rook h8, and knight g5 is a mating net.
Yeah, and you are lucky with white. You are lucky that black can never play d5 because
the
bishop is hanging. Well, Jan dodged a small bullet there. I mean, he was completely winning, and now he suddenly, it's suddenly almost close. But okay, if he finds king f4, king f5, it'll be all good. It'll be all good.
Yeah, the last hurdle, because king f4, king f5, you just have to, you have to come to terms with the fact that there is no quote-unquote forced win. There's no mate. And once you realize that, involving the king is almost always a good bet. Do you think Jan is going to take a long time?
Yeah, well, luckily he has 1.5 hours. So it's one of these moments, I can tell you from experience. And I've had many of these. So if Jan will now find king f4, king f5, we will not talk about the end of this game. We will just skip it in our recap. We'll just say there was this mistake, that mistake, and then Jan converted the crushing victory. But if Jan now does not find it, then we will have to go a few moves earlier. We'll have to go here, say that king g2 was easier. Remember, I was winning on the spot. We'll have to go probably here, saying that f6 may be easier. There were some more direct ways, f6, h6. And all sorts of improvements will appear along the way, where he could win much more easy fashion. I have to say credit to Ding for finding this g6 and rook a2 idea. Well, definitely making Jan sweat there a little bit. But once again, if Jan finds king f4, king f5, I don't know if it's the only way, but I think he has so much time. But when he finds it, then it will be all fine, and we will not speak about missed opportunities. But I personally, I've ruined positions like that before, and especially when it gets difficult. Okay, the good thing for Jan is that he has so much time.
Yeah, if he had 5 minutes here, I mean, I could have easily seen him play knight g5 and go for that line, and allow b4, and then we would have been singing a completely different tune. That's what people have to understand, that when completely winning positions are ruined like this, you never understand how it could possibly be ruined until it is. Like, until you find that one pathway, you never truly believe that a winning position can be spoiled, and then it is spoiled, and then you're like, oh well, of course. But you never know exactly how it can happen until it happens. So Nepo doing a great job here, just settling himself down, taking as long as he needs until he's 100% positive, because the margin for error has really narrowed down. We're in an end game now. You know, queens are off the board. You can't mess around.
He's so nervous. I can feel it even through the screen. He's very nervous right now, and yeah, I don't know if he's sulking a 4 king f5 yet, because I don't sense a relief yet. I think the ears are still extremely red. His body language hasn't adjusted from the initial shock. I think he's still looking for that king f4 f5, and he's trying to make sure that it's indeed winning. He's far from sure, and I think he's very, 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 very disturbed right now. And well, I saw the chat asked if there are odds that Ding will win it. Well, it's not a question if Ding will win it, but it's a question if Ding will be able to hold it. I mean, odds are there. I don't think it's very high. I think it's maybe 4%, maybe 3%.
I mean, if he plays knight g5, then this would be one of the craziest comebacks definitely in World Championship history. And I hate, superlatives that are exaggerated. This would not be an exaggeration, but again, the fact that Nepo has an hour 24, I think, is what makes these chances 3% and not 33%.
Yeah, exactly. No, 3%. I thought less than 1 in 20 is fair. No, don't you think it's fair? Less than 1 in 20. I think that's pretty fair. I think it happens. Really, it happens, but it's not happen very often.
It's happened to everybody, and it's among the most painful feelings in general. If you spoil a tournament game like this, to spoil a World Championship game that can change the course of the match is just unimaginably painful. And sometimes the pain goes through your head even before you spoil it, which increases the chances that you're going to spoil it because, self-fulfilling prophecy and everything. And we've all been there, I think, where we start sensing that we're letting the win slip. And it's still a completely winning position, but the doubt starts to creep into your mind and it influences your search for the best move. And, we all know the rest. Humans are capable of spoiling anything.
Yeah, and you have to define for me what you mean with a completely winning position. I mean, completely winning in a sense that if white finds the best sequence, it will be completely winning. But at this point, of course, not everything wins. So, yeah, it's quite tricky now. And for Jan fans, I hope the body language will soon change. Because right now, he's still as red as ever. And he's constantly changing his posture. He appears very nervous.
Yep.
I mean, he's not looking good. There is not a nod in his face. There is not a realization of king f4, king f5 being a win. Okay, he has time, but he's an impulsive player. I hope for him that he will realize that nothing is lost yet. Everything is still in control. King f4, king f5 is indeed very strong. It doesn't.
Yeah, he is. So he is changing his posture all the time.
He's extremely nervous.
Shifting his sitting position. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel just watching him. I feel extremely nervous. He's changing it all the time. Look how nervous he is. He's extremely disturbed.
Wow.
Look at that. No, he's just.
Your throat starts to. I know that. Everybody knows that feel. Your throat starts to close up because the worst is the realization that the game isn't actually over. That you still have to work harder, and then you start realizing, wait a second, where is the win? I think he's. Okay, I don't want to.
No, I don't.
Looks like he's close to moving. No. Yes, king, and he found it. King g4, same thing. Whew.
Wow.
Bullet dodged.
Wow, no, because I was very worried because he was about to make a move without yet recomposing himself. So I was really worried it's going to be a bad move. But yeah, I think he is totally panicking, but he is hoping that, okay, this is still winning, and it indeed is, yeah. It indeed is winning.
Yeah, rook takes b2, and I think king f5 is going to come very quickly because you don't play king g4 and not king f5. I mean, probably rook h6, I would imagine, also wins.
Yes. Does f4 ruin it completely, or? Okay, rook h6.
Yeah, and he's done it.
Okay, rook h6 still good, yeah? Still good.
Yeah, still good. Although,
yes, and
yeah.
And the really nice thing, again, this d5, knight c5, that's a blessing that you cannot play d5, so you kind of gain a tempo. And the rook on the second rank, as long as knight is on e4, it's unable to give checks from behind. So this gives white some extra time. Maybe king g8 is king g8 the only defense?
I think it's the only defense, and then white plays king f5.
Threatening
and
a lot of things, I guess. Yeah, I mean, even
Just
like
like
a 4 knight
yeah.
g5 or whatever. Okay, yeah, white is winning, of course, completely still. But okay, he had to you know, get his ears red and recompose himself and think for a while. Yeah, but okay, he seems to have done it, and he'll manage. A little bit of excitement there in the end. It's always nice. Always nice.
And definitely credit to Ding. He was using that time to think. He wasn't just you know, in denial or you know, grieving the loss. He was genuinely coming up with the most resilient defense, and he did, and it failed. And you know, now it's essentially time to resign. I think King G8 is still quite likely.
Yeah. King G8 you make. I think King G8 is the sort of only move, let's say. Though there are no moves at this point that are good because they're all losing. But King G8 is the move. And then after King F5, okay, then you have a choice whether you try something or you do indeed. Well, I guess you try B4 or something like that. And you
King
just hope for the
G6,
best.
and then you resign.
Okay, yeah, King G6 is good, yeah. And then you resign, yeah. No, you don't go B4. Okay, you don't allow King G6. You go maybe Rook E2 or something. Oh, they're also King G6. Rook B1 maybe you do. Even then,
Dang,
King
looks
G6 and Knight G3. Yeah, no, it's King F5, King G6 actually is a nice threat.
Yeah, it is. And I guess that's why he played you know, Rook H6 first, kind of clearing the path for the king. Okay, here goes Ding again. Head on the table. And I think he's about to move, but he's been drinking the cup to the bitter, you know, to the dregs.
That's how you should play. I mean, even when, okay, you don't see the bar, but even when you're dead lost, you have to look for the last chance. Because you want these 3%, you want them. And because 3%, you know, in hundreds of the games, you will save 3. So you have to go for it.
Against Hikaru in a blitz game, I would be far from confident in a position like this. So even in a classical game. Yeah. Nepo has resumed his pacing from one end of the hall to the other, which we know is a sign that he believes the result of the game isn't in question.
Yeah, he's very relieved now. I think he had a brief moment of... I'm pretty sure he had a brief moment of panic there. But maybe I'm looking too much into that and reading too much into that, but I'm pretty sure that he did. Otherwise, he wouldn't have
I think
looked
he
that
did.
way. Yeah, and now, okay, relief that, okay, after all, it is indeed winning and he hasn't ruined anything.
Yeah, we have a featured chat, which I'd like your opinion on. DR Vonium asks, is this the most error-prone World Championship in recent memory? And, you know, I think it definitely is the World Championship where we are now more used to using the engine to look at the games. And we have the eval bar. We have the assessment of the moves right on hand. So I would caution that we, you know, we're now more capable than ever of determining mistakes right as they happen. But how would you rate the overall quality of games, Anish? Obviously, the entertainment value of the match has been incredibly high. Would you say that the quality of the games has been abnormally low, or do you think we're just more capable of detecting mistakes because we have very strong engines at hand?
The question, because my English is, of course, not native, so the question implies that this is like a lot of errors?
I would imagine that, yeah.
Error prone? Yeah. Prone to errors, yeah, is what it means, like a lot of errors. But based on what is? I mean, there are very few errors, don't you think? I think.
Yeah, I
few,
think this
yeah.
comes back to the importance of distinguishing between an inaccuracy and a big mistake. Whereas a lot of people, when they're newer to looking at games, they see any change in evaluation and they just assume that it's a mistake. But mistakes are on an incredibly wide spectrum, and a small inaccuracy and a big blunder have absolutely nothing in common other than the fact that they might introduce a change in the computer evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, if we look back at the game, so the first game, so Ding has made few inaccuracies to land in a worse position. Then Jan has made one big inaccuracy to let Ding go, and then one more inaccuracy to get the position completely drawn. Which, okay, it's very few mistakes. Like your average Caruana Carlsen game was much worse if you look at it this meticulously. Looking at the second game, that's the one that Jan won. So from Jan's perspective, the game was, I think, flawless. From Ding's perspective, he made inaccuracy with knight takes f6 instead of knight c5, and then probably one real big mistake with bishop d3. But to lose, you have to make a mistake. So again, okay, one inaccuracy, one mistake. The winner of the game played flawlessly, completely, which is not at all a given. In the other game, Ding played an inaccuracy with bishop d3. Jan played an inaccuracy with knight a5, and then Ding played almost flawlessly, and Jan made one large error. And today we have Ding making an inaccuracy in the opening and a mistake later on, also close to being an inaccuracy, like a very small mistake. No blunders. Today Ding lost without blundering a single thing. By the way, Ding just lost with a few small mistakes. And Jan so far hasn't made almost a single mistake apart from one inaccuracy with Queen G4 instead of Queen F3. So no, I think the level so far has been extremely high. And given that there are 3 decisive games, assuming this will be decisive, I think given that there are 3 decisive games, the level couldn't have been higher. I mean, you could have maybe okay, first of all, Carlsen Karyakin, like the games, they were of much lower quality at the start. I think Carlsen had winning positions that he kept ruining with more than one mistake. And at the time, we were like I remember he made some mistake in the position with Rook and Knight, and then we were saying for 5 days how difficult it was and so on. So no, I think we are much more strict with the players now because indeed the tools have been much better. The engines are much stronger and much faster. So we are much more strict with the players, but I think so far they've played an extremely high level chess.
I agree. I think it would make,
Sure. No, I just wanted to say that I thought, I even questioned my understanding of the question because I assumed the question would be, is it the highest level World Championship match in a long time? But actually the question was, is it the lowest level? So it's kind of, I think that's definitely not the case. Yeah. And if you look at the mistakes, like Carlsen Anand matches, much more mistakes. There was this blunder. No, okay, we are still early, of course, but I think, yeah, for sure, no, the level is higher than what I remember, but it's close. So far, all of these matches, players have played really well, and because also they have a lot of time. They have a lot of time to prepare and a lot of time to play, long time control, so they're not making many big mistakes, and that's understandable.
Yeah, and I mean, a point that I wanted to make, which is not directly related to this question, but it's related to the 2800 club that we were examining earlier, which is that we just have a lot more access to top GMs and to their games and to their thinking patterns. You can basically tune in at any hour of the day and watch, a top GM streaming their blitz games or streaming a tournament game. Whereas at least, when I was growing up and I was maybe, 10 or 11, to me, like a GM was a god, and when a grandmaster was giving a simul, I was in awe. I would just point them out in a room and I would try to keep my distance. Whereas now we realize that GMs are just human beings, and they've been demystified. And I think that's a great thing. That regular players have a lot of access now to top players, but we still should celebrate how special they are at the game and how incredibly good people in the top 10 are, and how capable they are of handling incredibly complex positions where almost anybody in the world would blunder almost immediately. So our standards are high, we are strict, and we have the computer at hand. But nonetheless, there's a very good reason why the top 10 players are the top 10 players and why they don't essentially, don't drop out of the top 10.
No, and it's a good point that you have access to all these grandmasters, because I grew up in St. Petersburg, and it's a place with lots of chess clubs. And many layers of chess players. So I didn't see a grandmaster until I was already like 2100, I think. A pretty good player. And I played that one open tournament where there was one grandmaster, literally one grandmaster. And okay, I don't have to tell his name because it will be a bit weird now that the story will come. So
now I'm curious, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but so, and I was totally holy. There's going to be a grandmaster in this tournament, and I'm going to see him. So, of course, I was coming up to his board a lot, and he had these incredible eyes, yeah? He was looking at the board, and sometimes he looked at me also as I was there. I thought, oh, this is the grandmaster eyes. I understood, oh, this is the grandmaster. Of course, it was just his eyes, yeah? He had that.
But you associate them with someone that you're in awe of, so you think everything about him
exactly.
is, this is what a grandmaster looks like.
Exactly. And I mean, actually, he maybe did have a particular stare more than anyone else, let's say, more than your average. But of course, it was just him. He had that stare. But I thought it was because he's a grandmaster. I assumed okay, the grandmasters, they might have, they have this grandmaster eyes or something, So I was also already as a proper player and having studied and played chess for many years and so on. So I was, of course, also extremely impressed, and I expected him to be special, and he really was. He had the special eyes and the special stare, and I was like, wow, this is a grandmaster, yeah. But yeah, now indeed it's a different time. But I'm the first to criticize. I'm going to criticize like mad. If you want, I'm going to criticize all you want. I love criticizing. It's my favorite thing. That's why I do this job. I absolutely love it. It's not the money; it's the ability to criticize everyone. But that said, I mean, if you want criticism, you have to look, for example, last World Championship match between Carlsen and Jan. The amount of unforced, horrible mistakes Jan was making in the second half of the match was crazy. Like it was on. I was honestly shocked. Like it was honestly inexplicable. It was honestly horrendous. With a lot of time on the clock, some blunders, completely obvious and unnecessary. When he went at some point, bishop takes b7 and had the bishop tracked with c6, it was so elementary. He will himself now tell you that he doesn't know what happened to him. Some kind of hypnosis. He completely lost his mind. But in this match so far, it's just not the case. It's just a very difficult, tense games with a very high level of chess. It's just how I feel it is here. And I'm sure as the tension keeps growing and people will get more and more players, will get more and more tired, I suspect the level will go down at some point. I think so far it's really good stuff.
Well, Ding looks like he will take the rest of his hour to come to terms with his defeat. But yeah, the results of the game isn't in question anymore for those just joining. This is a surefire victory now for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Black is out of resources. King f5 is coming, and you could just sense the shift in Jan's posture. He was doing what he's doing now earlier. Then Ding found rook a2. Suddenly, Jan, with a little bit of panic, exactly 5 minutes of it, he found the correct move again, and now he's resumed, the pacing, kind of waiting for Ding to resign. But I had a similar experience, Anish, where I, when I first, and I will interrupt my story because Ding has just resigned the game. He has stopped the clock. A handshake has occurred. And Jan Nepomniachtchi once again holds a 1-point lead in the 2023 World Championship match. 3 decisive games out of the last, 2 decisive games out of the last 3. No, 3 decisive games out of the last 4. Jan won. Then it was a draw. Then Ding won. Now Jan wins again. What an incredible bounce back. Really silencing the critics, Anish, who keep mentioning Jan's match against Magnus. This isn't like his match against Magnus, and that's exactly what you were just saying.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. And the difference, what makes this win different than the previous 2 games is that now there's no rest day. So if Ding wants to come back tomorrow, he doesn't have the time to recuperate. He doesn't have the time to take a good rest and prepare. He has to choose. Is he going to rest or is he going to prepare? How he's going to spend this day? That makes tomorrow's game only more interesting. I think it can be anything. I expect a likelihood of a decisive game. Could even backfire on Ding, and Jan could take another point. Like I think tomorrow is going to be wild.
It's going to be an incredible day, but let's quickly run over the important moments from this game, just really, really fast, because this one is one for the ages, one of Jan's really best games ever. This was a Ruy Lopez that started in pretty conventional terms. Jan refraining from bishop takes c6, which he tried, the deferred exchange, which he tried in game 1. Instead, here he goes more mainstream with an early d3, and decides on a line that Alireza Firouzja played against you, Anish, with an early c3, followed by h3. This we could call a sideline. This is not all that popular, and he kind of got Ding out of his preparation rather early. Ding was executing moves quite quickly at first with knight a5 and c5, but bishop g5 is the novelty that I think is a major key of Jan's success in this game.
Yeah. So we had seen, we got a standard position, well, a relatively standard, let's say, the one that appears from these marshals. But Ding was not familiar with it. He took a lot of time, and I think the key moment came on move 19. So far, Ding has played all the natural moves, bring the knight back, and then we were talking about this choice of trading the bishops or keeping the bishop, moving it back to c8, and then unpinning the rook, and then going for knight e7. And Ding, he did this slightly creative, slightly weird maneuver, bishop d8, bishop b6, instead of the usual g6, bishop g7. And that combined with the trade of the bishops was not very nice, because after knight e3 and then h4, Jan was able to get this pawn to h5, which was a very nice asset there. And already White was having some initiative. And I think the next turning point came indeed on move 29. Ding was defending pretty reasonable so far, but was already under pressure. And here he could go queen f6 immediately. He could also take and play queen d7, both of which you suggested as alternatives. But he did the most natural, take and queen f6. It was also my first instinct, if you remember. It's what I did when I just showed the line very quickly. It was the first thought that comes to mind. But he missed this incredible resource of g4 down the line, where he defends this f5 pawn, prevents b4, and this is really incredible defensive move. In fact, g2 g4 being a defensive move. Now, how often do you see that? And this position, it is as bad, as unpleasant as it gets, and it's no wonder that he lost it. Jan's king f1 was very, very cunning, getting out of the queen c8 check, confusing Ding, and then Ding kept waiting, but missed rook e4 followed by g5. This was really the clincher, and the rest was just conversion. And it got only exciting at one point when Ding found this incredible resource, rook a2, but long thing by Jan there. Few minutes
incredible use of the king. King e2, king f1, king e2, king f3. And then after the trade on g6, Jan wins a pawn. Rook a2 with a little bit of counterplay. Jan hunkered down and then found the best way to win, activating his king through f5, upon which the mating patterns are totally unstoppable. And so Ding resigns the game on move 48. An exquisite victory by Jan Nepomniachtchi. A game that's definitely going to make its way into Jan Nepomniachtchi's best game collection. An incredible way to bounce back from the disappointing loss in the previous game. As we look at the scoreboard, you know, the draw in the first game was already a sign that this was not just going to be a draw fest, right? This was going to be a match in which both players came to the table armed with great opening preparation. And this is going to be a Jan Nepomniachtchi that resembles the one we saw at the candidates rather than the one that we saw in Dubai. And Jan's showing that yet again today, Anish. And once again, the pressure is on Ding Liren now. And as you said, no rest day. Tomorrow he's going to have the white pieces. So if he had the black pieces tomorrow, he would have had the luxury of kind of trying to play without risk. He cannot just come to the board and make a quick draw. That would threaten to dig him even further into the hole. So are you expecting major risks from Ding Liren tomorrow?
Yes, looking at Ding's white game so far, he was taking a lot of risks already. And especially now, with no time to recover, indeed, draw with the white pieces would be no good news for him. With one more black game incoming and being down on the score, it wouldn't look good for him. I expect crazy risks, and I wouldn't be shocked if it backfires on him.
Do you think
nothing will surprise me anymore?
Do you think he's likely to repeat 1c4 tomorrow?
It depends on what ideas he has, as he had said. I think it's impossible to predict his first move, but whatever it is, it will be something where there will be lots of life in the position. It will be an equal position with lots of pieces on the board. I predict it to be a very double-edged, and I think Jan might get chances of his own, or Ding might crash again. I cannot predict anymore what's happening in this match. The storyline's been too complicated. I lost the plot completely. It's just it's impossible to say.
More twists than a Hollywood drama, and we'll have one more twist for you folks. Just like last time, we will be bringing you the press conference live as it unfolds. The players are contractually obligated to sit for a press conference and answer questions by journalists and reporters live from Astana. So Ding has already assumed his seat at the press conference. Nepo is still making his way over. The moment that press conference starts, we will bring you that press conference live and then offer our reaction. But for the time being, we have just a moment, Anish, to let this sink in, to let yet another decisive game at the World Championship sink in. We're just so used to seeing draw upon draw upon draw. To have a World Championship where the players are going after it, trading blow for blow, is an amazing feeling. And I have to say, these 4 hours passed so quickly.
No, truly unusual, and in a very good sense. We're very, very fortunate and spoiled. And I think the players already assuming their position. I guess we are about to start.
Let's go to the press conference, guys. Here we go. Here's the press conference.
Welcome everyone at the press conference after Game 5. Jan Nepomniachtchi won the game, and the final result is 3-2. We're starting with the questions from my side, and then I will give the floor to journalists. My first question is to Jan. Did you feel in control of the whole game today?
Well, it's hard to say. So So if I'm in time to put h4 and h5, I think white is better. And then, okay, I'm not sure. So probably it was the way to defend better for black, but I felt like white was pressing, yeah. So that's basically it. And yeah, near the time trouble, I think he blundered this g5, rook g4, knight h4 idea. And yeah, it looks like at this point white is like almost winning. So.
Thank you. Ding, where did you think that things went wrong for you in this game?
Well, after the game, I think the critical moment was when he played knight f5. I think I should have played queen f6 instead of knight takes f5. Yeah, I missed his move g4, which is quite strong. To not only protect the f5 pawn, but also my king side space are very. I don't have so many moves in my. So yeah, it's a very good gameplay by him, and yeah, I was on the defensive side throughout the game. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I should have played queen f6. After that, it's a very difficult position to defend.
I see. Jan, you have played about 90 moves within just a few minutes, to be more specific, in like 2 minutes. And you were walking a lot around the playing venue, very confident. Has Ding got into your home preparation today in this game?
Well, definitely the position was a part of my prep, but I should credit that for the most of the game he played quite sensible moves. Yeah, so, well, it's quite normal, I think, yeah, so due to some weather issues, it was a little bit too cold into the venue, so, I mean, into the lounge, so that's basically forced me to stay in the venue, yeah, for like all the time.
Right. And Ding, you have spent some decent time on the clock when Jan played bishop to g5. Was that a surprise move for you? And why you spend so much time at that move? You disliked your position?
Yeah, I didn't expect this line from today, so I tried to find the plans afterwards. Instead of h6, I also considered queen d7, but he will also take on b5 and play knight d2. Maybe I have to play h6 anyway. So I think my play in the opening phase is not so bad, but still the position is slightly unpleasant to play.
Okay, and my last question, and then I'll give the floor to journalists. To Jan, during the opening stage, you were constantly looking at Ding. Did you expect some body language to reveal anything important? And did he give away that he was caught in your preparation?
Actually, as I said, my preparation today was not like as deadly as probably I was trying to, as it could seem, yeah. But yeah, I mean after rest day, yeah, I already missed him, yeah, so a little.
You missed him?
Yeah, a little.
Okay, thank you. I didn't expect that. Okay, thank you very much. Time for questions from press.
I guess I'm being called on.
Yeah, Mike, please.
Sorry. Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi. It seemed like in today's win, you outplayed your opponent, as opposed to your first win, where some inaccuracies by your opponent led to the win. Do you care about the style in which you win a game, or is a win in a match? Does it not matter to you at all?
Well, I think like the great Lasker said, like always a good which lead to victory, yeah. So I mean, I felt like it's going to be a very nice game if I don't like let some counterplay suddenly happen. Well, I mean, at some point I was quite unsure what to do. Like, should I play like c4 after queen c6, and then let's say he plays bishop a5, and let's say rook e2. So this is clearly very, very good for me. But then probably he's in time to play h5, as my queen is not going to active squares like f3 and g4. So that was like, I mean, more or less a coin flip for me. Like both moves was I liked both moves, but okay, I decided to make it a little bit more straight, because once I put my pawn on h5, I mean, I'm always better in all sorts of endgames and so on. But yeah, overall, I guess it's quite a smooth game.
Thanks.
Next question, please.
Вопрос к Яну Непомнящему. Ян, как вы провели выходной день? Как вам удалось восстановить силы?
So, a question for Mr. Nepomniachtchi. How did you spend the day off? How did you manage to relax and to recharge your batteries?
Ну, в принципе, как обычно, то есть старался отдохнуть и как-то переключиться на следующую партию, да, потому что партия перед выходным, ну, в целом день как не задался.
Простите, повторите, день не задался?
День не задался перед выходным.
Well, I spent it like in a business as usual mode. I tried to relax, I tried to tune my brains to the next game, because the preceding day hadn't been the best.
Before the... Okay, next question. Yeah, okay, go ahead. I want to ask the same question to Ding. Let's go.
Ян, а вот вы гуляли вчера или, быть может, сегодня, вы уже упомянули погодные условия. Вчера, может быть, гуляли, или и вчера, и сегодня было решено, что лучше избегать улицы?
So, Ian, did you walk? Have you walked today? Did you walk yesterday? Because you mentioned the climate conditions. Did you decide just to stay indoors?
Ну, вчера, разумеется, гулял, вот, а сегодня, честно говоря, проснулся, посмотрел в окно и не уверен, что первое, что я сделаю, пойду на прогулку, но, может быть, там, одену все теплые вещи и все равно немножко погуляю.
Yes, of course. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I did walk yesterday, but today I kind of woke up and looked out of the window, and I wasn't sure if I felt like going for a walk. But then I kind of thought, why not just don some clothes and go for it.
Thank you. Before we go to the next question, I would like to ask the same question to Ding. As it was the free day, how did you spend, Ding, the free day?
Well, I go for a small walk, and I spend most of the time to rest. Yeah, also I listen to some music, so it's not too much things happen.
Okay, thank you. Next question, please.
Hello, Maria Emelianova, Photo Chess. Our question is only to Ian. As a player with more experience playing the World Championship matches, we already mentioned the weather today. It's really cold, and you have experience playing in Dubai, where it's quite the opposite, very hot. So, discarding the fact that you're staying here in the hotel, if you were to choose to play in the conditions like this or the opposite, which one you prefer personally?
Yeah, thank you for your question, but once again, unlike, let's say, football players, here we play normally inside, not outside, yeah? So it's not some decisive factor. So, I mean, normally it's better than it's like, so yeah, like not too cold, not too hot. So, probably, I don't know. Let's see what's going, like, to be with the weather in the next few days, but yeah, hopefully it gets better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Talking about the weather conditions, it changed dramatically here. We have -7 and heavy snows. Will this affect your daily routine? I have questions to both players. I think I'll go to Jan first. Do you think that these heavy snows can change your daily routine?
Well, normally if you're a driver, that affects you. Yeah? So like heavy snows here, like in Russia, they say like some special services are never ready because like snow is always a surprise. But since I'm not going to drive somewhere, I basically go by foot. So I don't think it changes a lot. But yeah, perhaps it's maybe it's just too cold to go outside. But yeah, we'll see.
Mm-hmm. And to you, Ding, will this snow change your daily routine, as you very often tell us that you like to walk outside?
Yeah, it's a heavy snow outside, so yeah, it's normally I like to leave the window a little bit open, but today when I come to the restroom, there's the paper to say it's better not to open.
Okay, you had that recommendation not to open.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next question, please, from press.
I'll defer.
Please.
I've already asked the question.
Добрый день, я поздравляю с победой. Вопрос такой: какие сегодня решения были у вас, вы считаете, самыми сложными, и какими ходами вы, может быть, довольны больше всего? Спасибо.
So a question for Ian. Which decisions, chess decisions, were the most challenging to you, and what are the moves you are maybe proud about?
Спасибо. Думаю, одно из самых сложных это было решить, играть c4 или h5. Оба хода заслуживали явного внимания. Вот. И потом, я думаю, что король f1 ход не безинтересный. Где-то полезно короля убрать с большой диагонали, чтобы он не попадал под шахи. Вот. Но так потом, не знаю, мне кажется, после ладья e4 уже тяжело черными защищаться, то есть там прям начинается атака.
Well, one of the most complex, one of the most challenging decision was to play either c4 or 8-5. Those options deserved my attention, and the move king f1 was also not an uninteresting, was quite an interesting move because it really mattered. It was really important to move the king out of the diagonal.
All right, next question, please.
Mike Klein with chess.com. This question is for both players. In the last couple of World Championships, it has felt like one win is a huge lead, but as we're seeing in this one, it may not be as big of a deal. So does that allow you to play with less stress, knowing that wins are happening quite regularly?
Jan, we go with you first.
I don't know what to answer. I mean, winning is better than drawing is better than losing, that's it.
And Ding, since you've already won one game, do you feel like you're not as stressed about being behind in the match again?
Yeah, of course. This time, this lose even hurt more than the previous one, because I thought I was totally fine. So, but okay, we still have many rounds. I hope I can recover from this tough lose.
And just to be clear, you said this loss hurts more than the other loss. Is that right?
Sorry?
Did you say that this loss hurts more than the other loss? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it can be said like this.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We do have a question from commentary team.
It's a question for Ding. You know, when white took e takes f5 and you had this choice of where to move your queen, queen f6 or queen d7, were you trying to make queen d7 work, and what was your problem with it?
Yeah, at this point I have many choices here. I thought I was very close to equal, So I was a little bit impatient at that point. I thought after bishop c5 I have b4 next, but I totally overlooked g4, which is a quite strong move. Yeah, it's about lose focus and concerns during the game.
And a question for Jan. Chess players are not so expressive with their emotions. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you inside right now?
More than 5, surely, but less than 10.
Okay, it's between 5 and 10, but like
Yeah.
5 and 7, or 7
I
and 10.
won't specify.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the questions. We have one more question from press.
Yeah, my question is to Ding. I just arrived today, and I don't know if somebody else asked this question before, but in the media center I couldn't find any Chinese journalists. How do the media cover this match in your country?
Well, I don't know, since I didn't follow the media too much, so I don't know how to answer this question.
If I can answer this question, because I have seen several videos of news in China, the match is reported in the country. I can approve that. Okay, do we have more questions from press? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Спасибо. Вопрос к Яну. Сегодня отмечается православная Пасха. Вот, будете ли вы как-то ее праздновать? Может быть, там кулич на стол поставите? Там, может быть, вам родственники, друзья крашеные яйца принесут еще каким-то образом? Спасибо.
So a question for Mr. Nepomniachtchi. This evening, this night, Orthodox Christians in Russia is celebrating the Orthodox Easter, and there is a tradition to bake special Easter cakes, the kuliches, or the special Easter cakes, and also to paint chicken eggs. Are you going to do anything of this this night?
Спасибо за вопрос. Тут каждый день что-то отмечается. Недавно вот День космонавтики был. Вот, да, ну я не очень религиозный человек, но, конечно, стараюсь съесть кулич, если где-нибудь найду. Обязательно. С чаем.
Well, thank you very much for your question. There are lots of, we do run into holidays every now and then. There's recently been the day of space travel, for instance, the space of cosmonautics. No, I'm not a religious person. Although I'm not a religious person, of course, I will happily enjoy a kulich, a Russian Easter cake, and maybe wash it down with a drop of tea, with a cup of tea.
Thank you. One last question from press, and then we're moving to the Twitter segment.
Thank you, Katie. Mike Klein, chess.com. Final questions for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Before the match began, Magnus was asked who he thinks will win, and he said, "I literally don't care." You probably did not know this, but at the beginning of your game today, he posted a picture of himself, and it said, Astana calling, which suggests that maybe he is starting to get interest in the match. If you had to guess, do you think he's following the match closely?
As they say, I literally don't care, yeah?
Well said.
I guess he's turning into a streamer, yeah, or something. Since this is a famous quote from another very, very strong player, yeah?
Thank you for that.
Thank you for the answers and the questions. Now it's time for Twitter segment. Please, Jessie.
Hi, my name is Jessie February. I have some questions from social media. My first question is for Ding from Irene Sukanda. Is it your first time working with Richard?
Sorry?
Is it your first time working with Richard?
Yes.
And does your playing style differ to Richard's?
Yeah, a little bit.
And how's your energy? How is your energy right now?
Right now, after the lose, of course, it's exhausted. It's very tired. So.
All right, thank you. And for Jan, congrats on your win. If you were to compare this match to other tournaments, what is the biggest difference in your preparation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's match is not some kind of tournament. It's a title match. It's like it's just different. Yeah, I mean, not everything is different, but a lot of things.
Fair enough. And the last question is from Kent. You have a King's Gambit course on Chessable. Have you considered using any of your published material in this match?
Thanks again for the question. I guess it would be wiser to use some unpublished material rather than published. Yeah, and I'm like struggling every day, like with my team. Like team tells me that just not to play King's Gambit. I say no, I should. Yeah, and that's what we do instead of preparation, probably.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more questions from press? Maybe now it's the last call, and I'll go with my final question to both players about the time control. Do you feel comfortable with this time control, Jan?
I'd say that previously in Dubai it was pretty much new to me because I think this time control is quite rarely used and the candidate control was different. But since it's like the one format for all the tournaments, like I mean the all cycle tournaments, let's say, I'm getting more used to it. Yeah, but yeah, it's probably the tough one. Yeah, like the classical 7 hours plus time control. But yeah, at least it's hard to everyone.
Thank you very much. And Ding, do you find this time control comfortable for you?
Yeah, since I'm the one who spend more time, so but okay, it can provide some dramas when the time trouble is approaching.
True. Yeah. All right, thank you very much for coming here and answering to our questions. It has been long day. I wish both players a good rest, and the 6th round will come tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time. Thank you very much, and good night.
And as we look at the scoreboard there, Jan Nepomniachtchi delivering once again, winning his second game of his World Championship career, and now he holds a 1-point lead. The score is 3-2, and the ball is, of course, back in Ding Liren's court. We could see him dejected, but he's won a game already. So Anish winning that second game, he's going to have to draw inspiration from the game that he already won. He's got the white pieces, and if this next game is going to be anything like the games that we've seen thus far, he's going to be able to pose serious problems because the side of the white pieces has been in charge thus far.
Well, yes, absolutely. And even though he said that this is a more painful loss than the previous one, he said the reason is because he felt he was feeling fine. And that's an interesting statement there, actually. You know, he feels that Jan beat him when he was in shape. And that indeed can also be quite painful. So an interesting statement there, but he is, of course, far from dejected. He has lots of games to go, lots of games with the white pieces where he can indeed try to strike back. As I mentioned earlier, of course, I hope for an exciting match, and so a comeback is very much on the menu. But at the same time, you know, he's taking lots of risks with white so far. He's going for these very double-edged positions. One of these games already backfired for him, and I think we'll see a 3-result game tomorrow. And well, I wouldn't be surprised to see any of the 3 results. Frankly, just a crazy match and a wild match so far.
It has been a wild match indeed, and the match will continue. Of course, a lot of preparation to do for the players, particularly for Jan, as he tries to anticipate what Ding is going to do in between bites of Easter cake, of course, if he finds some time. But definitely a lot of work remaining to be done. There is no rest day tomorrow. As we look at the schedule, folks, mark your calendars because there will be indeed a game tomorrow. It'll start at the same time as all of the games, 2 a.m. Pacific. So if you're in California, you're going to stay up. It's 5 a.m. New York time and 11 a.m. Central European summertime. So Game 6 coming your way tomorrow. That's Sunday. Then there will be a rest day, no more than 2 games before a rest day. And then Game 7 will come your way on Tuesday with Jan Nepomniachtchi once again having the white pieces. But next up is tomorrow's game where Ding Liren attempts to level the score. Anish, before I wrap up, I'll pass it to you one last time for your final thoughts on the excellent display that we saw today by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the match so far is a treat, and Ding has to come back once again. We know he has that in him, but he needs the stage to be set. He needs that opening once again to go right. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and I think if these 5 games so far are, it's a foreshadowing of what the match is about to happen, then I think we are up in for a big treat. I think the next game and the upcoming games are going to be special. So far, nobody can guess anything. Nobody can guess the opening. Nobody can guess the result of the game. It's all completely wild and unpredictable. The players are so versatile nowadays. They're playing everything. It's getting chances, creating chances. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Ding will want to strike back, but it won't be easy.
It will not be easy. We hope you will join us tomorrow at 2 a.m. Pacific time. But for now, we'd like to thank everybody in the chat for joining us. The chat was hopping as usual. The tens of thousands of you joining us across the platforms and cheering on your favorite player. Our amazing crew at chess.com and our producer Hala for another amazing broadcast. And of course, Grandmaster Anish Giri. Always an honor to commentate with you. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, for Game 6 as Ding Liren tries to battle back from another very difficult spot. He holds a 1-point deficit, and Jan Nepomniachtchi will try to assert his lead and come back to become the world champion. Thanks again, everybody, for watching. We wish you a fantastic rest of your Saturday, and we will see you tomorrow for Game 6. We'll leave you with the best moments from today. Have a great rest of your Saturday. This is going to be a long, interesting, and very important game. We see the handshake there between the players. Ding following up with knight c6. No Petrov for us today. And this is the second moment of truth. Bishop is off to b5. So we have another Rui Lopez. Will we see a more mainstream choice by Jan? I think is the next big question. I wonder if Nepo's excited to reach this kind of position. And I wonder if his team looked at h6 Anish. There's more stuff to grab onto. And as I say that, rook a8 has been played. Moment of truth, Nepo has indeed refrained.
I think it's a disaster for Black already.
This could get incredibly unpleasant. Ding ran back to the board, like literally ran, and he's already played c4, so we're about to find out.
Yeah, he's
taking it.
Not shocked. I mean, I'm not shocked. It doesn't look so bad to me, to be very honest. I think he simply means g4.
Rook e2 is computer best, and Nepo, I think, he smells it. Wow, what a moment. And it reminds me of the second game where he puts pressure on the clock as well as on the board.
Yeah, incredible. No, he's losing it. I mean, he's losing it. I think he's done here.
Ding has just resigned the game. He has stopped the clock. The handshake has occurred. And Jan Nepomniachtchi once again holds a 1-point lead in the 2023 World Championship match.